First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number two, it has to be fun. You get, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
Get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's where we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that, of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side. Don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and part of it knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills to get people into playing touch. I mean, you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.
Here at Pershall, we've started a third age touch section, which folks that are retired or got limited fitness, they can come and play, and it's just been so popular, really popular.
Never stop learning, Sammy.
The idea is inclusivity. We want to make sure that anybody, no matter what the problems are, can play. So we've got ladies who've never played before, we've got people with medical ailments.
Good morning. Welcome to a sunny Sunday, August bank holiday morning at the University of Nottingham's Riverside Sports Complex. It's day 2 of the 2022 Opens Nationals, brought to you by England Touch. My name's Chris Wimmer. I'm going to be joining you all day, apart from when I go and enjoy some jerk chicken and rice and peas and coleslaw, which was a fantastic lunch provided by the caterers on site here at the University of Nottingham's Riverside Sports Complex. And I'm joined again for the majority of the day, except when he's partaking of some jerk chicken with rice and peas and whatever his lunchtime preferences are, by Joe Wright. Joe, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I am thoroughly excited for today. This is going to be a big one. This is going to be lovely. We've got a cracking game to start us off here. This is going to be brilliant.
So we've got the mixed open between the Southeast Sharks, who are playing from left to right in blue, and the Northwest, who are playing from right to left in burgundy. We'll talk through in just a second as to why this is so exciting, but just in terms of how these teams got on yesterday. The Southeast Sharks lost to the Midland Tigers and beat the Northeast Raiders, whereas the Northwest drew against the Southeast Taipans and also beat the West Wildcats and the Southwest Saxons. and actually go in ahead of the South East Sharks on the top of the pool standings going into day 2. Joe, is that a bit of a turn up for the books?
Yeah, this is going to be huge. You'd like to think if Northwest can get a win here, that this will set them up really nicely for the rest of the day. This is a team that they should be competing well against, but Sharks at any division are going to be tough. They've got such a good system down there. This is going to be tough.
We can see just exactly how tough it's going to be for the Northwest as Charlie Steed comes out and running a blitz defence on the Northwest, but they've turned that transition into a lot of go forward momentum to bring some new faces and new legs onto the field. And they set up camp in the Sharks half, but this is just one touch still to play, and there's a drive from Matthew Hawkrigg, just rebounds into Lois Lau, hits the deck, and it's a turnover. And the Sharks, having withstood that attack from the Northwest, are lining up to get themselves some fresh legs on, and Lois gets herself into the link position and works her way off the field, and as does Charlie Steed, as does Ben Robertson, and the Sharks bring some fresh legs on into the Northwest half. It's Daniel Eaglestone, and he passes it off to Will Coombs, but that's a loss of control there from the Sharks, and already the Northwest are going to start in a very promising position.
Yeah, that was a really nice defensive set from the Northwest there. They didn't overcommit to their fifth touch strike thumb. They were trying to set up a scoop. The match has got a really, really nice, strong, dominant defensive touch in, which forced the turnover at the roll ball, and now they're going to see if they can go onto their attack.
And they set up camp on the 7-metre line. That's Matthew Crossley, and he gives it off to Sam Grinter.
32 short, he's going to look for the wrap. Unlucky. They've got the penalty though for offside. This is your opportunity now for Northwest. You know, you're probably coming into this as an underdog. You want to make these opportunities count.
But that said, with the draw against the Taipans and 2 wins yesterday, they are going to have a lot of confidence as well.
Yeah, they only need 1 win today to send them through. They probably surprised themselves yesterday in their performances. See if they can do it against a really nice Sharks defence. That's a nice pick up from Sam Grinter. He's found the hole. Can he find the pass? I think that's a good defensive touch there.
Yeah, it's shadowed by a couple of Sharks players there, but they've conceded a penalty. Now this is 2 penalties in the same attacking set conceded by the Sharks, and if they concede another penalty, they will lose a player temporarily to the naughty step until the next turnover of possession. So it's an opportunity now for the Northwest to either entice a penalty or alternatively just to create something themselves. And they go over to the corner. It's a pass out from Charlie Wood.
Oh, that's the third penalty.
And that is the 3rd penalty. And as we say, one of the Sharks players is being sent to the naughty step for the remainder of this particular attack by the Northwest. So they've got a player to the good.
Yeah, they just need to stay composed here, stay calm, rely on their practice, take a deep breath. Oh, nice ball. Unlucky. That's brilliant tracking from the winger there. Really good. That's the 4th penalty of this set.
Yeah, that's Tom Hall, who's absolutely sprinted across.
Well, it looks like the Northwest winger is limping a little bit there. It's big contact.
Yeah, it's not Tom Hall because he's currently in the middle. They've changed a couple of numbers around from yesterday. And here goes Grinter though.
Pick up again. Charlie Wood on the outside. Has he got there? Touchdown. Brilliant opening score from the Northwest. That's exactly what they wanted. This is huge for their confidence. The box is happy with that.
And the Northwest go 1 to the good in only their 2nd attack, and this has capitalising on the player overlap, and that's exactly what that rule was brought in for by Federation of International Touch, to be able to reward an attacking team who can and penalise repeated infringements in the red zone.
Yeah, this is huge now for Northwest. If they can D out this set and get a nice transition going, it's a really nice touch there from Rich Barningham. Really well tracked back. Like I say, if they can get a transition out of this defensive set, get a nice attack on the go, put the Sharks on the back foot again as they did, this is huge.
And here come the Sharks, and it goes lovely passing out there from the Sharks. Yeah, that's Harry Richards and Oscar Davis combining there.
Dylan Fletcher, beautiful defensive touch. I think they've surrendered the ball there. They have. I think they lost the touch count. Unfortunate for the Sharks there, but if you're Northwest here, you are ecstatic with how this has started.
And the Northwest team brings some fresh legs on, get some momentum going. They're just getting in each other's way a little bit. It slows down, and it's no surprise that that's fallen to bits, really.
Yeah, that's not what you want. If you're Northwest there, you wanted a really nice and clean transition to move forward, get up the pitch. Unfortunately, they're trying to overcomplicate their subbing pattern, and it's just gone to ground. This is a brilliant opportunity for the Sharks. They're going to work it around the outside. I think they're going to try and get fresh legs on whilst not burning too many touches. I think they've managed to sub 2. Really nice stuff there from the Sharks. A bit of an isolated dumper, but the half has got there. See if they can turn this sub into a forward attack. We've got the attacking pod on. They're going to scoot to the left, step back. Oh, has Matthew Awkward got the touch? He has, really well defended.
Yeah, that was Vince Parker on the dive there for the Sharks, just getting low to the ground as a textbook dive and asking plenty of questions of the Northwest defence. But here they come. It's Lois Lau takes the dump, and that's Charlie Steed now.
Really well put.
And that's classified as hitting the ground. So go to the third umpire for that one, and I think the third umpire would rule that ball did not carry to Lois Lau. But Charlie Steed's defence, we saw it in their when he was on previously, and that attitude's taken up by Ben Robertson as well, and they're really working hard in defence, the Sharks, to make the Northwest team. At some point though, that's either going to pose lots of questions in terms of the Sharks' physicality and stamina.
Here's the pace man, Charlie Wood. Can he get it back on the inside? He can. That's a really good defensive. So it seems like the Sharks are targeting the Northwest transition. They've isolated that as a bit of a problem area for the Northwest, and they're currently making them pay.
But the Northwest are still leading, and the Sharks are now getting a good roll on. It's Daniel Eagleston, and he gets the ball back off the floor, looking for support, and it comes from Will Coombs. And Eagleston now looking for he can't score, he's the half. Has that gone forward? No, it hasn't. That is a try given for Chloe Hill, and it's now 1-1.
Yeah, unfortunate for Northwest there. Their winger has just lost her mirror defence, leaving the Sharks winger unmarked. Beautifully spotted by the Sharks ball carrier. Really, really nice goal to tie it up at 1-1. Northwest are going to need a reply.
So how do you combat that blitz defence then when it's coming from particularly in your own half?
So specifically what the Sharks are doing is they're pressing is 2 sets of 2 down the Northwest sub-side. So what you want to do for Northwest is you want to get on the outside of those, really force the problem. You want to stretch their defence. At the moment you're giving them too much respect and they're shutting you down. It's a good option there from Rich. Long ball, wingers pick up, really good covering touch there as well.
Yeah, that's the second time Becky Illingworth has had the opportunity to score and has been stymied by the Sharks defence. Harry Richards this time.
Yeah, it's a really nice scramble defence here. I think this is 5th touch coming. You're going to want to try and do something. Rich is trying to make something happen. It's a 2-on-1 there, but unfortunately they've run out of space. If they can put pressure on the Sharks subbing set now, that'd be a real strong point for the Northwest.
It seems just on the Sharks, as we see there's pressure coming on from the Northwest, but no, it's a break coming from
the feet.
Harry Richards, whose filthy feet inside his own half has wrong-footed and has actually shown, I was just about to say, the Northwest how they can look to beat that blitz, and Harry Richards has just shown it himself how to do it with a bit of footwork and the ability to sidestep the blitz and go.
Yeah, I think the Northwest were a little bit too stretched there in their defence. Maybe the wing and the link kind of pushed over. It left the two middles with a lot to do, a lot of space to cover between the two of them. Unfortunately, Richards overcommitted on his outside and just got done by a really nice bit of athleticism on display there from Harry Richards.
Northwest looking to strike back straight away with Matthew Hawkrigg, and he's going wide out onto the right. They've got some touches to play with, so it comes inside Ted Wilson, and now coming to the left, Wilson again.
Oh, unlucky Ted. That is a really good effort. It's a really nice strike done there from Millie Cullen. She set that play up really nicely. Ted was able to pick up, try and go through, look to find Jake Rigby. Unfortunately, just didn't come off.
Yeah, Rigby just touched just as he was diving for the line, but it's a nicely worked bit of play from the Northwest team. And
Ted Wilson.
And we saw some filthy feet from Harry Richards, and this time it's tidy diving from Ted Wilson, and we are all square once again.
Honestly, Ted Wilson, for his age, is such a mature player. I was singing his praises yesterday. There's just an example of why we do that. He's going to be a real good talent. He's put Northwest in a good position. They just need a strong D set and a better transition to get them back into this properly.
Sharks now, having conceded, are looking to build up going through a tapped move, preset plays from the halfway line, and they're trying to bamboozle the Northwest defence, and it looks to be paying off, but no, it doesn't. Touch comes in on Will Coombs. The Northwest are being patient in defence, not being too aggressive. They're looking to see what's coming in front. Lots of communication there. But here come the Sharks once again. The ball goes wide out to Daniela Mendes, but hits the ground. She just can't pull it in.
So we know the Northwest can defend the Sharks. We've seen that now. It's just whether they can get around this press at their transition. That's a better move. Bex Holmes is taking one up. This is onto Dylan Fletcher, onto Richard Barningham, trying to go around the outside of them now. Really nice. Dill's made a lot of ground there. Richard scoop. Good decision. Good decision. Really nice. One more. Oh, unlucky. It's really good tracking there from the Sharks defender.
Yeah, that's the third time that Becky Illingworth has been denied, and Will Coombs this time. And they just they've just identified that the need to get into that defensive play. The Sharks, they are absolutely leaving nothing out there, and 3 times Illingworth has been denied.
Yeah, it looks like the Northwest had their number there a little bit. It's just really good scramble defence there from Will Coombs to stop him, and now the Sharks are getting on a lovely...
So overstepping the mark, and they've got to play. So if this is your first time watching touch, then you've got to play the ball from where you get touched, and that was over the mark by at least a metre from the Sharks, and it's given the Northwest team a fantastic setup.
Yeah, that's a really good sub as well. They sacrificed a touch to get fresh players on. This is the danger man here. Ted Wilson working with Matthew Hawkery and Jake Rigby. Matthew Hawkery's got the ball now. Really good defensive touch there.
Defence comes in from Samuel Davis.
They go again. Matthew long ball. Becky's got unlucky.
This time Illingworth, the ball just rebounded off her head a little bit. But it was a nice pass that was out there, but we can see that this time the Sharks go back to their mark, and it slows all the momentum down, and it gives the Northwest team the opportunity to press.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Ted Wilson, we saw his attacking prowess, and his just pressure in defence has forced that fumble. And now Hawkrig is going to go for the dive again. No, Illingworth just can't grab it in this time, loss of control.
Yeah, there's a call from the Northwest sub-box there saying use your 6 touches, Matt. That was his first touch on a striking set. Maybe should have taken the touch there, surrendered it on the line, reset for another attacking attempt rather than trying to force it off first.
But especially because the Sharks, the last time they were in that position, the Sharks lost a player to the sin bin. You know, their discipline was really called into question by the Northwest. So a little bit more patience perhaps, and it's given the Sharks the opportunity to get a roll on. And here they go into the half. It's a heavy touch, slows Georgina Dick down somewhat, and Dick now comes back in, feeds it off to Vince Parker and Charlie Steed. Back to Parker. Charlie Steed, who whose number 1 shirt at the University of Surrey was retired over the summer, because Charlie single-handedly got that University Touch Club back up and running, and to the point now that they were struggling from one team to now have 2 healthy teams in the University National Touch Series and soon to be University Touch Championship as we go into 2023 Bucks calendar. So great work from Charlie, but it's also great work from the Northwest to sidestep, just to go round that Sharks blitz defence, and they've obviously identified that in the sub box, and now it just comes back inside from Sam Grinter to Matthew Crossley, and that just really worked Vince Parker massively in defence, forcing him to run those extra metres when he thought the touch would have been on, and that's the way to get past that defence, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think in that situation, Northwest have done exactly what they should have done. Nice strike dump, nice scoop, and trying to manipulate defenders. They just need to shut this transition down. This is where they're struggling. This is where they're rolling. There's calls from the sub box telling them to get up in defence. It's really nice hands there. Leaves the winger on a 2-on-1. Really well finished. Lovely ball back inside. That is beautiful from the Sharks. Really lovely score.
Tom Hall goes over for the try, and combining lovely play, as Joe was saying, with Chloe Hill, unselfish from the winger to get the ball back inside, drawing the final player, committing the defender, and then that's just opened the space up for the Sharks to go back in front by 1. This is an absolute humdinger of a way to start your Sunday.
Yeah, there's no slow starts here. 15 minutes in, 3-2 to the Sharks. I think if you're told Northwest that they could have gone in at half-time, level or one down, they would have taken that every day of the week. This is a really strong strike spot they've got on now. Rich Barningham at the line. Unlucky, I think he was trying to buy the penalty. Doesn't come off.
Oscar Davis and Samuel Davis shutting down the space in that middle in the middle of the park there for the Blades, for Northwest. And Davis is there again, but
that's what we're looking for. That's what we're looking for. This is why Northwest need to keep the ball in their hands when they're down here. They're milking penalties from an ill-disciplined Sharks defence.
So you've got to, both get back to the try line, but also make sure that you keep on advancing in that area of the field. So it's multiple things for the defence to think about, and that doesn't include, following where the ball is and keeping a structure going. And we can hear referee Ray McFarlane saying you've got to make the line. It's 2 feet on or behind the whitewash. So if you attack intelligently, ask a lot of questions,
ball.
and it goes wide to Becky Illingworth.
Ooh, that's a heavy contact. That is a heavy contact by the Sharks defender. I think that's Harry Richards.
And Chloe Hill. That was the double defender this time on Illingworth. And it's a 5th touch.
This is 5th touch. I think Becky is really unhappy with the lack of a call there. I think she thought that was going to be a hard touch. Although Bex Holmes going for the line. Unlucky. It's a really good heads-up play there from Bex.
Yeah, good defence there once again from the Sharks. They're really working hard over to their right. Oscar Davis now gets the ball going forward, and the Sharks now get some pace going. Their transition plays very, very slick. Davis, who was coaching the girls' 18s as assistant to Andy Pennicid, his regional lead, and if Andy's watching from the States, a very good morning to you. Make sure that you get yourself some coffee for the day as the half goes through from the Sharks. That was Vince Parker.
Matt Hawkrig has made a diving touch to stop that score. The ref has just called it. Matt's called the touch. I think it's going to get given. There's a bit of disparity here between the players and the ref.
And it's been thrown. It's actually been a penalty there for throwing away, given by referee Brendan Harrington, because Ben Robertson thought he'd scored. I know the referees are closer than we are, but that did look, he did look as if he got that down, but the covering touch, as you say, from Matt Hawkrig, that's stunning.
Yeah, Matt does that all day for Crewe. All day for Crewe. He's one of those, that's a killer. That's a killer. They put all that hard work in. Matt's made a spectacular touch, and they turned the ball over immediately. Sharks will be licking their lips here. They smell blood in the water, excuse the pun. Excuse the pun, we've got to get a couple in. It's a really nice pick up there. He's in behind.
This time the ball's hit the ground, and there's no debate about that one as Charlie Steed. But once again, Vince Parker has shown that he's got the ability to scoop and go all the way through to the end of the goal zone.
Ted Wilson. That's what you need. That's what you need. If you want to get out of trouble in your transition, rely on someone like Ted Wilson, who's got the feet and the pace to get you out of that trouble. This is a beautiful striking opportunity now for Northwest.
Vince Parker there on the touch. And he had to be. That was absolute desperation stakes because Ted Wilson was away. We saw some magnificent feet from Harry Richards earlier, and Ted Wilson's done the same just there. But Charlie Steed dives in on the defence.
It does seem like for the Sharks, they're defending brilliantly as individuals, but it's all quite last ditch. If you're Northwest, you're enjoying that. Looks like you're getting success. You need to keep that momentum going forward. Don't turn over the ball needlessly on their line. Stop their transition, and you'll be in this one.
And here come the Sharks up to the halfway line through Lois Lau. And now it's Daniel Eagleston. And now it's Will Coombs, and they're building up some momentum as Eagleston looks to go round the left wing and just gets stopped. Touch comes in from Charlie Wood.
Yeah, they keep trying to scoop around the outside of Charlie Wood, and I don't know if they know who Charlie is, but he's got pace to burn. I think that's the wrong place to be trying to strike. It's sort of playing into Northwest hands whenever Charlie's on the pitch. But it seems like Northwest have managed to fix their transition to an extent. They're finding a lot more joy. They're over halfway. This is 4th, 5th come in. They're looking at Ted to scoop. Ted is scooping. That's unlucky. Jake Ruby just not quite on the same page.
Lois Lau showing all of her experience to shut that attack down. And that, all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, it seems, is the first half done and dusted. That's 3-2 to the Sharks. It's breathless stuff.
Yeah, it's a really good way to start the day. There's no slow starts here. This is a really fast-paced game, really competitive. As I was saying before, if you told Northwest they'd go into half-time, 3-2 down, looking really, really strong, they would have taken that every day of the week.
There's still going to be a bit of chat here on the sub box in front of us, just as to how they can nullify or bypass that Sharks blitzing defence, because it's going to be it is a real struggle at the minute.
Yeah, it's looking like the Sharks are managing to get on the outside of the Northwest midfield press, which leads them to make lots of yards up their sub box, which means that they're in behind the Northwest defensive line. If they can squash over a little bit more, trust themselves, I think they'll be able to nullify this transition.
Yeah, it's a bit of a worrying sign for the Northwest in front of us, because a couple of their female players are on the floor. Becky Illingworth, who's had 3 tries denied by desperate defence and another couple by fumbles, and then on our right hand side, I can't quite see who that is, who's getting some
Bex
deep
Holmes.
breaths in. Bex Holmes, who was with the mixed 18s as part of their coaching staff in Vichy a couple of weeks ago at the Junior Touch Championships, and she's obviously feeling a little bit tender in her lower back, just giving that a bit of a roll. As Alistair from PFT is giving a good bit of a chat to the Blades.
Yeah, I think the overriding point from AJ here is play your touch. Play your touch. Stop playing into the Sharks' hands by throwing the ball around and putting yourselves under pressure in your own transition. Play your structure, work hard, run hard, and they're in this, and I completely agree. I think if they can fix this transition, both in attack and defence, I think they'll be good.
And from the Sharks' perspective, 3-2 up, but they've left a couple out there. Charlie Steed fumbled over the goal line, and Ben Robertson was denied in probably the most contentious decision of the first half. In terms of, from their perspective, it's more of the same, really.
Oh, definitely. I think if you're the Sharks, you're looking at your transition to get you joy. That's where they've had the most success from. I wouldn't necessarily be focused too much on line attack, because it looks like they're trying to run in strange areas where Northwest are very strong, but in their transition, it's unstoppable at times.
7.5 hours of uninterrupted, top quality English touch rugby action from the University of Nottingham's Riverside Sports Complex today. Day 2 of the Opens Nationals, day 2 of 3. Coming up in the next couple of hours, at 10:50 we've got the men's Open game between the Northwest and the Southwest Saxons. That's followed at 11:40 by the Women's Open, as we see the Southeast Sharks for the first time this weekend, and they come up against the Midland Tigers. The Sharks are one of the other runners-up. They lost in an absolute thriller to the Taipans, and we will see the Sharks and the Taipans go head-to-head later on in the day at 2:10. But those teams look pretty nailed on for first and second, although the Northwest women, who we saw impressively beat the West Wildcats yesterday, will have something to say about that. And then 12:30 it's back to the mixed open, where we have the Southeast Taipans coming up against the West Wildcats. So it is, as you probably worked out, it's mixed open, men's open and women's open on repeat all the way through till 5:30, and then the last 2 games of the day are the quarterfinals. And in this situation, start with quarterfinals in the men's open and the women's open. Now, if you finish first and second in the pool, you get a bye straight through to tomorrow's semi-finals. So it's third versus sixth and fourth versus fifth. And these are the things where, particularly if you are, let's say in the men's open, you've got the Northwest and the Midland Tigers, who are very much going to be trying to get one of those top 2 teams behind the Taipans and or the Sharks. Or alternatively, you're really just going to see who you play in that quarterfinal. And likewise in the women's, the Northwest and it's very much, assuming they're going to finish potentially third in that, is who they're then going to play. Or it's trying to avoid the quarterfinals in the first place.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think you want to play the extra game. If you can help it, you don't want to play the extra game. You want to save your legs, save your tactics, be fresh. But that's the luck of the draw.
Yeah, because it's a cool morning this morning. It was a clear night last night, and Mitch and Tom from For Any Event, who are our event crew, were staying, and they had to get an extra blanket on last night because it was pretty cool. But if yesterday's anything to go by, then it's going to be a Scorchio afternoon, Scorchio Sunday, when we come to those games at 3 and 3:50. And teams are going to want to be back up at the University of Nottingham's campus and going for a dip in the pool at the David Ross Sports Centre in their recovery. But the mixed opens do not have that kind of luxury. Ted Wilson scored a fantastic diving try in the first half, and he's getting the ball back. No, he's not. It's going to Matthew Hawkrigg on the left-hand side. But Wilson comes on the short play, and it's shut down superbly. There's no denying that the Sharks saw that coming and shut that down, and it's a 6-touch turnover.
Yeah, so Northwest have, maybe run the wrong option off a couple of their plays on that line attack, but I don't think it's that much of a problem. This area of the pitch is where they needed to improve from the first half. Needed to improve on their transition defence, and it looks like they're doing a much better job at stunting the momentum from the South East Sharks.
Here comes Oscar Davis. The flowing locks and visor. And is that a loss of control? Yes, it is, says Brandon Harrington.
Really strong defensive touch there from Ted Wilson. That's what you need. As your individuals, make your touches and make them hard.
And he does look fetching in a multicoloured tutu. He had to wear it on the final day in Vichy. I think.
I'm sure he won't appreciate you bringing that one up.
Mate, it was all over. Too late for that. It was all over Instagram and then our highlights video from the day.
I'm sure he's able to live that one down.
Oh, he's fine. I think it was a very enjoyable but very hot weekend in France as England took home 3 gold medals and a silver.
Oh, Rich Barningham's found the gap.
Lois Lau.
Oh, really good shot there. I wonder if Rich should have dived early, get really low, but I'm sure he'll learn from that.
And Lois Lau is one of the best operators in the game, one of the most experienced here in England. Mainstay of the London Eagles club and South East, and also the international team, and she's very much, I'm not going to say the elder stateswoman of this South East Sharks outfit, but she's very much driving the play, setting the standards, and the Sharks are living up to it as one of the youngsters. The 22-year-old Charlie Steed, recent graduate from the University of Surrey, but this time it's just fumbled by Vince Parker. So it's 9 games today. I was looking at a different team sheet.
So this is a much better transition here from the Northwest. They've made a lot more yards off touch 1. It means they can afford to take a lazy touch 3 up the box to get people on safe and secure. And now this is 5th coming now. You're going to look at Sam Grinter to have a look at either quicking or going for the scoop.
And here come Northwest, and it goes to Bex Holmes. She's up and about, and all of a sudden now we're going to see some pressure be put on the Northwest, and vice versa, as Holmes and Matthew Crossley push up, but Parker's gone round Annie Ainscote, and that was...
Oh no, he hasn't.
Well,
I think Annie called a yes/no, which is an immediate penalty because it stunts the momentum of the attacking team. Unlucky there. Northwest have got to work hard now.
Yeah, she is a very, very quick player.
And Sharks will be very frustrated with that. Very frustrated with that. Roll ball infringement, the refs having none of it. Let off for Northwest.
Bex Holmes. They just work right to left. And that's
nice.
That's a heavy touch that came in from Daniel Eagleston. And he's accepted it, and it's set up some good attacking play for the Northwest. Here comes Hawkrigg, and he finds Wilson.
Yeah, these are the two that look like they're going to make something happen. These are the two that have got that spark. Nice. Ted Wilson on the out.
We can hear the chat in the Sharks defence, and here comes Wilson on a short play. Touch comes in from Eagleston. Absolutely crucial, and there's one touch that the Northwest have got to play with here, and it's Wilson. It's a do or die Hail Mary into Hawkrigg. Touch comes in from Eagleston once again, and the Sharks have held out, but Northwest are putting themselves in the right position now.
Yeah, they are. It looks like they're numbering up a lot better on the Eagles sub move. They're not too far over to the right hand side of the pitch. They're not outnumbered now on the Sharks sub box. That's a really good touch there. I think he thinks that he's not been touched, but that's going to be brought back. That's a bit of a let off for the Northwest.
Yeah, this is just taking the momentum out of the South East Sharks, and they're being sent back to, not entirely sure why. because if you've taken the roll ball from the wrong place, then it should be a penalty. But play goes on nonetheless. Brendan Harrington's a very experienced referee. I think is that Brendan? Yeah, it is Brendan, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Brendan.
Yes, definitely with the unmistakable Southwest tones. Oh, as the dive comes in.
Oh, Jake Rigby, take a bow. That is a lovely defensive touch. Matthew Orkrig has covered 2 players there. Jake's come to just dig him out of that hole as soon as he's overcommitted. Yeah, really good stuff there.
Yeah, Samuel Davis there was weaving his way and left and right on the sidestepping. And Brendan refereed at I think 27 different events last year, coming up from beyond Exeter.
I could not do that. I do not have the energy in these legs. I will play 3 tournaments and that'll do.
Here it's a lovely scoop from the Northwest. It's kept that's fantastic hands from Richard Barningham, just managing to keep hold of the ball while he was juggling it on the scoop, but couldn't find Bex Holmes on the supporting run. And the Sharks now, once again, it's not complicated. They're playing one touch, going up through the middle and then getting the ball to their sub-box as quickly as they possibly can. And it's bypassing the Northwest. Could they change their defensive setup a little bit and just try and blitz on that far side?
Well, the Northwest on advancing, and this is what happens when you don't advance. They get the roll on. This is an easy decision for him. Really, really good score. Really well executed.
Yeah, and that's Charlie Steed who set that up for Ben Robertson, and both of them were denied a try in the first half, one by a drop ball and one by a late touch. But yeah, it just seems that it would be a bit of an unconventional defensive pattern, but the way that the Sharks are attacking and passing that ball wide right is that the best way to counter that is just to send everybody up.
Yeah, so it's actually a pattern we see quite a lot. What the Sharks are using, they're trying to avoid taking a touch in the middle, but they're engaging the players in the middle and then going around the outside. That's a lovely ball from Sam Grinter. Annie Ainscough in the corner. That's a beautiful reply, bringing it back to 4-3.
Her dad Jerry will be happy with that.
Really good hands. They're, like we were saying yesterday, they're the core rugby skills that you need.
Yeah, she's grew up in a rugby family. Jerry, who played for Orrell and Leicester in his rugby union club days back when I was a youngster. It just shows how long ago that was. But Annie is still very much in her mid-teens, part of the mixed 18s team that played in Vichy 2 weeks ago, and showing her finishing prowess, part of the Wigan Warriors club, learning her trade under the likes of Jordan Melling and Steve Melling, and the great work that's being done at Wigan. Here comes the dive from the Sharks though. Harry Richards scored a filthy try in the first half, and he came close to scoring another one just there. He's setting himself up to come on a wrap from Oscar Davis. It goes to Richards, dives, 6 touch and a turnover though. It's good defence there from Northwest, having scored, and then they've done the next thing. Next job is always the call, and it's done exactly that as Holmes takes a touch and works her way off, and Northwest put the ball through the hands, but they're finding life difficult against this Sharks blitz defence.
Yeah, they're stretching this defence though a lot more, and they're finding more space in the midfield. This is where you want Matthew to scoop. It's a bit of a static play. Can he create something? There's a nice cut, created the overlap. Ted on the outside of the female link. Just run into space. Oh, that's nice recycling. Oh, really
just needed Ainscough just to come off her wing, come on a switch, and just fix that Sharks defence and bring the play back. Just maybe a little bit of inexperience there from the teenager.
Yeah.
But that will all come with time, and you just get that by playing at this level against really experienced players that the Sharks have got. Here comes Charlie Steed, young but still experienced, and on the scoop is Vince Parker. The two of them have been really dangerous for the Sharks. The pace that they've got coming on that scoop, we've seen it time and again throughout this competition, that if you've got that pace to come through on the scoop. Matthew Hawkrig's another one for and Ted Wilson, but they're both coming off as the Blades, does Northwest, rotate their pods to set things up. And
I think Richard spotted a gap on the outside. It's good yards made. That's a really good result there. That's a really good result. They've got 6 more. They're essentially on the line. They're going to take 1 touch to get there and then look to set up their strike plays.
Bex Holmes pointing the way for Jack Slesser. And now it's Richard Barningham. Holmes takes the touch, and now Barningham
Looks like Rich is finding space on his shorts, but he's just not quite executing it. You know, he's either needs to look at the dumping player splitting short side, or he needs to look for the early dive. This is better. They're sending a sweep around to the blind side. This is Rich. It's a bit congested. That's a shame. This is going to be fifth coming up.
Yeah, so cramping defence by the Sharks. They absolutely, you covered 4 of their 6 players in the space of about 10, 11, 12 metres, and it shut the Northwest team down. They saw what was coming and they absolutely nullified it. And now they've got the ball back 30 metres out from their own line and immediately get that ball going. As Joe was saying earlier on, they're engaging the Northwest players but without taking the touch, fixing them and then fizzing the ball down the line and getting some momentum going. As Lois Lau, the perennial hot stepper, gets Sharks onto the front foot, and can they exploit it now?
Oh, that's lovely. That is lovely. It's a really, really nice score. It's engaged both the middles, taking them one way, taking them the other. Dummy to sell the defender, and then finishing. If you're the Northwest, you're a bit disappointed with your defensive set there.
Yeah, Daniel Eagleston, it was easy to forget on that play how quickly it was that he was the half and couldn't score, but he dives, sidesteps left and right, and just, as Joe says, just fixing the Northwest defenders, and he finds Will Coombs as the support runner, and that just extends the Sharks back out to a 2-try lead with just shade over 8 minutes to play. 20-minute halves, 40-minute games, and 3 games a day for this mixed open competition, and it goes wide. And
what focus and awareness there from Annie Ainscough. The sideline ref is waving it on.
What's the call now, actually?
I think Brendan is called
a forward pass.
That is heartbreak for the Northwest there. Really, really gutting stuff.
That was a real shame, because that was a forward pass that rebounded into the Sharks defender to Ainscough, and she did very well to maintain her focus, but the Northwest now get that let off and the disappointment, and get a chance to put that disappointment aside, because the Sharks have fumbled it, and the Northwest team will start play 10 metres out from the Sharks line. They work it in field to Lucy Morris, and it goes wide out to Ainscough. Can she finish? Steps inside, works the ball out. It's interception.
This will be full length. There's not a Northwest player chasing. He's going to take his time. He'll walk this in.
Talking of walking, the Northwest are walking to the sub box, because Samuel Davis went in from 65 metres, and they are saving their energy without chasing back. 6-3 the score. 7 minutes to play.
Yeah, it's a strange one. First half, Northwest were running a really dynamic attack, getting the ball down, scooping through, finding joy. Second half, they're trying to run sweepers, 32 shorts, different set plays. They just aren't quite finding them joy. I think they need to go back to what they were successful in, which is getting the ball down quickly, getting it off the floor, and driving hard at this defence.
And we saw in the first half as well as Ted Wilson, so shutting defence comes in from Chloe Hill on Jacob Rigby. So we saw in the first half, when they stayed patient, as they got penalties and they went a player up from the Northwest. Wilson, that's the 6th touch, and it's a turnover, and they just seem to have lost their patience in and around down red zone of the Northwest. And we saw with that pass inside from Ainscough, which was a little bit telegraphed, a little bit looping, and snapped up by Samuel Davis for the long range interception. And the Sharks now are once again getting their way onto the outside, and that's a penalty for overstepping the mark, though, given by Ray McFarlane. And the Sharks have shot themselves in the foot a little bit.
In the fin. See, and this is what Northwest need. They need to inject some pace into this. That first touch is so static. They've gone sideways, made no ground.
Likewise with the second as well.
Yeah, they just need to get it going forward. It's a bit better from Ted there and Matt Hawkridge. They're trying to make things happen. Richard Barningham's now on the pitch now. We'll see if they can create something out of nothing, really. This is where you need to be looking at your strike. It needs to be dynamic. You need to go strong. That's a let-off.
Yeah,
that's a let-off.
I think they're struggling to cope with the Sharks' intensity in defence, which they seem to have overcome in that first half, but we've seen from Eagleston once again. We saw it from Samuel Davis with the interception. We've seen it from Eagleston. We've seen it from Charlie Steed, Vince Parker.
That is the difference. That is the difference. The intent in defence. The Sharks are trying to turn them over every single time. Northwest looks like it's just damage limitation at the moment, and it's killing them. There's an opportunity now on the wing. That's a really nice pass. Matthew Hawke's got the interception, took the touch. Really good stuff by Matthew. He might be able to take him down the wing. Really good yards made by Matthew Hawke, as per usual.
Ball was just on the floor, just a little bit too long there for the Northwest. Just it allows the Sharks' defence just to get back into shape. And now the Northwest are looking to set up a strike play. Exploit maybe the shooting middle, and here it comes to the right. Was that ball played at? No, it's just deemed a loss of control.
Yeah, but again, they had a touch to play with. They're just forcing it. Need to go back to where they were finding their success in the first half. Get the ball down, scoop through, see if you can get in behind that defence. I don't think these set plays are playing into their strengths right now. The Sharks are defending it really well, and this transition, this is where the game's been won, really.
Yeah, the Sharks are just attacking up there in front of their sub box at will, and that's a heavy touch as well that the Northwest have conceded, and it sets up the opportunity for a tap-off move for the Sharks as Steed finds Robertson and Parker. Robertson back to Parker. There's a change of focus now from the Sharks. Parker to Steed. Back to Parker.
Feed. Great ball back inside. That's just Northwest not moving as a unit, but brilliantly exploited by Southwest Sharks. That is amazing. Southeast. Oh, I got it right the first time.
Yeah, they're definitely. It's one of those ones where if you're the Northwest, you're going to immediately look back at this at the replay on your tablets, on your smartphones as they come off in the next hour and a half before their next game, and kind of it's not really wonder what might have been. Because I think ultimately the Southeast have just been too strong in the second half. But in terms of fixing your defence, it's going to be a big work on going forward for this Northwest team.
It's a really good defensive touch there. I think when the Northwest have run their 32 shots, as you've seen Jake Rigby just run there, the rapper is always on. The covering middle is a little bit late. That's much better from Sam Grinter. It's just a shame that the pass has gone to floor. The Northwest are appealing for 6 more. The ref has changed his decision. Really good stuff there.
Honesty from the Southeast Sharks for having played at it. And now they come on another short play. It's Wilson.
Sam Grinter's getting a bit frustrated with himself now. He knows that this team is better than this. He knows that they can expose this defence. They're just running everything a little bit too static, allowing the defence to get condensed. This is Sam on the fire up, going to step back inside. Really good defence.
Now this is what we saw earlier in the first half, is just where the Northwest have got the ability to win penalties, because they've just got that ability, and to go a player to the good. Dive comes in from Jacob Rigby, but the Sharks are there to defend.
We just haven't seen enough of this from the Northwest. We haven't seen enough of their patience, their composure. When they are patient, again, there's another really good opportunity, and I think when AJ watches this back, he'll realise that the rapper is on more often than not. And I think it's just a lack of awareness. Maybe it's a little bit rusty, first game in the morning. The opportunities are there.
And it's another penalty for the Northwest. So if the Sharks concede another, they will lose a player to the naughty step for the duration of the attack, which is exactly how the Northwest scored in the first half. So just a little bit of patience needed from Northwest, and Wilson sets it up, and Hawkrig comes in. It's the two players. Oh, he's dived for the line and taken the defender, and gone straight into the defender's midriff, and fair play, she's got up.
I think in Union you call that a mismatch.
I think you call it a mismatch. Wherever the ball just goes left from Ted Wilson, hits the deck, you can see his frustration. It wasn't able to be brought in by Millie Cullen.
The hoot is about to go. I think Northwest will be frustrated with this. They had a really good opportunity there. I think they just lost the game for themselves. Really good work by the Sharks, exposing and exploiting the cracks in the Northwest defence. I think the Sharks will be really happy with that. They'll go on throughout the rest of the day, buzzing with confidence.
Thanks to Joe for your insights over the last 40. We're going to take a little bit of a breather, and coming up in a couple of minutes' time is the men's open between the Northwest and the Southwest Saxons. Do not go anywhere.
I believe you two
I also got Matt wiping out that
Everything new to be old. We don't care. Referee's already got a bit of Stone Roses, Guns N' Roses, ACDC. Ready to go for the next interval. If you want some songs, give a shout. Get it on for you. Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2-minute warning. Players and officials, this is your 1-minute warning. Players and officials, 1-minute warning.
I got 5, you said I got 4.
Players and officials, stand by.
Into the men's open we go. It's the Northwest in the black and burgundy, playing from left to right. They're going to be Receiving not receiving because it's not really a kick-off. They're going to be defending the first tap-off, the Southwest Saxons, in blue from right to left. And if you look at the various results from yesterday, because both of these teams played the two Southeast teams. Northwest lost 12-5 to the Sharks and 10-9 to the Taipans, which was a game we had here on Field 1, was the game of the day yesterday. As a dive comes in from the Saxons. Number 2, that's Edward Boynton, whereas the Saxons lost 13-2 to the Sharks and 19-4 to the Taipans. And, this is, and even just from that alone, because the Saxons also, their day didn't get any easier because they played Midland Tigers, who are one of the other fancy teams in this division, and they lost 13-2 to them. So, whereas the Northwest beat the West Wildcats in their third game yesterday. So, it's one of those games where Joe Wright, co-commentator all day, my name's Chris Wearmouth. Joe, on paper, this is Northwest for the taking.
Yeah, the only thing that I think will lose Northwest this game is if they try and overcomplicate things for themselves. I think if they stick to their basic structures, run hard, run really direct, they're going to get a lot of success here. Ben Meakin has started as he left off yesterday, really loud in defence, marshalling the defence, almost being intimidating to the south, to the Saxons when they're in their attack. Really nice defensive touch there from Adam Brimlow. Northwest just want to shut this out, get a really, really fluent transition going, and hopefully roll onto the attack.
I can't work out whether Ben Meakin, as we see this attack from the Saxons, as Chris Wade goes on the scoop and can't score as the half. I can't work out, just looking at Ben Meakin's shorts, does he pull those up for aerodynamic purposes, or he does it just because he's done to show off leg day?
I think he just loves his quads. And you know what, if you had quads like that, fair enough. You could call him Quadzilla, any of those, Lord Farquad, any of those I reckon are all applicable to the size of Ben Meakin's legs.
Here come the blades, that's a
heavy
physical touch that comes in.
The referee's got that, he's really hot on these sort of things, really good stuff. Beautiful transition though from the Northwest, really dynamic, really aggressive. They're going to buy those penalties if they can all day.
Referee Dan Harrison, he's one of those players who really does not take any back chat from teams. That was Andrew Smyrn who came on the heavy touch to concede it.
Yeah, the ref just reminding them that is the limit. They want no more chat than that. They want no more negativity on the pitch. And they also need to be physical in the roll ball, which I completely agree. We love referees like that who promote the physicality.
Robert Taylor was looking for a long pass, and he's come to go to the short ball this time as the Saxons defend that from the Northwest. It's Action Girasinia. Sorry?
What a name.
I know,
he sounds like a superhero. That's
but
amazing.
He was part of the England Lions mixed 30s team at the European Touch Championships, who were improved as a scratch team. They ended up beating the senior team.
Oh, nice.
In their mini, because all the teams played each other 3 times, and they went from losing by 4 to losing by 1 to winning. So the Lions did fantastically well at Highfields a couple of weeks ago. Part of the Bristol club is Akshan Girasinia, and the Southwest Saxons draw players from as far afield as Bristol and all the way down into Cornwall and Bournemouth. It's a massive areas. If you've ever driven the M5 on holiday from Bristol down towards Exeter and beyond, you know perfectly well that in the summer months it's not easy to travel for training.
Oh, that's a really good drive here. It looks like they're getting a really nice roll on. Marcus is trying to put a dominant touch on Sam Dixon, but Sam Dixon's having none of it. Really strong in his work. Brimlow going back over to the open side, got him back short side. Oh, if he could have just gathered that in, Mike Rice, if he could have just gathered that in, he could have got the ball down, but it's unlucky. Northwest is showing some positive signs though here.
Ewan Galvin comes in on the touch from the Saxons wing. And
Mike Rice has gone through, he's found the space. I think he thought he was half. I think that was going to be given as a score.
That is being given as a score.
It's a bit of a strange opening score. Looked like everyone had stopped for a second, but really nice stuff.
I think the Saxons thought he was the half as well, and just left him to run their mirrors defence and to man on man to look for the defenders, or to look for the attackers, who are trying to work themselves clear. And it's just a little bit of a break breakdown from the Saxons defence.
Yeah, Saxons going to need a reply here. They look like they've tried to run really dynamic at the Northwest, which is exactly what you've got to do. You need to get them moving backwards to find some success. But they're forcing it a little bit too much. Cooper Bainbridge with the interception. Touch zero.
Yeah, zero touch there for the Northwest, and Sam Thorpe, who we saw get more and more confident through the day under the tutelage of Ben Meakin, and we can hear him from here. The instructions for the rest of the team. Robert Taylor, one of the other experienced players, number 9. They've got this, the Northwest have got this combination of experience and youth through their team as they go on the scoop.
Cooper Bainbridge, get the ball down. Matthew Bates scooping through, exposing hard tucking middle from the Saxons. Goes straight through, finds the short side. Cooper Bainbridge, easy dot down, come as you like.
That was one where there was no breakdown in the Saxons' defence. It was purely shredded by the speed and accuracy of that Northwest attack, and they are now 2 tries to the good. It's not to say the Saxons haven't been throwing everything at the Northwest, but they've just been undone at the other end of the field as they come. Now it's Jack Corrie there, just gets touched going round on the outside. He's can't get past the Northwest, and there was a covering defender for the winger as well to cut off the pass. But here come the Saxons. Long pass goes out to Dan Thompson, and just the winger fumbles at the crucial moment. I think he would have been touched anyway by the covering defenders. Northwest are working hard in defence, close to their line.
Yeah, what's impressive about the Northwest defence at the moment is they're numbering up perfectly. Southwest are trying to move them around, they're trying to expose them, trying to create mismatches on individuals, but the Northwest just numbering up, moving as a unit. This is Cooper Bainbridge linking up with Adam Brimlow, trying to go around the outside. Not a lot of joy there. They're going to need to get a dynamic roll on so they can get a lovely scoop. There's a 32 short coming through.
Here comes Brimlow, and he feeds it off to Sam Dixon, and now it's Brimlow again. Touch on the 6th touch comes in from Ed Boynton, and that is a turnover for the Saxons, who hold out then. But we saw there from Brimlow's ability just to dance back inside, just to be quite light on his feet for a big bloke, and he's able to just to step around the defender and get some go forward ball for the Northwest. It's going to be, they're asking quite a few questions of this Southwest Saxons defence, and so far it's 2 to the Northwest. And here comes a scoop from the Saxons, and it's making the Northwest defence go left and right, and it's Andrew Smearden, and he was the person who set up that initial attack, combining with Chris Wade, and Smearden just gets touched over on that far touchline, comes in again and just makes a bit of a touch, and they're putting some defence forward into the Northwest faces. Max Pavlovitz, and he comes again, Pavlovitz, and it's the Northwest team are keeping the ball alive nicely, but they're running out of touches in their own half, and that's a turnover. Is it a turnover?
Then the ref is just going to tell them to retake the ball. Oh, it's a penalty.
Penalty for
in and around the ruck.
Yep, interfering around the play the ball, and Sam Thorpe gets things going. Ben Meakin.
Do you know what's remarkable about Ben Meakin? The fact that he can run as hard as he can and be shouting orders at the same time. He is the most vocal touch player I think you will ever meet. I don't think there's a moment on the pitch where he's quiet, and I think if there is, something's going wrong. It's really, and it must be enjoyable to play with, because you always know where he wants you, what he wants out of you, where to strike. I think we're just waiting for the referees to make a decision whether that was a hard touch or not. I believe it'll be given. Ben Meakin's a big lad. I don't think he gets pushed over for no reason.
Yeah, I think they are, yes, definitely giving a heavy touch on this one, and that's the second time they've body checked like that. As you say, Ben Meakin is a big guy, 6 foot plus, and that's a force sub comes in on Andrew Smearden. That's the second heavy touch he's given in this first half.
I think what's killing the Saxons at the moment is they're making touches with straight arms, which is it's an easy penalty. That's Sam Thorpe getting the ball down, lovely. Ben Meakin engaging 2 defenders, finding the hole in between the middle and the link. Sam Thorpe ghosting in. Beautiful score.
Dan Thompson came in really, really quickly to try and affect the touch, but he's too late there as the 16-year-old Sam Thorpe, playing mixed 18s in Vichy a couple of weeks ago, and he's playing in the Northwest Men's Open, and he's got a big grin coming off. He knows, and he's getting the congratulations of his teammates, especially his mentor, Ben Meakin.
Yeah, I think it's easy to forget when you watch this Northwest side that there are so many young players in there. Now you've got Sam Thorpe, Sam Dixon, Cooper Bainbridge. Ben Grinter's not old by any stretch of the imagination. This is a young side, and they're hanging with some of the most established players in the UK. So we move. This is brilliant. Saxons are trying to reply here. Marcus on the out, just trying to force it.
The ball just hits the deck. Just to emphasise that point, Cooper Bainbridge, number 5, he's only 17. Sam Thorpe is 16. Sam Dixon is only 16 as well. And whereas Robert Taylor's 29, Jordan Cross 32, and Meakin is 31. So there's this real disparity in ages between the two, between the youth and experience within that Northwest, and it's loss of control. Though they are in control on the scoreboard, and we can hear the reaction from the Southwest Saxon sub boxes. They will resume play just inside the Northwest half. And as a touch comes in from Mike Rice, vocal, and it's forcing the Saxons to look for something maybe a little bit different from what they were trying to set up. Action Jarasinia gets the ball back. He's pointed in the right direction by Charlie Meredith, and then comes the dive from long range. It's James Webber.
Really good score, really low dive. I think the defence was just retreating a little bit too much. Again, that score comes from an unforced error in the midfield, trying to play around the Saxons a little bit too much. That makes it 3-1, and the Saxons will have a boost of confidence.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a chat between Adam Brimelow and the referee in terms of that score, because he thought he made the touch, but James Webber, absolute textbook ankle-biting dive there. Dive out from long range, one-handed.
Brilliant hands there from Jake Morris. Ben Meakin goes open side. There's a hole in the defence. That'll be 6 more. Really good stuff there. Northwest will use all of the touches in this set to try and get a score.
Chris Wade, so close to an interception as well. Just rebounded. And Meakin is calling for the setups.
The Saxons are retreating there. It's been called. Quite a lot of the Saxons players that aren't being engaged by Ben Meakin and the ball are just dropping way too early. It's an easy decision for the referee. They're going to get that every single day of the week.
Yeah, just incited by the way that the Northwest team moved that ball about, and just it shows that the ability of just a little passing here and there just around the defenders can bring about a penalty.
Yeah, I think that just goes back to engaging the touch on your terms, being the dominant force. Not letting the defence manipulate you in the way that they want, manipulating the defence because you've got the ball. Saxons are going to try and transition here now. It looks like it's a lot better transition. This is 5th coming, so they're going to need to scoop off this. He goes for the scoop, goes open side. Oh, the overlap was on. It's just a low pass.
Yeah, the ball dives before it can get to Jack Corrie.
Ben Meakin's coming off a little bit laboured. You hope that he'll be okay. He's a really influential player for this Northwest side, a leader and a playmaker. Although that's Ben Grint going through the middle. Beautiful right foot step. Has he got the pace to go through? Really good decision making.
Not quite. Just stays patient, sets things up. It's Robert Taylor, and he finds Matthew Bate, and Taylor wide out to the wing.
Yeah, really nice score, Bobby Taylor. Get that, put that one in your bag.
Jordan Cross finishes things off. And no debate about that one in terms of the ball down before the defender gets there.
It's not a time to be a hero. It's time to be courageous. Look up for that ball, get hit, we'll reset it.
Ben Meakin again showing why he's a leader in this team. Just giving some really constructive advice to Sam Thorpe. Telling him to back himself, engage the defenders and then give the pass. Really nice stuff.
Here's Jurasinia, sets the play up on the 7, and Chris Wade sends the ball to the right. Andrew Smearden, who was 4 subbed earlier in the half, and he goes for a dive on that far side, but the ball hits the deck. So the defender comes in for that 6th touch, and it's a turnover. But the Saxons are playing some aggressive defence, but the footwork is just filthy from the Northwest this morning. If they were out in the clubs of Nottingham last night, then hopefully they weren't. Yeah. But if they were, they brought their dancing shoes here to the Riverside this morning.
Well, it looks like they could all do salsa at this rate. It's lovely. Sam Grant making extra yards, Bobby Taylor. Oh, that is just an unforced error. You want to just be taking those in, get the ball down, move forward, roll the defence. The Saxons have got a good opportunity to launch a transition into an attack now.
This one, the Saxons have really come out this morning determined to make a statement themselves after having had 3 big defeats yesterday. And while they're behind on the scoreboard, there is absolutely no doubting their commitment on both sides of the ball. And they've got a couple of touches with which to play on or around the 7-metre line of the Northwest. And they set the play up coming on the wrap, but he's ignored his Marcus Evans, and instead
Bobby Taylor.
Ryan Atwood goes left, doesn't fool Bobby Taylor, the experienced Wigan warrior.
Bobby's one of those players where his brain is just phenomenal. You know, he knows exactly where he wants to do, exactly how to manipulate a defender. It's not often that you see him make mistakes, and when he does, he immediately endeavours to make up for it. It's a really good defensive set, leading into a really positive transition.
And here come the Northwest, and is fixing the defenders is Luke Lawrence, but he takes the touch this time, and here comes Adam Brimelow. Ball goes wide, and that's going to be a penalty, I think, for a late pass. Yes, indeed. And the Saxons scramble for the turnover and get the ball back, but they're up against it because Lawrence is in the face of Marcus Evans, the Cheltenham Tiger. And it's all just a little bit pedestrian now from the Saxons. They're just struggling to get the momentum going forward. You know, we saw in the previous game just how vital it is to put some acceleration momentum together. And here comes Akshan Girasini, but he's touched as the half, and that's a roll ball turnover. But
yeah, I think that's just been given a penalty for not returning the ball as quickly as he possibly could. The referees have been really hot on that this weekend. I think that's going to continue through Monday as well. They want a really fast state of play. They don't want teams or individuals maybe manipulating the ball to their benefit.
Yeah, we saw in that previous game between the Southeast Sharks and the Northwest in the
Sam Thorpe linking up with Cooper Bainbridge. Those are the two 16-year-olds linking up. Exposing on the outside, ball from Ben Grinter.
Bainbridge just gets touched on the way past. But we've seen the value of getting onto the outside and some pace and momentum going forward, and we've seen that again from the Northwest Men's Open. There's Meakin on the 5th touch, fizzes it out to Bainbridge. What a pill!
Woo! Pill! Oh, unlucky. It's going to be given forward by the sideline ref.
No.
That is a nightmare. I wonder if this will be a penalty for throwing the ball away as well, like we saw in the last game.
No, I don't think that will, because that ball's been returned pretty quickly, because they genuinely thought that Bainbridge genuinely thought he'd scored, because that ball absolutely fizzed out like a champagne cork that'll be released out at the Belgian Grand Prix later on this afternoon. But instead it's a penalty.
That's a lovely little segue, that. Yeah, that's an easy penalty.
Have that on your Sky F1 and have us as your second screen. There you go.
Yeah, happy days. Happy days. And if you're a Nottingham Forest fan, you can have 3. Get 3 on.
Yeah, get your Super Sunday on one, because Forest are playing on Super Sunday, as are Newcastle and Wolves at 2. And I'm going to have my eye on that one.
Yeah, Sky Sports, eat your heart out. Here you are, there's some free publicity for you.
But make sure you keep the England Touch YouTube channel on as your second screen all day, because we've got some fantastic touch rugby coming up. That's as clear as you like in terms of a not square roll ball. You've got to at least come close to playing the ball with your shoulders parallel with the goal line, and that one, the shoulders were more parallel with the sideline, and that's why that attack was ended. It's now the Northwest getting some good momentum going forward through Bobby Taylor, and ball comes inside now to Robert Crawford. We've not mentioned his name very much so far this game. Quietly effective. That's
is it been ball away? Beautiful stuff. I thought that Sam Grant had just took Matt Bate had just took the ball off of, was it Sam? Yes, it was. Sam Grant had just took the ball off of Bobby Taylor, hitting a really nice link wing hole. But Sam Grant picks the ball up, throws it over the top, says if we can't score one way, we will score the other. Happy days.
And this time that ball was not forward. And now it's the Southwest Saxons who are attacking towards the River Trent end here at the Riverside Sports Complex. And there's no fault in their effort, but James Webber, who scored their only try of the game so far, And they're just struggling just to take things, just to open things up in this Northwest defence, and that brings the half to an end. And it's the Northwest who are comfortably leading this one going into the half time. But the Saxons are going to have another play because there was a penalty there. So they're going to try and run one final play. Charlie Meredith tries to fling the ball inside to Andrew Smearden, but this time it's an end of the half, because you can't finish the half in a penalty, but you can when the ball hits the deck. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes' time for the second half of this game. Northwest comfortably in control of this one against the Southwest Saxons. We'll be back with a cup of tea in our hands. Hope you've got one at home too, or wherever you're watching around the world.
Players and officials, 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2-minute warning.
Other fixtures from that opening round of the Mixed Open, we saw the South East Sharks beat Northwest 7-3. Elsewhere, Midland Tigers beat North East Raiders 10-3, and we will see the Raiders later in the day. And then the other game was between the West Wildcats and Southwest Saxons, and we'll see the Wildcats as well later today. They beat the Saxons 10-2. Other games still to come in that competition today. We will have this Taipans against the Wildcats here on Field 1 on the live stream at 12:30. Meanwhile, the Sharks will play the Saxons and Northwest will play the Northeast. That's all at 12:30. And then at 3 o'clock we will have the Saxons against the Raiders, which should be quite competitive. The two teams are playing, may have had difficult games elsewhere, but they will be very evenly matched when they come into the game here. And elsewhere, the Tigers will play Northwest, and the Sharks will play the South East Taipans. And then at 3:50 we're going to go into the quarterfinals. And the way the competition works is that the first and second place teams in the Men's Open and the Women's Open competitions go straight through to Monday's semi-finals, The third, fourth, fifth and sixth teams go into a quarter-final today, and here on Field 1 we'll have the fourth v fifth in both the Men's Open and the Women's Open quarter-finals. So Northwest could be one of those teams in that quarter-final here on Field 1, because they're vying with the Midland Tigers. And we saw a fizzing pass from Ben Meakin drift forward, should I say, in that first half. That one goes backwards to Jake Morris, and now Meakin goes wide.
Unlucky. I think that's might have just drifted forward.
They've just given us a loss of control.
Jordan Cross trying to get on the end of that.
Stretching at the absolute maximum, but that ball absolutely fizzed.
Yeah, I think you might have to be 7 foot tall to reach onto the end of that one. That was a really, really powerful pass. Just a little bit too far in front of Jordan Cross.
We've seen Ben Meakin be really, I think, is that in comparison to previous years, this Northwest team is a little bit, not going to say underpowered, but lacking the experience of the likes of Jordan Melling in particular.
Yeah, well, if you think about this Northwest side, they're actually missing a fair few players. They're missing Josh Ingram, Jordan Melling, Toby Phillips. Toby Phillips probably the more notable absentee, but they're more than making up for it with the new players that they've brought in. Mike Rice, Luke Lawrence, the young lads.
The two Sams, Thorpe and Dixon, as Thorpe works his way off after having taken that pass from Ben Meakin. Another experienced player, Bobby Taylor, finds Sam Grant, and Grant now goes to the left.
Passive link, that's lovely. Out to Bobby Taylor, out to Jordan Cross even. It's just a brilliant covering touch there.
Andrew Smearden take a bow on that defence. That's dedication in the defence.
Yeah, maybe the pass from Matt Bate needed to be a little bit flatter, got from A to B in the most effective way possible, but if you're Northwest, you're looking at your passive links, you're getting success. These are positives, especially to take into the remaining couple of games.
And positive too from the Southwest Saxons in terms of their commitment in defence, and we can hear what that means. I mean, they're well behind on the scoreboard, 5-1 as this second half. It's 2 minutes in, 20-minute second half, so there's plenty of time to play. But this is a very dynamic sport, and plenty of time also means plenty of time to get some lactic acid in your legs, and you're going to need to stay warm. But here come the Saxons. Some lovely bit of handling from Jack Corrie there, just opened things up for the Saxons, and that is just some dummying and showing and going, and then a pass at the opportune moment there, and has created try number 2 for the Southwest Saxons. Lovely score.
Yeah, so I think the Lincolns took a little bit too hard there, left Cooper in the middle of a 2-on-1, trying to make the right decision. He's gone for the pass as the Sharks player was throwing the dummy. It's just not quite worked off for him. I think he'll be beating himself up there, but he's a good enough player. He will pick his head back up immediately, and it's on to the next job.
You're such an Alan Hansen, picking apart the defence as opposed to praising the attack.
yeah, that's the one though. That's the one. This is that's sort of my forte, really. I do quite a lot of defence, so that's the thing I sort of gravitate towards. And quite often, a good defence exploits a bad, good attack exploits a bad defence.
Jordan Cross. There's a grin on his face, but I think it's more of a grimace than a grin. And the Saxons are buoyed by the score, and then Cross fumbling the ball with the line at his mercy, and they're getting the ball wide at the Saxons.
Cooper Bainbridge, there you are, made up for his error in defence by forcing her over the mark. Really good defensive shot.
And the Saxons, the Northwest team, were just a little bit too speedy in their tap and go, and the Saxons will get a chance to have a bit of a breather and just realign themselves, having taken the tap, having been taken from the wrong place.
Adam Brimlow isn't happy with something. I'm not sure what you can be unhappy about there. You've got a repeat set of 6 on your line. Really positive.
And Brimlow, though, comes in on the short line. Pass goes to Luke Lawrence.
I think they've been told to take the touch first. It's a bit of a let off. It seems like Northwest are trying to play really expansive on first touch, even though they've got a repeat set of 6. Maybe they should play a little bit more conservative at first, second, so you can use all of the set of 6. But with the ability you've got on the pitch, you want to use it. It's a really nice long ball. Oh, unlucky by Jordan Cross.
Yeah, Jordan Cross's attempted pass inside to Mike Rice just rebounds off the Saxon player, hits the deck, and it's a turnover. And the Saxons now, through Chris Wade, are getting up to close to the halfway. Action Girasinia, the Bristol pair, combining along with Charlie Meredith, but the Bath University player just could not keep the ball in, and it's a turnover.
They're two really quick turnovers. They're forced by really positive defensive pressure, both by the Northwest and the Saxons. It's looking like this second half is a much more even affair in the midfield. I think that the Saxons have got their transition a lot smoother. Northwest are maybe trying to force it a little bit too much, leading to a couple of unforced errors, but I don't think they'll be too worried about this. They look very comfortable out there.
Here come the Saxons, setting play up, and it's Jack Corrie, who we saw his passing and sidestepping created their second try superbly, and he comes behind. Did he touch it? Yes, he did, said Dan Harrison, but that was an absolute belter of a pass, straight off the floor, even though it came to nothing.
I didn't even see it get thrown.
No, he fumbled. He went into scoop and just touched the ball, and then came back and then flinged it straight off the floor all the way out to the winger, Dan Thompson. And the Saxons, it was a fantastic pass, but it was a turnover. But hey, the Saxons now have got another turnover from a fumble from the Northwest. Actually, it's an overstepping the mark, so it'll be a tap start and a few extra metres to play with.
I think they have just been given a penalty because Adam Brimlow didn't return the ball as fast as possible. Similar penalty to the Saxons in the first half. They'll be desiring to make a difference here, at least get a score.
There's this trying to stretch the play, Marcus Evans, another England Lions player, but there's a turnover. I think it was a half turnover, and now through Ben Meakin and Sam Thorpe. Sam Thorpe is now getting the ball. Meakin, there's just a bit of a driving play coming from the Northwest team, and through Meakin they've just gone direct. They haven't replaced any players this attack, and here's going to come the scoop from Ben Grinter.
Oh, the evasiveness. That's unlucky. The referee's just telling Ben Grinter, I've seen the offside. You don't have to remind me.
Ben Grinter trying to do a Russell Wilson-esque shuffle pass to Jordan Cross. See, the NFL pre-season's already started. Had the Jaguars against the Falcons. Also on Sky. Always say the satellite providers are available, but only one of them has the NFL.
That is very true.
That was last night. And over the shoulder passing from Grinter just then, but he's trying to go the conventional route through the middle this time. Just gets touched. The Saxons staying patient in defence, and likewise in attack from Grinter. He goes to Jake Morris, and Grinter now looks for Meakin.
Lovely late cut. Really lovely score. Lovely score. They'll be really satisfied with that.
Yeah, that's just created. There's just some mesmeric running in the midfield there as Ben Meakin comes back on the line. That just freezes the Saxons' defence in a 3-on-2, and it's a fantastically created score. I know that you fixate on defence, but that was an absolute classic bit of attacking running there from the Northwest.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want from your attack. Running deep, running hard, fixing defenders, creating options for yourself. I think the Saxons might need to just run a little bit more dynamic, attacking towards the left-hand side.
And Charlie Meredith finds Girasina. And back to Meredith, and they're playing very, very close to the Northwest line. Lovely hands from Chris Wade, dives in, and they're going to get a penalty.
Yeah, that's a much better attack from the Saxons there. They engaged the Northwest defenders, didn't allow any defenders to rest on their laurels, move in the defensive line. It's a much more positive attack.
Meredith and Wade collectively find Girasina. Back to Wade, and here comes the rat play. And a dive in from Andrew Smearden. Is this going to be given? No, but that's a second penalty. And if the Northwest, and we can hear Ben Meakin holler 2 from the sideline, and
Oh, lovely little pickup
Lovely,
as well.
yeah, absolutely lovely little bit of footballing prowess there, but that's because if there's another penalty from the Northwest, as they will see a player head to the naughty step temporarily, and a ball comes wide out from Chris Wade out towards Ian Galvin, and it just dies and hits the floor, in the Northwest don't have to worry about that naughty step anymore.
Yeah, that's a little bit similar to what we saw from the Northwest mixed in the game beforehand. Just need to be a little bit more patient in their attack. Focus on their setups rather than trying to throw a spectacular ball when you've got touches to spare.
Oh, lovely handling from Luke Lawrence.
Yeah, that's lovely. Sam Dixon to Luke Lawrence. Really, really lovely stuff.
Yeah, that was not into his breadbasket, one iota, and he managed to keep hold of it. And the Northwest have a penalty, and they could run a tap move, but instead they're going to just drive it and spread and look to create some gaps in the Saxons' defence that way. Adam Brimelow finds Lawrence and gets the ball straight back, and he's winding up for a big pass, but instead sends a short one.
Oh, really nice quick phase out to Jordan Cross, but the hips just weren't square on that dump. I think that's what you get if you try and force these a little bit too much.
Yeah, the hips don't lie, and you create a mountain in doing so.
Shakira, Shakira.
It was a fantastic. Have you seen the Jennifer Lopez Netflix documentary around when they played the Super Bowl?
No, I can't.
It's a really good documentary.
Oh, that's just really good.
We've had
really good defensive
we've had some salsa steps. We've had some hips not lying. It's definitely Latin Day here at the Riverside Sports Complex. And
oh, that's a really dominant roll ball. I think that's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Mitch on the PA is taking requests, and I think we'll send him some texts in.
Yeah, we've had a lot of 80s disco this morning. It's
90s, not quite that old.
Oh, come on, reel it back.
No decade like it. Here come the Northwest, setting up through Ben Grinter, and he just freezes the Saxons' defence with the dummy, and is sidestepping the dummy to the left, the sidestep to the right, and everything's all right through the middle.
I think if you're looking at this score from a high performance perspective, you want to look at Ben Grinter's body language as he goes to sell that dummy. Every part of his body is telling the defender, I'm going to pass this ball. Ben just snaps his hips back, gets his feet back on the ground, steps away from the defender. If you're defending that one-on-one, it is a mountain.
And of course, and we'll just let this play out as Girasina goes for the line. Has he sidestepped himself? No, it's just a touch coming through on the England line. We were talking yesterday about split-second decision-making, and it's also reliant on having the defenders be ready for the ball, because the dummy's not just about the attack, about the person with the ball. It's having the defence who are aware that there's somebody outside who's going to be able to catch it, and catch it is exactly what happens out on that far left for Dan Thompson for the Saxons, but it's a turnover. But in terms of that play, those set-up plays only work when the defence thinks it's going to go.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what we call conditioning. You know, you want to condition a defence to defend one way, and then you'll always have an opposite play as an attack in your locker. So, say you want to attack short side, you attack to the narrow side of the pitch out of on the back of each set play. The defence will collect over on that short side, and then you want an open side play to expose an overlap. It's very similar to what we've seen the Northwest do. It's a beautiful step from Sam Grant. Really nice ball away. That is a lovely.
No, it's not been given. It's been given as a late pass.
A few of these nearly scores from Northwest could have been given on any other day. These are 50-50 calls, the slightest of margins.
Dan Harrison's having a good chat now, and looks like it's going to be a penalty instead to the Northwest. So there's a penalty given. There's a penalty given in that midfield. And the Northwest now, having had a bit of a reprieve, Bobby Taylor comes, and Jordan Cross this time. He can't drop it, can he? No.
Yeah, a bit of a wry smile on his face. I think he knows he should have had a couple more this game, but really nice finish. It's a really well worked score from Northwest. It's a 32 short. They fed the rapper early. The rappers fixed their man. The defence is condensed. Out to Jordan Cross. Easy score.
Yeah, and this is we talked yesterday. If you were watching yesterday, you'll have. This is like a broken record. If you weren't watching yesterday, where were you? But here we go. It's the importance of having a winger who can catch and finish things off in situations like that, which then can exploit that condensed defence.
Yeah, definitely. I think the core skills of a winger, it's arguably the most important position on the pitch. Defensively, if you make a mistake, it's probably going to lead to a score. Attacking wise, you're the one who's trying to finish them off. So you've got to be on it, you've got to be aware. Take some more rugby brain, I think, compared to maybe other positions on the pitch.
Fresh set of 6 for the Northwest, and they will play from their 10, and they start play going from their own 10-metre line. They're just coming up at 11:40. Next game is the South East Sharks against the Midland Tigers, and that's in the Women's Open competition. And we'll see if the Northwest can add plenty of gloss onto this scoreline in the last 5 minutes. Ben Grinter's dancing feet went through, but there's roll ball for the Saxons because Grinter was the half can't score, and now the Saxons. To be fair to them, I think 8-2. Northwest are definitely the better team, but 8-2 is a little bit of a flattering scoreline. Do you think?
Yeah, I would say so. I think both teams have had opportunities to score that just haven't quite gone their way. I think the thing that's won Northwest this game is just their defensive pressure. They work as a unit. The profiles of the pre and post touch is really nice. They're able to chase out to both wings in case the ball goes long. The body positions are lovely. And then it leads into a really strong transition. If Saxons have had to work so hard to get some joy in attack, it means their defence is going to suffer a little bit. When Northwest pick up that transition into a really dynamic state, it's hard for the Saxons to stop.
Girasina and James Webber combine to send the ball out to Dan Thompson, but the winger drops it, and instead of a tap-off in midfield with the score on the doors, it's a roll ball restart for the Northwest, and there's a little bit of question about the touching in midfield. But play on is the call from the referees, and everything just gets shut down by the Saxons. It all just kind of fell apart a little bit there for Northwest.
Yeah, that was a really good transition defence there from the Saxons. They ran a piston defence, so they sent 3 players up to the initial drive and then dropped 3 players back, so they were onside for the next one. It was a lot better, it was a lot cleaner. Now they've got 3 or 4 touches to play with in the danger zone.
The Saxons, here they come. Ball comes quickly off the floor to Jack Corrie, and it comes back wide right, and there's a fresh set. Is that a loss of control? No, it's a fresh set of 6 because the ball was played at by the defender who was going for the intercept.
Bobby is so vocal in defence. He absolutely loves a good defensive set. That's unlucky. I think they just got sucked in on the open side. They flashed it back short side. The Saxons are loving that score, 8-3.
Yeah, Cooper Bainbridge just couldn't get there quite in time to stop Dan Thompson scoring over on that far side.
I think the Northwest will be willing to go back and set that one right. I think they'll be a little bit disappointed about letting that one in. There are calls in the box asking them to go and get that one back.
Luke Lawrence sets things up. Ben Meakin gets the ball on a short play, immediately sends it. Lovely side step inside.
And there it is. There's the reply.
Mike Rice took the ball on the wrap from Meakin, and then he thought he was about. It looked he was going to get touched for all the world, but somehow his dancing feet. Again, back to that salsa.
Yeah, well, it was really interesting actually. I think that's by design. I saw Ben Meakin talking to Mike Rice earlier saying, take him on the arc and then straighten up. I think that's exactly what he did there, and he got his result for it.
Yeah, with a little bit of show and go as well, and that has replied things back for the Northwest. Marcus Evans finds Jack Corrie, but this time it's a little bit of an errant pass, and Northwest roll the ball and get some go forward ball going. It's Meakin combines with Luke Lawrence, and they've changed up their attacking pods a little bit. Meakin is just calling for where he wants players to go. Jordan Cross quickly inside to Jake Morris, but it just collapsed a little bit there for the Northwest.
Yeah, they had a really good roll on going into that transition attack. You don't want to give the Saxons an easy in.
Dan Thompson gets touched by Jordan Cross on the way through there, just as he thought he was getting clear from Marcus Evans. It's a nice pass and a nice running line there by the big winger. But Cross, desperate diving defence. And the Saxons look to stretch play just to create some holes in the middle.
Yeah, 30 seconds to go. They'll like to end this game on a positive. I think they're going to give that as a penalty. Yes, they are.
So Northwest are going to take the points from this, and after a couple of disappointing results against the two Southeast teams yesterday, although when you look at the relative strengths, it's no massive surprise. The Southeast teams are once again the two teams to watch in the men's open competition this weekend, and that play comes to an end as it rebounds off. The Saxons can still take some positives going forward. I think they created some dangerous threats, just weren't quite able to finish them all off.
Yeah, they got into some really nice attacking positions. I think it was just, we were saying this yesterday about some of the other teams that were playing on pitch one. It's just those 1%ers, the final connections, getting the ball down, not dropping the ball, no unforced errors. I think core skill-wise, Northwest just had a bit too much today.
Joe and I will be back in a couple of minutes' time for the next game, which is the Women's Open clash between the Southeast Sharks and the Midland Tigers.
Also, shout out to Easton. Apparently, Easton's a bit of a George Edward fan from Southwest. Back to us.
I was going to try and do it, and we always stay on top of that kind of year, so at some point I think you'll know it, and if you do it, only a bottle and flowers, it just
Players and officials, your 1 minute warning. Players and officials, 1 minute warning.
It's a long day here by the banks of the River Trent under the blue skies of the East Midlands. And at the Nottingham Riverside Sports Complex, it's time for a Women's Open clash here at the 2022 Opens Nationals, and the round-robin game between the South East Sharks in blue, Midland Tigers in white, and the Sharks are going to tap off. First time we've seen them this weekend, and they are, compared to yesterday, missing a couple of key players. Maylene Sabatier, unfortunately, injured a hand, and Bronte Sykes has got, England international Bronte Sykes has got her knee strapped up as well, and the two of them are not available to play. And the Sharks, then, it's going to be interesting to see how they get on against the Midlands Tigers, who yesterday found life difficult to break down either the Southwest Saxons or indeed the West Wildcats, although they did go on to win both games. So a bit of yin and yang. Yin from the confidence, yang from the difficulty in breaking them down. But there's nothing wrong with their defence there, as Laura Cochrane gets touched on the way through, and the Tigers have held out this first attack and immediately get the ball onto the front foot, and they're rolling straight up through the middle. Saw their energy levels flag a little bit yesterday as the day wore on, but there's nothing wrong with that from Mia Watts. A little bit of confusion there from the Tigers though, as here comes Laura Snape, and Emily Simon gets the ball off the floor, and she's looking for support, and that's a late part. It's given by referee Geordie Bitlock. And the Tigers have now got an opportunity to go forward because the Sharks have fumbled the ball. Here comes Emily Simon, and she's getting the ball straight off the floor to Lucy Snape, and back to Simon, and out to Annalise Thurley.
Good speed, really good speed. This looks like a much more energised Tigers outfit compared to yesterday. It was very tough going for them yesterday. That's unlucky though. I thought that might have been a defensive infringement. Looked like she'd left her foot in the ruck a little bit too long. A good result there for the Sharks.
And really aggressive defence now from the Tigers, and it's just looping up, and already second touch, but there's an offside given against the Tigers.
Yeah, the Sharks will use this as an opportunity to get some fresh legs on without sacrificing too many touches. Got the talisman of Dom Tripp in their sub box, giving them some leading instructions. As the Sharks try and move further up the field to try and get their transition going into full effect. This is 3 4th.
You know, I spent yesterday calling Annalise Thurley Phoebe Simon, and today 14 is indeed Phoebe Simon.
Oh, that's unlucky. You've not had a good...
The 14 is my kryptonite.
It is.
The Tigers 14, as Annalise Thurley's got a different number on, and we're just finding out exactly what that is. They've mixed and matched today. Have the Midland Tigers.
This is a really good midfield press there from the Sharks. It's a really nice transition as well from the Tigers. Just ghosting through a couple of touches, making some extra yards, so getting a bit of a roll on. They have one touch coming before it's last. That's a nice option. We go into the open side. Just a shame that the pass has gone to ground. The Sharks will look to transition into an attack here.
Not just Dom Tripp in the sub box now for the Sharks, but also is Zan Hudson as well, who is who's recovering from injury, the England Women's Open long-time captain.
The Sharks really do have depth, don't they? Just in every division, it is just brilliant, the experience that they have. The knowledge to be able to tap into, that's a nice scoop. I think that's a really nice diving touch. I think it'd be called half court.
It has half done. So Kat Jones showing all of her experience on the dive to stop Julia Unsworth coming through the middle there. And now Jones goes forward. And the Tigers, through Anna Goddard, are now up to halfway.
Yeah, the Tigers' transition is looking really fluid. They're getting on the outside of the shooting Sharks defender, making some really nice yards. This is a scoop that will come through now. Steps to open side, one pass. Unlucky, maybe the second pass needed to go to the link. Really promising size though from the Tigers.
Yeah, there's Isabel Hobson combining with Mia Watts in the middle. Mia Watts still just having been part of the girls 18s team that won a dramatic gold medal in Vichy a fortnight ago, beating Wales in 3v3, and she gave the scoring pass to Phoebe Simon, who is also part of this team today. She didn't play yesterday, she's wearing 14 today.
Really nice work there from the Sharks. They've got in behind on 5th. There's a 3-on-2. She's going to go through the hole, see if she can find the separation, find the pass. It's a really nice mirrors. I think that's ball to ground. Really good defensive work there from the Tigers.
Yeah, there was 5-on-5 temporarily there as well, as a player from each team was left sprawling in the backfield, and Laura Cochrane just couldn't find the supporting runner in time. The Tigers have held out, and now through Mia Watts get up to their 10-metre line and are looking to bring some fresh players on, but the Sharks, and they get a tap as well to go and to get those players on. They're looking to keep play alive quickly, and Lucy Snape gets onto the front foot. Now Emily Simon. It's a outside ball to Hannah McLaughlin. She was a key player yesterday. Now Phoebe Simon, who scored that winning try for the girls 18, but that's a loss of control there as she was looking to play the ball. And this one is turning into a bit of a chess match already. Nearly 6 minutes gone. I think when you looked at the respective teams' performances yesterday,
I think at the moment it's just Tigers working really hard in defence. Sharks are having to work a lot harder than they would have liked to make ground in the midfield, and then when they get onto the line, the Tigers are scrambling beautifully to negate any sort of Sharks attack. So really, yeah, like you say, it's a chess match.
Yeah, the Simon sisters combining in defence along with Lucy Snape and Hannah McLaughlin, and the four of them, the fabulous foursome, work their way off the field to the sub-box, and here come the Tigers now with a lovely position to play. Kat Jones, one of the most experienced players in the English game.
2-on-1.
She's showing that, and it comes wide out. Have we got the opening score? Yes, we have.
Really nice finish.
That's Abigail Walters here on this near side, and that was created all by that rolling play to bring the players on with momentum. Kat Jones comes off and unselfishly gives the pass. The 2-on-1, and Abigail Walters is there to make no mistake here in this left corner. 1-0 to the Tigers.
Yeah, I think that came, there was a Sharks midfield defender shot out of the line a little bit early, was told to retreat by the referee. That led to the roll, which led to the final pass going out to the winger. Really, really well executed.
James Hurd and Dom Tripp looking like nightclub bouncers with their earpieces in.
It's a very professional setup,
isn't it? And the ball comes inside. Laura Cochrane we saw come close to creating one try, and this time the pass hits the ground before it can reach Emily Irons. Really experienced women's open player for the Sharks.
Yeah, you just go down the Sharks team sheet and pick a name. The experience that it has is just phenomenal. The depth that the Sharks have in the women's division is just so commendable.
Yeah, it's just the difficult
thing.
Lovely. That's a zero touch on the halfway line, and it's a full set of 6 now that Laura Cochrane starts to play, and now Irons gets up to the 10-metre line, and it's Emily Hacking takes play on, as does Grace Purgos. Purgos gets the ball back, learnt her game in Singapore, like a lot of the Southeast players across both of their teams, and it goes wide out to the left. And this is one of those things where I know that we're celebrating having touch rugby in the Bucks calendar for 2022-23, and there's an increasing number of youngsters from Singapore who choose their universities based on the touch programs they've got, the likes of Bath, Exeter, Loughborough, et al.
Yeah, I think that there's a real surge in the Southern Hemisphere surrounding touch. I've just graduated from Derby Uni. Derby have just tried to invest into a touch program because they realise how popular it's becoming. You know, if you're looking at the Bucks calendar, if you're a university student or you're going into university over the next couple of years, I think it's going to be really important if you play touch, if these universities have access to them.
Yeah, and there's a good bit of advertising to the Far East in particular, to say Singapore. And it'll be really good as well if, as we see Kat Jones look to set something up as with the Commonwealth Games now, with a bit more flexibility that the Australians can have in terms of setting the programme if they bring touch as a true Commonwealth sport into that. As a dive comes in from Anna Goddard, but there was a touch. Great defence there from the Sharks. They're not being taken to pieces, but the Tigers are being very patient in their attack, and Kat Jones finds Hannah McLaughlin, and now Anna Goddard. Back to McLaughlin. 5th touch.
So they had a two-person overlap there on the left-hand side. I wonder if that pass could have just gone one out to maybe expose that overlap, but they move it to the right as they try to kill it in their corner. They have. Makes the Sharks transition a little bit more difficult than what they would like, but I think if Sharks can get a roll on, they'll have a really good opportunity down the other end.
I'd say it would be a true Commonwealth sport with the home nations and Singapore and Malaysia and Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, the Pacific Islands, all got very healthy touch setups, although the Fijians, I'd say, there's nothing better actually than after a game when involving Fiji, where they all have to sing their hymn and and celebrate playing. It's one of my abiding memories from the World Cup in Putrajaya, and also the number of Fijians who play in the Army Rugby Union, and I do some work with them as well, and that's just lovely. It's an absolutely brilliant thing to witness.
Yeah, I always think that the way that the Fijians and the South Pacific Islands play rugby is so suited to touch, because they try and take as little contact as possible, try and save their touches, and the feet and the hands, unplayable at times.
Tigers are 1-0 to the good, and they get the opportunity to build up some pressure because they've been awarded a penalty. And here comes Isabel Hobson and Mia Watts, and the two combine again. And here comes, I think who's that coming? Couldn't quite see the number. Here comes Hobson. And Watts now goes to the right, and it goes. It's lovely handling on the outside. Yeah, fantastic hands on that far side. And the Sharks have held out Watts in front of them, and it's a turnover on touches.
Yeah, the noise in the Sharks sub box is huge at the moment. Really encouraging the work, driving them forward, and they're going to try and sort of pull them off with their noise. Although these extra passes just giving Tigers more opportunities, repeat sets on the line. This Sharks defensive unit has now been on for 3 sets. They're going to be tired.
And you could see the frustration on Annabelle Jansen's face when the ball hit the deck from the London Eagle, because it's now the Tigers get the opportunity to bring fresh faces on, fresh legs on, and Lucy Snape and Emily Simon just have a bit of interplay just to create some space of the time for Hannah McLaughlin and Phoebe Simon to both get on, and they're just setting up a strike play. Here it comes on the 5th touch. Simon, it's just the Sharks' defence is swarming in the face of the pressure that's being piled on, and if anything, the greater pressure is coming from the Sharks' defence. Emily Crow finds Emily Irons. It's a team full of Emilys, and this time everything goes to plan as they get their transitions. Annabelle Jansen is going to be there in support. She gets the ball off the floor to Laura Cochrane, the Eagles duo. And now it's gone, it's back to Cochrane.
Yeah, they're moving these middles around really nicely to try and expose them. Both middles are promoted now. They're going to look at going and executing a strike play. This is 5th.
Isabel Thomas on the scoop. She's going to look for support. Here it comes. Ball is away, ball is forward, and it hits the deck. And it is a tap ball from the Tigers, and that is a bit of a let-off from the Sharks to the Tigers. And now the Tigers are going to need to get their transitions going so they can get some fresh legs on. Sharks defence has slowed it down a little bit, but still, here they come past their sub-box. Off goes Simon, off goes Snape, on comes Jones.
Yeah, the Sharks have got this defensive set a lot more positive. It's a lot more aggressive. They're putting the pressure on. They're stopping the transition. There's a scoop through. I think she's found the space. Really good covering by Laura Cochrane.
Laura Cochrane shuts down Anna Goddard, who was on the scoop. And the Tigers look to have regrouped. They've taken the overnight to have a bit of rehab. They've obviously used their time over dinner and up at the Cripps Hall accommodation to talk through where they want to be on day 2, and they've already stepped things up markedly compared to yesterday.
Yeah, I think they're helped by the injuries that the Sharks have. They've lost 2 really influential players, but the Tigers are making the most of it. I think that'll be given as a hard touch. That was quite brisk. I wonder if the sideline refs will overrule this decision here.
It's on comes Geordie Bitlock to have that conversation. Laura Cochrane has taken a big bang. James Hurst, their coach, is on.
Yeah, I think the Tigers are lucky to get away with that one. That looked like a shot after the ball had gone. Laura Cochrane looks visibly shaken by that.
On comes Emma Oliver. She's young but experienced. An under-18s gold medal winner from the 2019 Junior Touch Championships, but she's also played full internationals well, I say full internationals, she's played Opens internationals for England, because you get a caps at under 18, and a cap at under 18 is worth the same as a cap at over 50. It's one of the great things about touch rugby. An international is an international, regardless of your age. And now the Tigers, having maybe escaped that heavy touch, are on the front foot now, and Mia Watts, it's her 6th touch. She's got a dancing feet that goes, the ball carries on going, but the shot comes in from Georgina Burford-Taylor in that Sharks midfield. And if anything now, the Sharks are showing some massive resilience, and they're going to have to show that once again. We saw them have to go through 3 defensive sets with the same team, or the same set of 6 on, because they just couldn't clear their lines. And the Tigers now through Watts and Hobson.
The Sharks are showing a lot of heart here in this defensive set. They're not being intimidated by the fact that they've had to defend a couple. They're just doing their job, forcing errors. If they can get the transition going, it'll help them out no end.
Hannah McLaughlin's pass sails over the Abigail Walters, who has scored the only try of the game so far, and it shows you don't have to have a shootout to have a fascinating game. This is a fantastic game of touch, very, very evenly matched so far, but you wonder if in the second half the Opens experiences of the likes of Emily Irons on the ball and Emily Crow, who just dropped it, but she's played a lot of international touch in the Women's Open level, as to whether that experience is going to start coming into its own in the second half against the Tigers team, which is very, very young in very key places. Mia Watts, one of them, still in her teens. Emily Simon, just out of her teens. And Lucy Snape, she's one of these. She scored a couple of tries in a game yesterday. She doesn't score very often, she says, but she scored a couple in the game when she said it. Anyway, it's, I think she's combining, I think that's Annalise Thurley. And it's Phoebe Simon, who didn't play yesterday.
Oh, that's a very tough decision. Very tough decision. It feels like the Sharks are just struggling to get into their groove, to find a rhythm, find a tempo.
Dive comes in from Emily Simon, but so does the touch, and it's an offside player who's forced the play going to the right. And now it's another set of 6. Phoebe Simon finds Snape. Simon finds Simon.
It's a really good shoot there from the link. I think that's Emily Irons, just getting up in the passing lane, stopping the options on the outside, forcing them back into a congested area. Sharks are defending brilliantly on their line. They just need to be able to get off it at the same time.
Emily Irons gets into the face of Phoebe Simon, and it does the trick, as it gives her teammates the opportunity to get back to the goal line and reshape in defence. Dive comes in, Annalise Thurley. 5th touch.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go in this first half, and the majority of the players occurred in the Sharks area. I think if they can get their transition going, if they can efficiently get off the pitch and get fresh players on, they're gonna get some scores. But it's another unforced error from the transition.
We can see Dom Tripp, who's part of the coaching team of the Sharks Women's Open. You can see his frustration there, just by that unforced fumble, as Joe says. And you can see here just what that means for the Sharks sub-box. They erupt. Emily Irons. It's Emily Irons. Thinks she didn't get touched. Kat Jones says she did.
That's a 50-50 call there. They're really hard. Sometimes you do get those touches on the hem of your shirt or on your hair that you don't feel. It's always a tough one to take. It's always a tough one to take. You think you're away and you're called back.
And the Sharks, that's a loss of control there. This game has gone by in another 20 minutes has gone by in the blink of an eye. It's 1-0 to the Tigers, 45 seconds or so to go in this first half. But you sense that the Sharks are going to be the happier team at half-time. They've gone through repeat sets of defensive sets on their own line with the same 6 players and have just held firm. Tigers just have not been able to unlock, even if they do have the lead. They've had the majority of the pressure, but 1-0 is not going to be enough against this Sharks team. Isabel Hobson and Mia Watts combine, the youngsters. Watts finds Hobson, who finds the supporting runner.
Yeah, I think the Sharks will feel a little bit bittersweet about the way that this first half has gone. On one hand, they're going to be really satisfied with their line defence. They've held the Tigers out repeatedly for numerous sets, but they'll be really disappointed in their transition. They won't be satisfied with it, and that, I think, will be the area they focus on in their half-time team talk.
Yep. Just a quick thing in terms of one thing in attack and one thing in defence, Joe. What would you call it?
For the Sharks, I think they've just got to find their momentum getting off the pitch. That's the one area that's really killing them at the moment. They've had so many drop balls in their transition, just gifting possession to the Tigers. I've not really seen enough of their attack to comment on it. They haven't got there enough. They have not tested the Tigers' defence enough. So it's a really, really tough one. I think for the Tigers, they're running into congested areas quite a lot when they're attacking. They're running towards the stronger defenders of the Sharks. Maybe they'll look to keep the success that they had. You know, they scored going around the outside. Maybe that's the area they need to be targeting going into the second half. I think defensively again for the Tigers, we've not seen it. We've not seen them be tested enough.
Yeah, because of the Sharks' unforced errors coming out from their drive out from their own line. But we're seeing a bunch of very calm heads who are talking to the players. We've got Will Sericold now, the bearded wonder, the bearded baseball-capped wonder.
The maestro.
The maestro. We've got James Hurd talking to Emily Crow on the sidelines here as well. They're not going to panic. They're just going to keep everything nice and calm because they know if they cut out the unforced errors, they're going to ask a lot of questions. And we'll see how they get on in a couple of minutes' time in the second half from Nottingham.
Players and officials, your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2 minutes.
Coming close to the second half here at the University of Nottingham Riverside Sports Complex between the South East Sharks, and they're trailing the Midland Tigers 1-0 in this intriguing Women's Open match. It's unforced errors are killing the Sharks, and they were just having a little bit of a chat just in front of us. You could hear them say, just cut out the unforced errors and we've got this, because the Tigers are struggling to unpick despite having had the majority of defence and possession. And just we're talking about the difference in ages. I think with the Sharks, you run down their team, there's an average age, it's about 4 or 5 older than the Tigers, because once you take out Kat Jones and Lucy Snape and Abigail Walters, as you're looking at a Tigers team that's got an average age of about 21. Likes of Charlotte Lloyd, 17, Emily Simon, 20, Phoebe Simon, 18, Mia Watts, 18, Rowan Stewart, 21, Isabel Hobson, 21. Whereas the Sharks team got a little bit more experience with Emily Irons, 28, Laura Cochran, 26, Emily Crow, 27, and you just think that if they cut out the unforced errors, Joe writes on co-commentary that they will have the potential to see this game out in the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. I think when you think about South East and you think about the women's division, you have 5 or 6 really huge names in England touch that stick to mind straight away. You don't really associate those names with unforced errors. You associate them with clean, efficiency. We're just not quite seeing that. I think that's credit to the Tigers' pressure at the Sharks' transition, but this is much better. The Sharks have found joy. They're going down the outside. That's a lot better. It might have, at least it's a completed set. You're not handing the ball over needlessly. Now you want to apply the pressure on the Tigers' transition. See if you can turn the tables from what we saw in the first half.
My name's Chris Wingworth. I'm Joe Wright is from the England High Performance Setup. Is on co-commentary all weekend here at the University of Nottingham's Riverside Sports Complex. And it's a beautiful day here in the East Midlands.
She's ghosted through. Oh, that's a really good covering touch there.
Yes, Emily Hacking there on the touch. And the Sharks have also lost a couple of. They've got a couple of big names, a couple of experienced names missing, like Zan Hudson, who's coming back from injury, and they've lost Bronte Sykes and Maylene Sabatier. And we saw unforced errors in the first half kill the Sharks' momentum, and that's exactly what's happened again.
Yeah, and you know what? It's coming from everyone. There's not a couple of individuals who are maybe feeling a little bit under the pressure from what is applied from the Tigers' defence. There's a big names making these unforced errors. I know it's the first game of the second day, tired legs from their really tough first day, but you've got to imagine that if they can cut out these unforced errors, the Sharks are going to have too much.
Tigers now just one touch to play before the ball gets turned over, and it's one of those teenagers, Mia Watts, who feeds Isabel Hobson, and it goes wide out onto that far side. Ball stays alive, but no, it doesn't. It's, the referees are going to give a penalty. Oh no, they're not. They're just going to give. Geordie Bitlock was just anticipating the turnover way before it was going to come.
I think he was a bit too fast there.
I think he read that the Sharks' defence was properly in, and Emily Crow in the double touch there. She's just fumbled it just subtly on the floor, and it's been picked up by Geordie Bitlock. And I think to say he was reading the Sharks' defence better than the Tigers were in the way. But and here we go with through Emily Simon.
You've got to think from the Sharks' perspective, if you can just, why aren't we slowing it down going into that roll ball? We're trying to run at 1,000,000 miles an hour and we're creating unforced errors. We might just need to slow it down and up the completion rate as Tigers go on the attack with a 32 short.
Emily Simon looking for space on that left-hand side. She sent it out to Rowan Stewart, but the defence is there from the Sharks and Tigers, who struggled to score against the Saxons yesterday. They're struggling to score against a much better defence. No offence to the Saxons, but the Sharks, you would expect them to have a much better defence from the amount that they train and play together, either at club or country or train as a region. And Snape is getting into the faces of the attack to ask questions.
A lot better.
And here comes Eliana Ellis.
Oh.
Sorry, sir. So I was thinking ahead there in terms of the Taipans game later. That's Isabel Penasard.
I think if you're a Sharks player here, you've got to be feeling really frustrated with how this performance has gone. You show really brilliant moments of getting in behind the Tigers' defence and creating opportunities, but it's not consistent enough. You haven't tested Tigers on their line enough.
Kat Jones Kat Jones has just managed to get through and score. We'll have to. The frustration from Emma Oliver is absolutely clear in the way that she hoofed that ball back to the halfway line, and It's just created again by a Sharks mistake that hands the territory, or hands possession to the Tigers in a fantastic position, and Kat Jones just goes her way through.
Yeah, all credit to Tigers. They have, they're applying the pressure in the Sharks transition. They are really shutting them down. They're forcing the errors, and they're getting the reward for it. These players are defending 3 or 4 sets in a row.
Heavy touch comes in from Ella Loveridge, and the Sharks now spread things through Lydia Ticehurst and Laura Cochrane, who's got up from the heavy bang she got in that first half. Emily Irons is behind her as well. Ticehurst takes it in. Irons goes for the dive.
Oh!
Touch
What
from
a
Ella Loveridge.
last-minute touch. That stops her. Give me try.
Irons is going to get the ball back from Cochrane, is she? Cochrane goes, looks for support.
Look for Irons.
It's just eluding the London Scorpion, and it's a penalty anyway.
See, this is what we haven't seen from the Sharks so far. We haven't seen them use sustained pressure on the Tigers line. This is, I think, their first penalty of a repeat set on the line of the match, 25 minutes in. If they can make this count, this has got to do wonders for the confidence of this side.
Yeah, and you sense they do need to score from this. They need to strike back after that try for Kat Jones at the other end of the field. And Emily Irons sets play up.
Really
she gets
nice.
the ball back quickly.
Really nice. Lovely score. Lovely score. And that's the reward you need. And the message from the coaches in this sub-box is we go again. We go again. That's the reward you get for a clean transition, sustained pressure, and not just handing possession over. Really positive stuff.
Ella Loveridge was there to stop Irons the first time. She's powerless to stop the London Scorpion going over this time, and she exploits a little bit of space on that link channel. And the Sharks have got their first score of the day, and it's going to be interesting and important to see how the Tigers respond with the margin back down to 1. And Emily Simon, another England Women's Open player, finds Lucy Snape, who's with the 27s in the Euros. And Simon now dives. Touch comes in. No!
Oh, what a reply. What a reply. Tigers going back up the other end, showing that whatever Sharks can do, we can do just as good. Really nice stuff.
Emily Simon just eluded the attempted touch from Emily Hacking. It's loads of Emilys.
Yeah, is it... could we have a team of Emilys, do you reckon? Do you reckon we have enough? We could put together a 12 Emilys?
We could do 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've got 4.
There's a much better attack here from the Sharks. They're looking to go open side. Was the defender onside? Yes, she was. Ray, the referee, has decided that was onside. This is 5th touch. Jouet rugby, you'd like to think now.
It's Emily Irons. So we've got 4 Emilys, and they're all quality players. And Emma Oliver, though, comes left and finds Annabelle Jansen, but the defence is there.
Yeah, the coaches are trying to give Sharks a little bit of a momentum booster to put the pressure on the Tigers' transition, and it looks like they're doing that quite significantly, trying to shut them down. This is 3rd touch now, and they're only just making it to their box. Much better from the Sharks. This is 5th, and it's a very static strike dump. You're going to have to make something out of nothing. Really good. The volume in this Sharks sub-box has gone up infinitely from a final complete defensive set. If they can get a smooth transition going, they'll be ecstatic.
It's lovely hands there just to keep the ball going. It's a difficult pass to take. Here comes Irons. Up over the halfway line but loses the bit of momentum. Isabel Penissard. She takes it up to the 10-metre line, and here comes Laura Cochrane. And the scoop has got to be coming in surely. Here it comes from Penissard, but she's touched as the half. Sorry, it comes in from Julia Unsworth, sorry.
Yeah, just running into a really congested area. It might have been more beneficial if she'd kicked out to the right where the space was, but then you're in danger of running away from your support players if you can get a cleaner transition into your attack. I think that scoop comes a little bit quicker, and then better decision is made.
This game, as the intensity is heating up nicely, so Lucy Snape has got to get back into the action. Annalise 30, sorry, she was the half, and it's turned over. Jansen takes the ball in, and here comes Cochrane.
Really nice stuff from Laura Cochrane.
And Laura Cochrane, is this going to be a penalty? No, it's just taken as a roll ball. Emily Hacking And now Grace Pyrgos. And Irons scoops. She can't score as the half. She finds Hacking. Ball comes inside before
Lovely.
the touch comes in.
That's fit. You want to get it down. Get it off the floor.
Pyrgos, though, it all just lost momentum.
Yeah, there's frustrations being vented in the Sharks sub-box. They know that they have the ability, they have the quality to expose this Tigers defence, and they're just beating themselves a little bit here. That's brilliant yards up in the midfield for the Tigers.
Annalise Thurley makes the meters there. Lucy Snape takes it on, and here come the fresh legs for the Tigers. Hannah McLaughlin, she was a key player
that's a
yesterday.
dominant strike dump. Oh, I think she's... That's a shame. I think the level of contact was just a little bit too high there.
Yeah, if you just heard a bit of language in the reaction to that dominant touch, then well, apologies for that. But as we can see, there's now going to be there's definitely some care and attention needed for the Shark who's on the ground.
Yeah.
So we saw the Tigers getting a roll on, and we ended up with a heavy touch in the midfield. And I think if the player has hit the ground and...
Yeah, the coach is gesturing towards the back of the head. That looks like a nasty one.
Yeah, and here comes lead physio Claire. And this one, I think, is going to be a lengthy break in play, just as that treatment happens. So, still 10 minutes to play. There's no injury time at the end, so the time's going to be running out for the Sharks to strike back against the Tigers. We said at half-time, Joe, that the Sharks were going to be the happier team because of all of the unforced errors, but they were still very much in that. 10 minutes to go, ticking down. Has that momentum shifted over to the other sub-box in terms of the happier team?
Yeah, definitely. I think the two scores that Tigers have got in this second half is going to do wonders for them, especially the nature of the scores. One for an offside player making the touch and then just being told to play through. That is the product of high pressure in the midfield. I think from the Sharks' perspective, we know the quality that they have. We know the quality that the Sharks have. I think they're just stunting themselves in their transition, maybe picking the wrong options, but that is down to the pressure that the Tigers are giving in their defence. They're not rolling as much. And I think for me, the thing that has really impressed me about the Tigers is the ground that they're making in the midfield off their subbing move. It seems like they're making constant yards throughout the midfield, which is then putting the Sharks on the back foot, which leads to a really positive attacking strike. Oh, that's good. So
yes.
She's up on her feet.
It's good to see. I think it's Grace Pyrgos, number 10, who's on her feet, but you suspect that if she's taken a bang to the head, then she's going to need to get checked out for a potential concussion.
HIA.
And Claire is talking her through that, and there's going to be she's going to take some time, and she says she's okay.
Yeah, I've been on the receiving end of one of those. You don't want to go over backwards and hit your head on a rock hard floor.
It's really really important that you look after yourself.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if that's fueled the Sharks a little bit more. See if they've got a bit more hunger and desire about them. Like we say, then we know the quality that they have. It's just whether they can execute.
And here they come, setting up camp with a couple of touches to play.
This is fifth coming now. They have an opportunity.
Laura Cochrane
sending the sweep around.
Is calling the shots, and she gets the ball wide out to Annabelle Jansen. But the touch comes in from the Tigers. Abigail Walters scored in the first half, prevents a try in the second, and it's...
The wing defence from the Tigers has been phenomenal. Both wingers have just been shutting down the plays, making educated decisions. Really, really impressive. I think that's an area that is killing the Sharks, although that's a brilliant turnover in favour of the Sharks.
Yeah, they've what's been noticeable is that in previous games we've seen last-ditch running to prevent tries, whereas here they're not having to run to make the touch. They're just there. It's reading the play.
Yeah, the positioning of the Tigers' defence is really, really impressive. They're not biting on any off-the-ball movement. They're holding their line. They're holding their channels, forcing the Sharks to go around the outside of them.
Oh, lovely hands from Emily Crow. Emma Oliver feeds Emily Irons. Back to Emma Oliver, just fumbled. And time is running out for these Sharks, who needs to score.
Just under 6 minutes to go. You've got a feeling if they'd got a score there, the Sharks would be feeling like they could be on top going into the final 5 minutes. But at the moment, they're still 2 down.
And as we see the Tigers, the confidence they will take from if they can see out this win, and the nature of it as well, because they're having to withstand some pressure. Emily Simon, score of that third try. She finds Lucy Snape, who set it up. Back to Simon.
Oh, that's the midfield pressure we expect from the Sharks.
Emily Crow's work rate has forced that fumble from Simon. And Irons now takes the ball forwards. The Sharks looking to set up something up. Some great go forward from Irons. Crow comes on to put some pace, but now it's gone back to a walking pace as the Sharks look to exploit Crow.
Oh, lovely. That's exactly what the Sharks needed. Emily Irons. I think that's Emily Crow back on the inside. Beautiful score.
She was on the shoulder on the inside ball. 3-2. All to play for with 4.5 minutes to play. And what you said about whether the Sharks were going to be galvanised by that little break in play and restarting again from the heavy touch we saw. And that's exactly what's happened. They've now got some momentum behind them. And it's, for the Tigers' perspective, through Annalise Thurley, Kat Jones, and now Anna Goddard.
You've got a feeling if the Tigers can force the turnover, as they just have, the Sharks have got the turnover, now they've got possession, a clean transition here, and they've got an opportunity to level this game just under 4 minutes.
Goddard gets in the face of the attacker, and it's getting a little bit physical out there, and here comes Emily Hacking.
This is playing into the Sharks' hands though, this physicality. They're getting the roll on. This is 5th. Here's the scoop. Emily Irons. That's 6 more. Beautiful decision. Just over 3 minutes to go. 3.5 minutes. 1 score in it. This is the opportunity.
This is got the potential to be a massive statement for both teams here. Because can the Sharks tie things up, or can the Tigers hold them out? And that will decide, I think, the outcome of this game, really. Because Irons now will have a penalty.
That's the experience of Emily Irons. Just pointing out that the links are dropping early when they're trying to set their quickie sets. Really nice. That's 1 penalty.
Irons inside to Hacking. And Irons is dictating the play. Grace Purgos has recovered from her bang, and she's back on the field to feed Irons, who dives over.
Emily Irons, take a bow. She has grabbed this game by the scruff of the neck, brought Sharks back in it. Brilliant stuff. 3-all, 2.5 minutes to go.
Single hand, Emily Irons has driven this team back to, from the point of defeat to the point of potential. I think with 2 minutes to play, there's still 2.5 minutes to play. There's still time for a winning score.
Just
but
the defiance from Emily Irons, refusing to lie down.
And it's the balls hit the deck, and the Tigers now have been feeling the pressure, and it's them who are making the unforced errors. The Sharks have got the bit between their teeth, and can they come back from the dead to secure a win?
Emily Irons has come off and has immediately said, I'm going back on, I'm ready. She's fired up, as they should be. Maybe a disappointing first half for the Sharks, but this second half performance, these last 10 minutes, it's inspired.
I say it's been a disappointing first half hour for the Sharks.
Yeah.
Let alone the first half. Laura Cochran comes, takes a touch. Irons on the scoop. She can't score. She's the half. She's looking for support.
Overlap. Oh!
There's a call.
Oh, ball down. Ball down. Oh, what a turnaround.
Abigail Walters is querying the decision, but the referees are united. Julia Unsworth has put the Sharks in front for the first time in this game, and it's come with 90 seconds to play. And we can see what it means to the Sharks in front of us. There are high fives up all over the place, and Emily Irons is absolutely exhausted.
Yeah, she's getting bowed down to by her teammates. The appreciation, just taking this game and saying, you know what, I don't fancy losing this morning. Don't fancy it. I'm going to win. Just a minute to go. This is huge now. Sharks need a solid defensive set.
The never say die attitude from this Sharks team. We talked about the difference in experience levels, but here comes Phoebe Simon. Finds her sister Emily on the inside.
Really good setup there from Tigers. If they're going to expose the outside, really good shot there. That's the turnover they needed. 40 seconds to go. They slow it down. They may be able to see this game out. No errors here.
Two things have changed this game. There was that break in play midway through the second half with that extended period of play for Grace Purgos to receive a bit of treatment, and the single-handed effort of Emily Irons has dragged the South East Sharks from the point of their first defeat of the weekend.
Goes again. Oh, lucky she's just been touched, although I think
from the first defeat,
a little bit of gamesmanship there.
Just dragged herself from the potential of the first defeat of the weekend to a winning position against the Midland Tigers, who had this game under control with 10 minutes to play. They were leading by 2. Can they tie things up now? Emily Simon takes it in. Lucy Snape now takes the touch. Annalise Thurley. Now Snape again.
You've got to think that the hoot is going to go any second now.
It's a do or die for the Tigers. Kat Jones, the experienced Kat Jones, takes the touch.
They need to create something here. That's ball down. You think if there's slow play here now, this is going to be enough. What a turnaround this has been from the Sharks. Just the defiance, the leadership. It's so impressive. And this is what happens if you stay together as a team. You don't panic, you rely on your structure. That's a shame. It gives Tigers an opportunity. Just had a ref come over, check the scoreboard. We believe this is correct. We believe that 4-3 is the right result at the moment in time.
Well, it's definitely the Sharks, by the way that they have reacted to those scores, was that they went in front. So, but here come the Tigers one last time. Kat Jones just gets touched before the ball hits the deck, and it's a 5th touch with seconds to play. I think Jack was checking the time, not the score.
Actually, you might be checking the time. I think we're a little bit over here. This is extra defensive work for the Sharks. Really good stuff. That's the turnover that they needed. And there's the hooter. If they surrender this touch, the win is theirs. And they have. What a turnaround. Emily Irons, go get yourself some rest. What a performance.
She's definitely earned the next half hour or so, the next hour, to have their feet up, because the Sharks have, with that win, have given themselves all but certainly given themselves the bye into the semi-finals tomorrow, and that is going to be. And they've got a game against the Taipans to come, but that without the injured players, with the to go 2 tries down, and to fight back to win it 4-3 in the last 10 minutes, score 3 unanswered in that final 10 minutes, was just, epic. I think is the way to describe it.
Yeah, I think the contrast from the first half an hour to the last 10 minutes, you think if they'd played that half an hour like they did the last 10 minutes, that could have been a really high scoring game. They were their own worst enemy, and then they picked themselves up, led by the leadership in that group. Brilliant stuff. The Tigers will feel a bit hard done by, you can't help but thinking though.
Joe Wright, thank you very much for your time. You're going to go and get a well-earned lunch break. Jack Harris is going to drop into the co-commentary position for the next game, which is in a couple of minutes' time. It's the mixed open between the South East Taipans and the West Wildcats.
So we'll just technical issue that ran over 2 minutes, so we apologise. The next game clock is already running. We are left with 2 minutes to wait for the next chapter. For those teams leaving, please make sure off the pitches. Get the sub options players.
of Giants though, Jack Harris, because we'll talk about Bucks at some point over the next 40 minutes as the West Wildcats start going. But very quick credit to be paid though to the likes of as our university liaison manager to get the Bucks agreement over the line. We'll talk about that in just a second as this ball goes wide out to the winger on this near side for the Wildcats. That was Olivia Jones.
Yeah, Wildcats moving it well. Unfortunately, 6 used up now, but not afraid to throw the ball about, evidently.
Yeah, but in terms of standing on the shoulders of the Giants, Harry Grocott, Mark Aldous, Alex Scott putting university touch in a way where you could just goal hang and just tap it in from 6 yards out.
I wish it had been quite that simple. It wasn't, but yeah, we are very, very ecstatic about this new agreement for touch rugby to include in the Bucks sports programme here in the United Kingdom. It will do wonders, hopefully, for the participation levels at higher education and hopefully then feed through into tournaments like this one.
And here we go with a couple of more experienced players, with Colin Scott and Ashley Grimsey combining, sending it out to Russell Reid. We saw him score a number of tries yesterday, and it comes back to Ash Grimsey, stretching the play back to Scott. And it's a turnover there from the Taipans. This is the Taipans' first game today. There are 7 teams in this pool, which means that one team always has a bye during the course of the day or the course of the weekend. And it was the Taipans who got the line this morning. But the Wildcats opened their day with a 10-2 comprehensive win over the Southwest Saxons. That was at 10 o'clock this morning. And going into this pool is that the Taipans had a loss against the Tigers yesterday, a draw against the Northwest and a win against the Southwest Saxons. So this is very much everything to play for as the ball is kept alive by Claire Rylands, who 3-points it from downtown out to the winger. And but there's a turnover. The Wildcats, 4 games played, losses against the Tigers, who are the pretty stacked team in this division, losses against the Northwest, and then wins over the Southwest Saxons and Northeast Raiders. So that's their tournament so far. This is wide open, this pool.
It definitely is. I looked at the results last night, and this is anyone's for the taking. As we see now, the Taipans coming forward through Richard Brumpton. Good pass out there to Rory Moore, who tries to get it to winger. Unfortunately, doesn't quite pay off there. Rory, probably one of the tallest players that exists in touch at the moment.
And Catherine Richardson-Walden could have done with a trampoline to catch that
pass.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, but on the university front, as I say, we're already trickling in now to the high-performance pathways here in England, playing for the Taipans. Kira Purvis, #1, ex-Bath player, alongside Maxon Lambert. Here in the Wildcats, interestingly, Fergal Evans, who's about to join X to uni. But this is the beauty of it. We've got now young under-18 players who are coming through higher education, who are choosing their universities based on the offer of touch at each one, which is really, really great to see. But here come the Wildcats, led by 11 and 13, Ben Edwards. But 4 pass given there, unfortunately, so Taipans will have it back. Looking to come to the box once again.
They've changed a couple of numbers around. They've been very cheeky. So we don't have the 11 listed on our team sheet. There's a heavy touch coming from Fergal Evans there.
Fergal trying to say something to the referee about it, but referee Gavin not listening for now. It's a great platform set up here for, as we see now coming in.
So Michael Bolton is wearing the 11, and I'm going to try and come up with a Michael Bolton pun, but I can't. Off the cuff.
Matt Mayle there now trying to call the shots in the middle alongside number 88, Michael Kelly. Working very nicely together here. Looking wide now, and again.
Catherine Richardson-Walden on the inside. She's a great player to have on that wing. She's playing all of the minutes of every game and is just a bit of a rock-solid presence on that far wing for the South East Taipans. And here comes Ben Edwards, and he works his way off. Michael Bolton is also off, but there's a turnover, and now through Matt Mayle and Elliot Russell. And now the ball comes this way. The ball hits the deck, though. Unfortunate for Sabrina Pilkington. She wasn't able to hold on to that because it gives the Wildcats through Martin Byrne. And referee, talking of youngsters, Referee Ollie Simon, just 15 years of age.
You love to see it because he's just executed, as a referee coach, he has just executed a perfect penalty sequence and had the confidence to tell the defender there maybe just to be quiet about his decision. Wonderful refereeing that from Ollie, and we see the Taipans now through Scott and Grimsey. Looking here, sweeper on for Russell Reid. Russell Reid going now on the switch. Will he get that?
Yes, he did. Claire Rylance was powerless to stop there. Just agonisingly close for Russell Reid to score 5 yesterday in one game.
It's an impressive line that from Russell, because he comes initially on a sweep, but then actually cuts back behind. Don't know if that was a pre-planned move, but I love it because it actually leaves the open side space there. Wildcats aren't expecting it, and he's in straight away.
Wildcats were following his initial run, and I think it's a bit of pre-play but improvisation, because I think he wasn't expecting that, but great play from Colin Scott to be aware of it, to feed the pass as well. A lovely opening score from the South East Taipans puts them one up just under 6 minutes gone.
We'd love to know if that was a pre-planned.
I don't think it was. I think it showed the value of structure, but also the ability to improvise and the experience. And we can see Colin Scott and Ash Grimsey and Russell Reid just have a bit of a chat amongst themselves in the sub box right in front of us.
I should mention number 4 Wildcats, Oliver Smith, another university player, Oxford Brookes. He's done a lot with that club to begin playing at the University Series this year. And again, you can already see learning so much playing with these Wildcats. So he received the ball back, looking for the pass, unfortunately doesn't quite pay off, but they are going to get a penalty here now.
That's penalty for offside from the Taipans, and there's a bit of a chat in the Wildcats Brains Trust, which is on the field at the moment, and Ollie Smith just pops the ball off to Matt Halligan, and Smith, who's got a great turn of pace. I remember seeing how far he's come in a few years. He started playing as a teenager at the Northampton club and saw a lot of potential there, and he's starting to realise it now a few years on, playing with Banbury alongside some experienced players as well, and as you say, playing in the Uni NTS for
Oxford Brookes.
Oxford Brookes.
Yep. But,
and he's a nice chap as well to be.
He's done a lot for them there, and as I say, it's great to see now Taipans initially looking to come to the box, slightly slowed down by a good touch in from Wildcats. Lambert on there, now fed to Purvis. Underneath, number 15, Emma Young. Matt Mayle, good dump, waiting for Michael Kelly underneath, who can't quite do much with it. Mayle going again. Kelly underneath now, Mayle's in the cut.
That's a lovely bit of attacking play from the Taipans. It just showed perhaps the little bit of inexperience, because they weren't able to improvise as much as we saw go for their opening try from Reid. And Claire Davis now gets them onto the front foot along with Matt Halligan, and now Claire Rylance, and Cara Edwards gets the ball off the floor to Michael Bolton, who gets the ball again pointed in the direction of where he wants to go by Ben Edwards, who's one of the Wildcats coaching team here at Nottingham this weekend. And the ball got flipped to Fergal Evans, but he can't bring it in, and he turns the ball over to the Taipans, and Mayle, now Russell, and now it comes inside to Sabrina Pilkington and Colin Scott, and that's a penalty for overstepping the mark.
Yes, Scott and Grimsey were ready there to work together. They wanted that. They're looking for a scoop off. But essentially now starting from the middle of the pitch, you see Evans feeding Rickards. Rickards coming in for the dump. Claire Davis now on the ball. Yeah,
this is just all the momentum's just gone out from the Wildcats. They were using touches, although they're now back onto the front foot. And here comes Olivia Jones, women's 35s player for England, and
Lucas Norton there injecting the pace,
who is at the complete opposite end of the spectrum in terms of experience. Martin Bunn feeds Norton, and Jones is out here on the goal line. Oh, Norton! Oh, what a touch! Coming in, the go-go gadget arms from Susanna Hyvenen.
Now, she did well there to cover both players, having the flappy hand at the back, as we say, covering that inside if needed, which she did in that occasion.
Lucas Norton on that far side now. But there's a touch and a turnover, and Wildcats will be frustrated that they weren't playing a bit of heads up, that when they got the penalty to immediately get players off and get them on again, because they used up 2 touches to get players on, whereas they could have, gone a bit more direct. But it's let the Taipans off, and they are now setting up camp deep into the Wildcats territory with touches to play. Here comes Rory Moore, and now Moore gets Sorry, it's not.
Lovely early release, Rooster. Em Young, ooh, unlucky there on the side.
Richard Brumpton finds Emmy Young, and Young the ball just died a little bit. And
Lovely play that though by Taipans. You see Lambert running the short line, but with a quick Rooster release, and it meant that you had that overlap here on the outside. Unfortunately, Emma Young couldn't just gather that.
Rooster release. Speak English, not touch.
Apologies, my bad. Short line, but the pass was pushed away quickly to try and exploit the gap that's on the outside there on the long side, we should say. Is that any better?
Yes. I think we need a telestrator. We'll invest in it, try and invest in it for next year. Here come the Taipans. And they're looking to get a roll on through Mail. And now Russell. Mail gets the ball quickly off the floor to Russell and back now to Mail. A little bit of interplay. Finds Michael Kelly. Back to Mail. Russell.
Working well the three here. Russell dumps now. Looks to the outside. Mail. The gap's in the middle here. Just needed to go. Kelly has got it to Mail. Good tap back. Playing on. Kelly's there looking for the setup now. Mayo with him underneath, asking for Russell now. It's another short play. Mayo on the ball, wants to get the pass away. Is there a space here? Well covered by Smith. Oh, it's a good sweep. Once again looking to try and exploit this far outside space that ends up being here on the long side winger.
Susanna Hyvenen was there waiting for the ball, but Elliot Russell sent it into the next postcode.
It was lovely play there, that switch there to try and get that gap. But Smith from the Wildcats was covering the space very, very well. As you see him come round now as Wildcats go to box.
As Wildcats are just somehow are staying in this game. Tigers, they just need a little bit more of a clinical edge just to put this game to bed, you think. But Ben Edwards, never say die from him. That's a touch coming first.
Yeah, which is what they're going to do here. I think this is a game plan from Wildcats potentially. They are covering the easy options and the inside gaps well in defence, deliberately leaving that long ball out there on the wide to force Taipans to have to go long to the most difficult option to score on. Twice they've had an opportunity, hasn't quite paid off. We'll see if they can begin to get it working as the game goes on.
There's a combination there from Edwards and Evans and Davis. And throwing a bit of Michael Bolton to complete the set as well. And that's a CD compilation you're never likely to hear very much.
Swinger, potential. What's going on here? So it is going to be 6 more. So the touch has just about come in from Kelly. We saw essentially a sweep come in from Wildcats, but then the ball played back into the space that you sometimes create between the two middles. So Evans thought he'd got that down, but not quite. But they will get 6 more as it was touched in flight by Kelly.
Leia is such a calm referee, isn't she?
She's got a great demeanour here in controlling a game, getting up with the game, of course, but yes, a very lovely, calm nature.
It's all about game management at this level, and Ben Edwards finds Bolton, but the shot comes in from Sabrina Pilkington and Susanna Hyvenen.
Yeah, short side play there on the sweep. Now we see a sweeper coming again from Wildcats, but they've cut back. What's going to happen here? The gap was there, unlucky now for Wildcats.
Olivia Jones, the ball just died a little bit, very difficult to get under pressure as Elliot Russell gets onto the front foot. Now here come the Taipans, just getting their transition going, bringing fresh players on and trying to not lose momentum as they go, and they're combining. Here comes Colin Scott, he finds Ash Grimsey, and Cara Purvis has been really involved in this as well, and Scott, it's an interception from Claire Davis.
Yeah, unlucky there for the Taipans. This is definitely what they might call their London Eagles pod. Purvis, Scott, Reed and Grimsey are all now going to get an opportunity to attack here. They know each other well. And as we see now, Grimsey popping to Scott.
Yeah,
Reed on his left.
Yeah, it was unfortunate for Davis that she was just not able to pick the ball up as she was combining with Cara Edwards. And it's given instead the opportunity for Reed to take the ball. And here comes Scott, set up their first try. Yes. Here comes Reed, who scored their first try. And back to Scott again from Grimsey.
Scott was looking for his options there, but Wildcats hadn't covered well player to player. As we see now, Reed trying to use his pace on the outside. Might not quite work against the likes of Claire Rylance, who will cover that space for days.
What we've seen as well is the how ready the referees are to give penalties in that situation again. And the touch comes in from Olivia Jones. She left her winger unmarked. and
Yeah.
comes in on Kiara Purvis, and
Yeah.
it shut the play.
Kira had a great line there, and required the shut from Wildcats. Once again, leaving Emma Young on this far outside winger space completely free. Taipans just need to try and find that ball to get it out there to that space.
Yeah, and it's just in terms of from a referee perspective, because you're refereeing here this weekend, in terms of what you're looking for, it's really complicated. We're talking about with the defence, they've got to be aware of not dropping too early, but also making sure they get back to the onside position, and also with what the attackers are trying to do from a referee perspective, as we see. Here come the Wildcats, but that's a 6-touch turnover. From a referee, how challenging is it from your perspective to keep an eye on everything that's going on?
So, luckily, of course, as a team of 3, we talk about working 2 by 2 by 2. As the control referee, you'll focus primarily on the middles, and as the sideline referees, you'll look at your link and wing each side. So you're working with them all times to make sure they keep going forward in that 7, and also that they know where the defensive line will be when the touch comes in. Now, of course, defence need to make sure they choose a specific line to go on. As long as they don't interfere with play, they can slightly change that line. But we're always trying to give the best communication we can, as we potentially see now, apologies, cutting in, Taipans scoring again.
Just to show how complicated it is, it took all the time for the Taipans to go from their own 10-metre line up to the goal line to score, and that's Richard Brumpton who finishes things off to put the Taipans in a bit more control with 4 minutes, just under 4 minutes to go until half-time. But it just goes to show, actually, how much complication there is for a referee, even in a even in a sport like touch.
Yep.
I mean, it just shows just the dynamic nature of the sport like touch.
It's the lovely thing about refereeing touch is you work as a team. To have 3 of you on the pitch in your own team ref, is brilliant. But you need all 3 of you to be able to control all parts of the game. And we see Ollie Simon, we've already mentioned in the middle here. Guy Bauman on the far side, and Leo, of course, one of our leading female referees in England.
One of our leading referees.
Well, I should say, yes, absolutely. But she, as I say, they all bring their own thing to the game. Leo has got a lovely control, calm nature. Ollie will run around you as the 15-year-old that he now is. And yes, it's good for all 3 of them to be working together. As you see, Taipans come to box. Purvis initially dumps, fed by Emma Young to Kelly. Mail passes off now to Pilkington. Scott underneath.
And the Taipans are keeping their patience in the face of some aggressive defence from the Wildcats, as Grimsey, Scott does well to keep hold of Grimsey's pass. That one is right in front of Grimsey, and Scott comes on the scoop. Russell Reid has just overrun the line, but Scott keeps hold of the ball, and he's just...
He needs to find that pass. What a ball. Is he going to make it? Oh,
what a score from the Taipans. Susanna Hyvanen. What a finish.
Was I don't think that Wildcats expected Scott to go that far, because both Grimsey and Reid overran their lines, so Scott was out of options, managed to find the gap, get round, and I'll tell you what, that left to right pass that he pulled in for Hyoven to score that one. Hyoven, her feet as well to get around the defender. Yeah, lovely score that from the Taipans.
And that's the second time that we've seen Scott's patience and ability to improvise create tries for the South East Taipans, and they're 3-0 up with a minute and a half to go, and Wildcats now need a score through Claire Davis and one of the youngsters, Lucas Norton.
And Martin Bunn in here now looking for the setup. Norton feeding it out to Benjamin Smith, the 2 in the middle here at the moment, and Norton passes off once again to Bunn. Back to Smith. Smith looking to see if Davis is in space, or have they got this down here? The space was there, and the ball is down. It's another score for the Wildcats in here to get back. It's their first score, I should say, and they'll be very pleased with that. It's a lovely open side play, and great winger score there from the Wildcats.
It's just held the ball in midfield, and lovely unselfish play from Claire Davis to feed the winger for the score. Rugby 101, regardless of the code. Fix your player, create the overlap and finish things off, and that's exactly what the Wildcats needed in the closing seconds of this first half.
Mail dumping for Russell. Pilkington looking out for Kelly. Claire Rylance makes the touch. Looking now, Mail, can he get the ball back into Kelly? He can. Taipans initially appealing for 6 more. Don't think they're going to get it.
This time, this Taipans grouping is having to show its patience, and Matt Mail finds Elliot Russell, but his pass is a little bit rushed and goes into touch, and that brings the half-time hooter. Been a breathless first half. Taipans maybe have left a couple out there, Jack?
Yeah, we already mentioned about this long side winger position. 2 opportunities there that didn't quite pay off. They could be up by a couple more, but it's good tactics from the Wildcats. They know what they're wanting to do in defence, and nice for them to get one back just towards the end of that second half there. Sorry, at that first half there, which puts us at 3-1.
Yeah, 3-1 the South East Taipans lead here in this mixed open game in the 5th round. Yeah, 5th round of the mixed open competition here at the Opens Nationals in Nottingham. We'll be back in a couple of minutes for the second half. Just while we've got the little half-time breather, Jack, let's talk University Touch. I know we touched on it in the first half there, but the importance of getting the Bucks calendar recognition this year. I know it's year one's going to be a stepping stone, but the potential of the sport to grow in universities, how would you sum it up?
Well, let's talk numbers first of all. Currently have around 17 institutions who took part in the competition last year, totaling 28 teams. When you consider that Bucks has, I think it's 130 member institutions, and the percentage that are currently playing touch is therefore, I'll let you do the maths.
Just over, it's about 15%. Formerly, who are playing affiliated touch to England touch.
Correct. We know of a handful of universities that are obviously playing a bit of social touch, of course, within their regions, but this opportunity here we have now is to be able to show that touch is this brilliant, inclusive, fast-paced sport, has a space for anyone, can be played at all levels, whether you want that to be socially recreational or high performance. And there will be opportunities in the future, hopefully, for us to build this series, potentially into national high-level competitions, regional, slightly development-based competitions. And I've already mentioned the number of teams here today who have university players or ex-university players is amazing.
We were talking, we had South East Sharks mixed open up first doors, and Charlie Steed, who single-handedly pulled back the University of Surrey club from the brink to the stage where they had 2 teams in this year's competition, and so much so that they retired his number 1 shirt.
And rightfully so.
Yeah, and they gave him, I think, as a framed shirt as well. It's all over their Instagram. And
it's yes, exactly that. And there is this great opportunity now for universities to embrace touch. As I say, it gives so many options. We have parts of the world down, certainly in the Pacific and Australia, New Zealand, where touch is as common in the park as football, because it's so easy to play, because there is no barrier, of course, of girls playing with boys. You can't have any of that in the playground because it's about playing together. And there are certainly opportunities not just within universities. As England Touch, we're focusing on schools as well, of course, and it gives great options to get children active.
But as one of the side effects, and this is something I personally haven't thought about really before, is that we'll see as universities start to use touch as one of their selling points, is that awareness of the sport will accelerate the trickle down into schools. So it'll be as much of as an organic process for that as trying to force things through from what is a limited resource organisation that England Touch is, that where we have to focus on what we can make an impact on.
Absolutely, 100%, and we're looking forward now to hopefully seeing just a handful of institutions, maybe more, wanting to take up touch this year just through the Bucks partnership we now have, and who knows what we will look like in a couple of years' time. But I think it's time we got back to this game, don't you, Chris?
I think so, and we've seen some youngsters like Cara Edwards and Ollie and Lucas Norton, and
who are only still classing as 15s players.
Yes.
That's 3 years until they're going to play at uni. Imagine those players in 3 years playing at a university.
And Isaac Oxford as well, and his had a good chat with his dad Sam while we were in France for the European Junior Touch Championships, who's a research fellow at the University of Coventry, and talking very much about the possibilities of what would happen, the positives that would come from having the Bucks calendar recognition. And it was a fantastic evening. Went on till the wee small hours.
We can talk about it for days, but we're seeing now as Wildcats have to recycle the ball on the halfway line. Norton and Ryland trying to work together. Look at this, what a run now from Martin Bunn, but covered by someone else with his leg pace. Russell Reed making sure he's covering that nicely.
And play is going to... How is play going to restart? Ollie Simon is saying whether play is going to restart, and he's the on-field referee, as Martin Bunn was touched on the final touch. But it was a good... But now needs some good defence coming in from Wildcats to shut Taipans down. But through the experience of the likes of Colin Scott, they've now got a fresh set of 6.
Yeah, so Taipans will relish in this now. Essentially starting from halfway. You see Lambert on the ball. This is very much evidently the Vipers pod from Taipans. A lot of these boys playing for London Vipers. And more on the outside. Purvis looking for a sweep in there. Now playing left mid. Going to dump now. Looking to set up the short, which comes now for Lambert. Looking for the gap there. Will he get the pass away? Does. Unlucky.
Catherine Richardson-Walden had the ball almost at her mercy, but it's just a little bit too fast.
Wildcats now then, they're going to look to drive to the box here as we once again see Bunn trying to add some pace in, and Claire Davis now on the ball. Evans outside her, dumps for winger, as we see once again now combination of Ben Edwards and Michael Bolton.
And Fergal Evans.
Once again pushing in up here now. What can they do with it?
It's a good it's a good solicitors firm, that, isn't it? Evans, Edwards and Bolton. Either that, or it could be a fantastic jazz trio. Here come the Taipans, and they're getting fresh legs going, and on comes Mayle and Russell, and as well is Pilkington, Sabrina Pilkington. She took the touch there. Matt Mayle now goes forward. He's trying to freeze that Wildcats defence. Here comes Michael Kelly on the scoop. He's a tall man. He got down superbly to get the ball, and he keeps it alive. And here comes Elliot Russell to make it 4-1 to the South East Taipans. That was all about patience from that midfield, particularly Matt Mayle and Michael Kelly.
Yeah, completely there. I think Wildcats will be frustrated because they initially did very well to actually slow the Taipans attack down. But the thing is, unfortunately, both middles began to separate when the touch happened, meaning that Kelly could go through the middle gap there, and all he had to do was find the pass, and it was some good running lines from Taipans. Let's see if Wildcats can now try and answer that score with their own. Rylant telling Smith where to be. It's an unlucky pass. That's a good attempt from the Wildcats, but doesn't pay off once again.
Really puts Taipan's defence under pressure, and Scott feeds Purvis, and they both work their way off, as does Grimsey. Well, Scott's coming off now, and Susanna Hyvenen feeds Pilkington, and it's Brompton onto the front foot.
Yep. Vipers pod from Taipans once again. They might be able to do something here. Oh, that was unlucky because Wildcats number 6, who was that? Yeah, Matt Halligan, who unfortunately just slipped during that touch. So unfortunate for Taipans. It was evident what they're trying to do. Lambert and Moore trying to combine. But now Wildcats.
That's another. That's a good accountant's firm, that, isn't it? I think we're whereas Ollie Smith is just a great engineer's name. But he's unfortunately he's kept his eye off the ball there. Although it's a penalty for throwing the ball away, says Ollie Simon, and it's a penalty restart for the Wildcats. A little bit of a let-off there because Ollie Smith had definitely taken his eye off the ball to hit the ground, and now it's Claire Davis got the ball from Martin Bunn, and Bunn now sets play up in the middle to Lucas Norton.
Tries to add the pace on, but Kelly on this occasion. No, not Kelly, sorry.
Brompton, I think.
Yeah, Brompton, apologies. Had him covered there.
Bunn, though, sets play up, and it's the youngster Norton and the slightly elder statesman Bunn, and it's Claire Davis on the far side. No, it wasn't quite Claire Davis. It's Ben Smith.
Yeah, ran out of space there, Wildcats, but that would have been slightly tactical because they've put Taipans farthest away from their box now, so they're going to have to work that bit harder if they're going to go to box. But are looking to initially drive this far side. It's a lovely pass that from Lambert. Pilkington now, Moore underneath. Lambert, ooh, lucky to get away with that one.
Martin Bunn was right in the faces, as was Lucas Norton, being very physical in his touching.
Purvis now looking for the setup as Kelly comes on, but Mayall's going to get the ball first. Kelly now underneath him in the middles. Kelly's going to scoop. Chosen one line. Oh, he needed to cut back there. As unfortunate. If we get to see that again, if he'd seen the space on his left between the two middles, that was that's all he needed to do was cut back. Unfortunate there. But Wildcats now, here we go.
As Emma Young was coming on for the as a fresh set of legs on the wing, just getting into the play there. But Wildcats, through Claire Davis, has just fumbled. They've still worked off and they've got players on. They've got Fergal Evans has sprinted to come on to replace.
Yeah, Wildcats are going to be getting frustrated now. That's a couple of occasions that they've given Taipans possession through their own mistakes.
Ben Smith makes the touch on Michael Kelly on the way through, and it was a crucial one. As the tall Kelly stretches his legs to try and find some space, but he's taking the ball in now as the dumper, and here comes Mayall. He can score. He's a live player, live attacking threat.
Yeah, lucky again. The Wildcats noticed the two middles playing for them there at the moment. Initially the space between was quite large, but they both squeezed it in. As we see now, Russell, Mayall telling one to get out of the ruck.
You know what, I think he's got a fair enough. I think they've given that as a turnover, but I think he would have had a fair enough call there because Martin Bunn was being very slow and went straight over the ball.
We, funny enough, at the referee conference yesterday evening, we talked about a situation very similarly.
But it's a turnover that was given against the Taipans, and instead the Wildcats, who need to score now if they're going to get anything out of this game already, even though there's quite a few minutes still to play, 13 minutes to play. Isaac Oxford 14. But it's Ollie Smith who can't keep hold of the ball again, just overrunning that pass from Matt Halligan, and it's turned it over for the Taipans. Elliot Russell finds Purvis. Smith makes the touch. Russell to Young and Mayall inside to Kelly, and they're both going to work their way off.
It's a great defensive play here from Wildcats, really putting it under pressure. But that will be 6 more, unfortunately, because it was touched in flight by Isaac Oxford.
And played at, and it's a let-off there for the Taipans. Grimsey.
Half's got to get rid of it. Scott now, but no one was there. I think they got a bit out of position, unfortunately. Late pass called by referee Ollie Simon. And Wildcats now, as we see, going towards the box. And Matt Halligan
has stepped into touch, stepped onto the sideline.
This is what we just mentioned. These are the little mistakes that Wildcats can't afford to give away at the moment.
Thereby it's still to come, and they're maybe showing that Claire Davis is left on her backside, is working really hard to get back into the play, and makes the touch on Russell Reid, the try machine. Ash Grimsey. And Colin Scott now, the try creator. He feeds Russell on the inside. Is he over for his second try of the day? Yes, he is. That's a third assist for Colin Scott. And this one's the most simple of the lot.
Yeah, it's, again, great eyes from Reid. So watch him initially push the outside line and then cut back in. The space is between the Wildcats mids. Unfortunately, Edwards and Bolton not quite communicating there. They needed to stay tight together on that front. And in all cases, actually watch the ball to see where that's going rather than immediately choose to either corner towards the short side or shut towards in the long side position there.
Olivia Jones is a name we've not mentioned so far in the second half. The balls, it's been difficult to get the ball out to her. Lucas Norton tried then, but the pass just wasn't there for the experienced winger to capitalise on, and instead the Taipans now get a roll on. And so they've really taken control of this game now. Their transitioning is seamless, bringing on one pod after another. And they're bringing on a fresh winger as well, Catherine Richardson-Walden here on this near side. She's worked so hard, and the ball's hit the deck on the far side as the Vipers pod just loses its sting.
Kelly attempting a ball through the legs, didn't quite pay off, but Taipans at the moment certainly looking the fresher of the two teams. Don't get me wrong, there are some red faces in the box, but the way they're coming off the box at the moment is still with intent. They're going on there to try and make a difference in the game.
And the Wildcats, it's just
not paying off.
They're just this pod in particular is struggling with its handling, but on the other hand, they're just commentators' curse, because the Taipans have just lost it as well as Reed and Grimsey run on, and Russell is working off for Colin Scott to come on as well. Even indeed, they're working very hard in defence of the South East Taipans, because the West Wildcats had a massive let-off there, and they get a fresh set of legs on themselves to the Wildcats. Claire Davis works her way off the field after taking that touch. Here comes Michael Bolton, making sweet music in the midfield for the Wildcats. And it comes to Ben Edwards now from Fergal Evans. Edwards shut down by Ash Grimsey, but there's a penalty.
Yeah, let's see what the Wildcats do now, because they've not had many line attack opportunities with a full set of 6 in this half yet. So Bolton, Edwards and Evans in the middles here, joined by Claire O'Lance. Don't forget Claire out there, her wealth of experience. She'll be calling the shots here, seeing what the boys can do. It's a short play initially, covered nicely by Scott and Grimsey, who are used to that every day of the week.
Plays and coaches a massive amount, does Claire Rylands, as well as having a challenging job in the health sector as well. So it's a fantastic commitment from her. And here comes Evans on the dive.
Unlucky that, but that was a great quickie play setup on the link there. Rylance immediately feeding Evans back, who was trying to use his pace to get on the outside of the defensive link. Couldn't quite on that occasion. Short now coming. Good pass from Evans, but unfortunately
behind
Rylance.
It's not quite that good of a pass,
no,
unfortunately. But here come the Taipans now. They'd again been aggressive. Here comes Catherine Richardson-Walden up to the halfway line and has given she's overstepped the mark.
That was a shame because she made such good
distance. She did. It was a fantastic set-up play to give the Taipans momentum with their fresh legs coming off the pitch, or coming onto the pitch, should I say, sorry. Ben Edwards now passes it off to Cara Edwards and gets off the field. Now it's Claire Davis.
Bolton on her outside looking. Is Davis going to have anyone underneath? She does with Bunn now. It's a strong touch by Moore there. But Bunn.
And they get another penalty.
So Bunn made the call through there. Was touched, but it looks like we've got Taipans attempting to make the touch before they're onside. So that is why the penalty is given.
6.5 minutes to play in this, and Wildcats, if they're going to have hope of getting anything from this game, they're going to need to score a try in this set.
Lovely attempt to dive that by Bolton, covered nicely by Brumpton there at the link position.
Half.
Well spotted that by Simon. Good on him for getting that call. So Taipans now, Purvis dumps for Lambert. Moore now adding the pace. Underneath is Young. Lambert going again. Touch made by Bolton. Young underneath to Pilkington. Still looking to inject the pace. Gonna feed Mayle as we see Kelly on his right, Russell on his left. Mayle's going to dump for the 5th touch. They need it off the floor quickly here. Kelly's good. He's got the pass away. Can Mayle do it? Is this going to go for Hyoven? Yes, it is. Now that is a gorgeous, gorgeous example of how to continue pace through your drive and get the score.
Yeah, so it's Maisie Rosewell over in that far wing. Sorry, she looks very much like Cara Edwards, but it's not. It's Maisie Rosewell. And she just was out of place there for that score for the Taipans as they make it 6-1. 5.5 minutes to play, and I know there's a lot of touch still to be played, and I'm going to call this one for the Taipans now, and the Wildcats get onto the front foot once again, and it's Rylands Now it's Isaac Oxford, and Rylance gets the ball back. She's taking control of things in the middle, pointing where she wants Ollie Smith to go, and gets the ball back. It comes this way to Matt Halligan, who steps back inside and dives for the line. Touch on the way through, says Leo. And Ash Grimsey is the one who saved the try there for the Taipans. Halligan gets it back from Oxford, and the two are combining, and Smith now finds Halligan, and the Wildcats have their reward for that spell of pressure. They needed a second try to give themselves the sniff, the faintest sniff of a comeback.
It's a lovely sweeper play from Smith, but immediately cuts back in when he gets the ball, and actually you get this space here between the mid and the link for Taipans. Purvis unfortunately needed to be tighter there to cover that long side. It's a good play that by Wildcats, and they'll be happy now that they're getting back on the scoreboard.
It's the Taipans are definitely the better team, but there's a really good team threatening to break out of this Wildcat setup in this Wildcats team, but they're back on the back foot once again as it goes wide from Sabrina Pilkington, but over the head of Catherine Richardson-Walden, and Olivia Jones will restart the play, taking the roll ball for Ferg 11, 10 metres out from the Wildcats line. Here comes Bolton. To Edwards is calling for it, and he feeds Davis as they drive out from their own line. Bolton to Edwards, they're looking for a transition play. It's hard coming, it's hard work for the Wildcats though. Rosewell feeds Rylance, and Rosewell back off the floor, and now the youngsters are on for the Wildcats along with Martin Bunn. Ben Smith with the ball in hand, he's given it to Bunn, and Rylance now. Is this a fresh set of 6? Yes, it is, and that's some good, patient driving play in the half for the Wildcats.
You know, Martin might be a bit upset with you there by saying youngsters plus Bunn.
Well,
hopefully he doesn't watch this back.
He qualifies for the mixed 30, so compared to teenagers, it's all relative, my friend. I mean, I know I'm a fine one to talk, but here he comes. He's a great playmaker, as Martin Bunn, and he's trying to win a penalty,
nicely, isn't he? Bolton now, can he get on the outside?
That's Lucas Norton.
Oh, sorry, it is, yes.
On the round.
Yeah.
I think young and blonde, as opposed to slightly older and slightly bigger with a T-shirt on as well. I think it's. I know it's difficult when we've got 19 teams to prepare for this weekend, and every one of them is getting an outing here on field 1 as it comes wide from Bunn out to Olivia Jones, and she was just a couple of metres too far infield to catch that, and as it works out, it's gone forward from Bunn, that pass, and Rylance has worked really hard to get over onto this near side. Catherine Richardson-Walden. It's just...
The referee's judged that touch to be fine, but he's gonna...
Has he?
Yeah, he has. He's just going to ask them to redo the dump properly. And Taipans again, beautifully showing his pace off the box. Purvis dumps, Mail picks up, feeds Russell. Russell dumps, Hyven feeds Purvis once again, who's now going to go to Kelly. Kelly's got Mail on his left, 2 picks. Russell looking the short line. They've got no more touches to play with. Has the ball gone? Yes, it has. Kelly now. Or have they got one? No, they are trying to play with it. Ball is there. Kelly couldn't quite get that to either Purvis or Hyven on that case.
90 seconds to play here at the University of Nottingham, and just while this ball is right out, just to tell you what's coming up next. We're back into the men's open. Northwest against the Midlands Tigers, and that's going to be an intriguing game from what we've seen so far this weekend. Wildcats get some fresh legs on through Claire Davis. She is coming on. And here is Ollie Smith, and he feeds Isaac Oxford. They're on with Matt Halligan, but it's Smith who's showing some pace going to the right. Oh, lovely pass out to Maisie Rosewell, and fantastic hands to put the youngster over. Is that going to be given as a score? No. What a shame.
Such a shame that.
What a massive shame.
And they're going to be marched 10 metres as well for not giving the ball back too. But that was a shame, because it was a lovely setup from Wildcats. As we see Purvis dump now, Hyven underneath, Russell dumping. Hyven feeding Mail. Mail's got Pilkington on his left, who just manages to hold on to that ball. Dumps Hyven. Scott now on the ball. Dumping. He wants Grimsey underneath. Grimsey's going to have to pick. They've got no more touch to play with. Was that forward? No, they're going to play on. Scott's there. He's got to find someone, but the touch comes in nicely from Isaac Oxford. But once again, lovely to see that we're in this last minute of the game and Taipans are still having some great pace off the box and getting all the way down that pitch and giving themselves scoring opportunities.
Indeed, this is their first game of the day, so they've got 40 fewer minutes in their legs than the Wildcats. But still, the Wildcats keep on coming as Rosewell gets it off the floor to Evans, and he finds Edwards on the inside. Evans again takes the dump, and Edwards has only got one touch still to play with. He's jinking left and right, and that's the final touch. That's the hooter, and the Taipans have this one in the bag, and that's another win for the South East Taipans in this wide open, mixed open pool here at the University of Nottingham. Jack, thank you very much for helping us guide this through. Are you sticking around for the next game as well?
It won't be me, unfortunately, but I'll try and find a replacement.
That would be fantastic if you could, because Joe Wright will be back into the co-commentary chair, and for the next game, back, as I say, into the Men's Open. Thanks again, Jack, and good luck with the rest of your refereeing weekend, and we will see you soon. And in the meantime, don't go anywhere, because we will be back with that Men's Open game between the Northwest and the Midlands Tigers, as the action stays hot and intense in the East Midlands.
Have a chat with them. They've got 4 different types of honey available to buy. They haven't put down what they are, so we'll just deal them off for you. First bit down, you get to have a taste before you start. Everybody runs random fishing, when honey, to make sure you enter on Instagram, so like, tag, comment. This is for her today only, so if you don't go over and see them today, pick up on a football tomorrow. You got 2 days. It does say face turnover, but it's got nothing on the other side. So if you want to see their number, get over to Scotland and chat and have a chat to them. Like I said, local family run business by Scotland and chat, and Scott is a long-term member of the National Touch. Right, what else we got? We have done Christina's 50th birthday. Happy birthday to husband and everyone else around that. We've got a couple of requests coming up, so we'll get them thrown on for you just a moment. officials, you go 1 minute warning. Closing officials, 1 minute.
Go for 3, 1, 2, 3! Go for 3, 1, 2, 3!
Plays and officials, 30 seconds.
Nick, you're one.
So we are back. We have the Northwest Men's Open versus the Midland Tigers. Men's Open, this should be a really, really athletic affair. Joined by Chris Simon. How are you?
Good, thanks, Jay. First appearance on the mic this weekend, so looking forward to it.
Yeah, lovely stuff. This should be an absolutely cracking game. Northwest Men's played earlier, really, really good game against the Saxons. Ended up running riot, but we're made to work hard for it. It'd be interesting to see how this game goes against a much stronger Midland side. Moving into the 32 shot, looking for the open side wrap. Will Upton on the ball. Snake-like hips. The kick to the short side, look to the wing, and that might be the opening score. Refs are going to have a conversation. And they're happy. Really, really nice score. Can't quite see the number of who put the ball down there.
I think it's Tom Davies out on the wing. I think it was Tom that scored, was it, on the corner?
Amazing.
He's
That was
the ball back now, I think he's just throwing the ball back, yeah.
the bearded wonder. The bearded wonder.
Yeah, good score that. And there's a lot riding in this game. I think, yeah, fighting for third and fourth, aren't they? So who will play Saxons and Wildcats in the next round?
Yeah, definitely. I think Northwest sort of have a little something to prove here. I think they were a little bit critical of their performance in the first game. They're going to look to build on that and really expose this Midlands team that they would feel like they could beat. There's a 32 there. Adam Brimlow on the ball, looking for the passive link of Mike Rice. It's just crowded out by the Midlands defence. This is fifth touch. They'll probably look to kill it in this corner. Well, Adam gets in behind, looks for the switch. Really nice separation. Is that down? Sam Dixon, really nice trail line.
Yeah, very nice from Sam there. He took his defender one way and then checked back the other way as Brimlow sort of made the back line of the box, really.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Adam Brimlow, getting in behind the Midlands defence, and then the awareness of Sam Dixon just to lose his covering defender, create the space, get the ball down. Really good stuff. 1-1 going into 2 minutes. A score a minute would be nice for 40 minutes, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think we are destined for an attacking game. I think both these teams will want to score, put a lot on the score chart.
Yeah, they both have the ability to outscore each other. It's really, really positive. You know, you're looking at this pod at the moment. You have the Maynards, Matthew Maynard, Matthew Sandland, just to name a few. You've got really dynamic wingers. They're looking for the hammer. Lovely little dummy and dive. Great defensive touch there by Sam Thorpe.
Yeah, two youngsters coming up against each other there, Ellis Watts and Sam Thorpe.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a theme this Nationals. You know, the teams are bringing in the youth, trying to upskill them for future years. You know, Northwest have a really nice balance in this men's open of experienced players and young up-and-coming talents who are really still quite raw, learning their trade from some of the most experienced people in the business. This is fifth touch, Ben Grinter, the danger man for this Northwest side, you'd think. Just gets crowded out there. It's a good completed set, though.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Ben had a fantastic Euros. I think surprised many to be included in that men's open squad, but absolutely deserved his place and played phenomenally well.
Yeah, definitely. I think the one critique you maybe could have had of Ben over the past couple of years is his physicality, but that is no longer an issue, as shown by some really dominant touches in the midfield there. It's unfortunate that the Northwest have given away a penalty, but that's really good attacking work from the Midlands to draw that out.
Yeah, I think Ben's physique has come on their end, and you know, 1 year at playing university touch as well. He's had to dominate that NTU team, and has done, as I've said, very, very good. So.
Yeah, he's a real talent. We'll see if the Midlands can unlock that. Liam Halfpenny. It's a really static play there. I wonder if they can get a little bit of a roll on, create a bit more separation between the middles. Looks like a nicer setup. Might go long. Unlucky. That's really well defended by Ben Meakin and Jordan Cross on this near side. Ben Meakin saying it's ball down surely. Really nice defending by Ben Grinter. Northwest will look to get into their transition here, move through the pitch, see if they can get a really dynamic attack going down the other end. Get a roll on for the Midland Tigers defence. Jake Morris, Jordan Cross, Bobby, experienced names. We're looking at Matthew Bate. Really nice 32. This is Bobby. This is fifth coming. Really nice scoop from Matthew Bate. He's going to look to kick right. Just gets touched, although draws the penalty for an offside. I think that is Liam Halfpenny. No, number 3, Dan Powell, just caught offside. Really nice opportunity here. Repeat set on the line.
Yeah, they'll be looking to put pressure on Midlands now here in Northwest and wanting to score off this set.
Yeah, what we've seen quite a lot from the Northwest is they like to run these near side quickies. I think that's Sam Grant going round. Was a touch made? Sam's adamant there isn't. Lovely score there from Sam Grant.
Yeah, just got an outside of Liam a little bit there. Liam might have pulled a little bit harder corner, I think, to stop Sam, but yeah, very good score. Nice dive at the end to finish.
Yeah, I think the Northwest have been running a very similar platform, but the dumping player has been stepping back inside. Liam was trying to preempt that movement from the dumping player, but Sam kicks out on the right-hand side. Dives over the touch for the score, 2-1. 5 minutes in. Exciting stuff so far.
Yeah, we're not quite 1 minute at the moment, but yeah, I think a mistake at either end, and another mistake there from the Midlands, and the Northwest will be looking to penalise them.
Yeah, I think that this is a really good opportunity now to launch an attack. What's interesting about the Northwest is they seem to want to attack from anywhere, whether the turnover's on their own 5 or on the opposition 10-metre line. They are very direct. They want to get to the opposition's line in as few touches as possible. Ben Meakin demanding hands out to Cooper Bainbridge. Does he have the pace to go in the corner? It's a really good covering touch there. I think that is the winger. The winger coming across to make the touch. Tom Davis. Then they've got a couple touches to play with here. The Northwest, are they going to look to go open side? They go short side through Jake Morris.
That's a score. Looks like a score down there, I think.
Yep, Jake Morris gets his just reward for a really nice short side quickie there, orchestrated by Ben Meakin.
Yeah, another one, Jake. Been coming on no end this year. Again, I've been coaching him at NTU alongside Ben Gwinter, and those two together have played really, really well. I think they're taking that back into the strong Northwest side.
Yeah, they seem to work really well together, especially under the watchful eye of Ben Meakin, you know, the maestro, but he sort of pulls the string, the puppet master, barking orders throughout the pitch. It does give these younger players a licence to just do the job that they've been told to do.
Absolutely. I was down here just when the Northwest were playing their first game this morning, and all I could hear was Meeks barking the order, and he's in front of us here doing the same thing.
Yeah, it feels like he never stops. I don't know how he can run at such full tilt and still be barking orders at the same time.
Absolutely.
Midlands will be looking to reply here. It looks like they've got a nice roll from the defence. They're going to scoop open side. They're going to look to the wing. Really nice catch and finish there. Really lovely stuff. Brilliant ball from a 32 set-up on the short side, going back open side, over the top of the defence. Winger's diving catch. Beautiful score. 3-2.
Yeah, and I thought probably Northwest scoring 2 there might be looking to pull away in this one, and they looked like the dominant side. Midlands made a couple of mistakes, but I think Midlands needed to score then and needed to keep it down to 1, and then 1 and 2. If they conceded a third, I think that would have been a real problem to chase again.
Yeah, definitely. I think Northwest are one of those sides, especially in the men's division, where if you let them have a lead, it's really hard because, you know, they get the tails up, they get the confidence going. It's really hard to get back at them. They're looking like another open side. Oh, beautiful passive. Really, really good shot from Liam Halfpenny there. Really, really good stuff.
Yeah, Liam shot that early. He saw that one coming, read it well. Good decision.
I think they're going to run a very similar setup. Adam with the 32. It goes flat across the front. Jordan Cross. Really good covering touch there. I think that was Louis McManus getting across and making the touch. Is that? Can't quite see his number. It's either 14 or 11.
I think it's the other Tom on this side, Tom Wells, I think.
Yeah, we'll find out in a second as the passes are commentary tense. This looks like a very nice scoop. Really good pressure touch. Sam Dixon really, really showing his defensive prowess here. I think a critique to be made so far that, you know, the first eight and a half minutes of Midlands is their transition is pretty static. Oh, that's lovely. Ben Meakin has the pace. We were complimenting his quads earlier. Now we can compliment the speed that is stored within them. Extends the Northwest lead back to 2, 4-2. Really, really good stuff.
Absolutely. I've not seen Meeks open their legs and put that power down for quite some time. He normally gets everybody else to do it on the field. I think he'll be really pleased there. I mean, Matt Sandler's no slouch, and he beat him for pace on the outside, so really good for Meeks.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is an area that the Northwest can really look to capitalise on. I think that they might have the edge in terms of just natural athleticism, and it looks like they're running some really positive structures. So all to do for the Midlands Tigers, but it's very early. 9 minutes gone. Midlands look to be warming into this game. I think if they can get their danger players on the ball, Matthew Maynard, Will Upton, Matt Sandland, they can make things happen. There's Ellis Watts trying to dive through. Really lovely score by Ellis. His dad will be watching. Absolutely over the moon with that.
Yeah, great score. I mean, you saw a bit of a gap, the separation in the mids there. Your defensive wiser won't be happy with that score. Is it Ben Grinch, I think, there at middle?
Yeah, I think Ben has noticed that there was just a little bit too much separation between the two middles. They need to just be approaching a little bit more, close that gap. You know, players like Ellis Watts, so elusive. They will find those gaps. They will exploit them. Back to one score in it, 4-3. It's turning into a little bit of a shootout. Got Bobby Taylor feeding the wrap. Matt Bate feeding the switch. Sam Grant splits out, steps back inside. Back to Bobby Taylor. That is a gorgeous set of sequencing by the Northwest. Beautiful score.
They really tore Midlands apart there in the middles and the links. Big gap, and thoroughly deserved that score. And you're seeing, obviously, Northwest, you've got a fairly influential group from Wigan and NQ. Within Midlands, it's predominantly Cambridge and Nottingham. And I think the blending of those teams together, it'll be interesting to see second half how these teams come out.
Yeah, 100%. I think so far, from what we've seen in the men's division, it seems like the Northwest team, with the wide variety of teams that these players have come from. You've got NQ, Manchester Chargers, PFT, Crewe and Nantwich, Wigan Warriors, as you mentioned. There's lots of different teams that these players have come from, and they are gelling really well, and it's led to some really fluent scores.
Joe, obviously you know a lot of these Northwest lads. How much have they had a chance to play together and train together?
Not as much as I think that they would like. I think that if in an ideal world they might have had 1 or 2 more training sessions. Obviously these guys are coming from all across the north. It's hard to find a good mid ground for them to train at, but I think it's a testament to the coaching that these guys have had. Just be able to take the skills they've learned at their individual teams and bring them and be able to merge the styles of play into one cohesive team. I think it's been really impressive the way that they've moved the ball around just as the Midlands tried to go over the top. That's Jordan Cross with the interception. That's 0 touch. It's a really good defensive play there from Jordan. Ben Grinter making more yards with his elusive hips and feet. Really lovely stuff. Sam Thorpe getting the ball down. Ben Meakin feeding it off. Bobby Taylor orchestrating the midfield attack. They're going to look to go expansive. They're going to look for a short. Bobby Taylor going up. This will be a scoop. That's unlucky. That looks like it's just gone ball down, although they're going to play on. Is that Cooper Bainbridge in the corner? No, I think that they are bringing it back. Yeah, they're bringing it back. The ball down in the road.
Yeah, not sure whether the defender is in the 7 there, whether they've gone into the 7 or not, whether he's putting out that touch, but yeah, ball down, I think lost in control.
Yeah, it's one of those 50-50 calls, isn't it? Pulling out, you know. When you're in the 7, you've got to advance, but if you swipe and miss the touch, you know, it's a very tough call for a referee.
Yeah, and especially when it's, that was in transition, wasn't it? A lot of momentum, driving quite hard, and often that's when you get away with them.
Oh, that's unlucky. See, that's a much better transition for the Midlands Tigers. Getting a roll on for the Northwest, going past the initial line of defence, and then looking for the option to score. It's just not quite come off for them on that occasion, but it's promising signs, you know. There's 2 scores in it. They're well in this game. I think by their own admission, maybe a little bit disappointed with the way that they've played so far.
Yeah, I think so. I was chatting to Travis Kenny, the Midlands coach, earlier on, and they've been coming into games in the second half quite often because the Midlands have not played very much together. I think yesterday was the first time these 14 players got together, so properly as a 14.
Yeah, well, I think that's just a testament to the individuals that you've got in this Midlands side. You know, the notable names: Will Upton, Matthew Maynard, Matt Sandland. You know, you could go down. Liam Halpenny has been one of those players who's really come on this past NTS season. Plays for Oxford and plays for Cambridge, sorry, and is a really dynamic player. That's a lovely pass there, really lovely score. Thomas Wells on the end of that. Really lovely play.
I was trying to see who gave that ball. I couldn't see it at that point.
It might have been Will Upton. I think it was Will Upton.
He has got a long ball now. He didn't have one about a season or 2 ago, and he's worked really hard on that, and deserved score there in the corner by Tom Wells.
Yeah, I think if you look at the NTS series, especially the mixed NTS series, that Nottingham side has really come on leaps and bounds recently. I think, you know, a couple of seasons ago, you're looking at a top 12 side. Now you're looking at top 4, top 6, most occasions. It's just a testament to hard work and, you know, the coaching that goes into that Nottingham side.
Yeah, I agree. And Lupton's been instrumental in that from a playing perspective. I think it's probably worth mentioning Clark Hobson, who would have been playing today except for his injury, and he is in that Midlands box coaching and helping Travis. Yeah,
Clark's one of those players. He has such experience from his time at BBR and playing internationally as well. I feel like those players, they can't be overstated, the importance that they have. You know, you need that experience in this Northwest side. You've got the likes of Ben Meakin, you've got Gabe on the sidelines, unfortunately can't play through injury. these are the players that really drive that team along.
Absolutely. I think Gabe in this box closest to us for the Northwest and Clark in the box of the Midlands. You're quite right, underestimating them is a danger, because it's not just how they prepare the teams, it's what they do during the games when they spot things, and that's for me the big difference.
That is awfully good play there. Really, really good feet. Number 14, Louis McManus, just getting on the outside of Jake Morris. Really good covering touch there by Ben Grinter, I believe it was. Midlands will have one more opportunity to attack on 5th touch. That's a very, very, very good defensive unit of the Northwest. They seem to be moving really well as a unit and not giving too many holes or options for the Midlands to attack that.
No, you're right. Good defensive set there by Northwest, and they'll be pleased the fact that 5-3 up, 2 scores, and attacking the line, and Midlands come back into it and just won the difference now. So.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really, really interesting game. It looks like it's just bubbling on, reaching its boiling point. These teams are just trying to get their structure away. That's a lovely left to right pass by Bobby. Really good finish. Really good catch and pass by Sam Grant. What a score! That is just core skills applied to touch structure.
Fantastic skill. I'm thinking that was last touch. It was certainly 4. I lost count in the transition, but to play that, they switched the ball back and quick move to get on the outside.
Yeah, players like Bobby Taylor, Sam Grant, they play together at Wigan. They have that understanding. Bobby knows that if he throws that pass, Sam's going to be on the outline. He got on the outside of his link. 2-on-1. Jordan Cross, the happy recipient of that pass in the corner. Looks like Midlands are really going to need a reply here. It's Will Upton trying to go through. I think he thought that they were offside. Referee disagrees.
Yeah, Upton's asking for just a bit of clarity around there. I think putting the referees under a little bit of pressure, pleasant pressure. Anyway.
Yeah, I think players like Will Upton. Oh, that's a lovely ball. Oh, Liam Halpenny's beautiful hole hitting, really good. Will Upton spotted that. Vision and awareness to just float that pass into the space and let Liam jump onto it.
Yeah, absolutely, and he feinted long there. He looked at it and it held the winger out, which was important, otherwise that hole wouldn't have opened for Liam.
Yeah, I think that's part of the setup that people often neglect from a ball carrying perspective. If you don't fix your winger, if you don't condition your winger to stay wide, that link wing hole doesn't appear.
Absolutely, yeah, it's a really important part of the game, and I think it's becoming increasingly part of the game as defences starting to really challenge the attacking lines and working out how they're going to play different things.
Yeah, I think we're seeing another one there. That's going to be a turnover. That's unlucky, Northwest had just had a penalty for a hard touch, and then just give the ball away on an incorrect roll ball on the next touch. People like Ben Meakin will be disappointed with that, but they will now endeavour to win this ball back and get a turnover in the midfield.
Yeah, and I think this next about 2.5 minutes to play, and Northwest has largely been up in this game. I think 1 or 2 scores all the way through, and if Midland score and it goes in level, they'll be thinking that they're the confident team coming into the second half.
That is a let-off for Northwest. Ben Grinter was adamant he'd made the touch, robbed the referee. It's called play on, play through. I think that was Adam Brimlow or Jake Morris, just coming across and saving Ben from a sticky situation. That's a bit of a let-off. You can't help but think that that's an opportunity for Midlands to get one back.
Absolutely, and both teams did different things in them. Midlands will be thinking should have scored from that.
The setup from Midlands was perfect. The last pass was just a little bit low. Unfortunate, but the Midlands are really warming into this game. As you said, maybe the second half is when they're going to kick on and really start to put the pressure onto Northwest.
Yeah, I think Northwest, because they've still got time to get one here, and if they can get on the other end and make it 2 difference half time, that'll be probably what's justice for the Northwest, I think.
Yeah, definitely, completely agree. And, this is a really even game. This is end to end. Like you say, this is probably the 3rd and 4th playoff you'd like to imagine. That's an offside call, though. Really well milked there from Matt Bate. He knew exactly what he was doing. That's the experience that you're talking about.
Absolutely. A minute to go. They want to see this out. They want to score. Certainly, if they don't get down there, complete their set of 6 and not give Midlands a chance.
Yeah, I think the only thing on Bobby's mind at the moment is getting another score. He doesn't enjoy not scoring. It's a really nice early wrap to Matt Bate. Lovely dive. Saw a really loud call. We'll see if the refs call ball down. Yep, refs have called ball down. That's a really, really good reply there from what looked to be a little bit of a shaky defensive set for the Northwest. They get their transition going, they roll through, and they get a score. Matt Bate will be very happy for that dive.
Yeah, looking at the half so far, Northwest had the start of this game, the first 10 minutes probably, and they're finishing strongly now. And I think Midland's probably had the middle section, and they'll be wanting to maybe just try and get one back before half time if they can.
Yeah, definitely. I think players like Will Upton as well, they'll be going into this sub box at half time, just reminding them, look, we're in this, we're 2 scores down, probably not played the best touch that we know that we can. If we warm up, if we really start to play the way that we've seen them play this weekend, they'll be dangerous. That's a beautiful step, really nice left to right pass, good evasiveness by Tom Davis, and that brings it to one score in it on the buzzer. Very happy.
Superb finish, and one in it, as you said, it can go either way the second half, and probably a good reflection on that game. Pretty tight all the way through, really.
Yeah, completely agree. We will be back after our 4-minute break. Thank you very much.
Nothing to start with, actually. I'd like our middle to be a little bit better. We're doing a good job of checking that plate. Let's try and get one player up in the front. That's going to help our open side. Jordan should under some pressure, and because he's still having to move up, he's only on side lane. So wingers like to start. Line attack. Early rhythm. Good. Throw John. 1, 2, 3. Tigers! 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2 minutes.
So this is how we started the last game yesterday. Ryan was getting a bit more grip. North on 3, 1, 2, 3! North on 3, 1, 2, 3! Ed! Ed! Ed!
And we are back. The players are on the pitch, ready to go for the second half. Yeah, this is. We were just talking off air. Looks like the game still has more to give. There are errors from both teams creeping in at both ends of the pitch. If the other team can capitalise on those, or if they all get nullified together, I think we're going to see a. No, it's hard, but we're going to see a higher scoring second half. This really is a battle of 2 attacks here.
It is absolutely. I'm hopeful this is nip and tuck all the way, and there's only no more than 1, maybe 2 in it when we're going into the last couple of minutes, because at that point anyone can win. I think if they get 3 or 4 ahead either team, then it's going to be very difficult to chase.
Yeah, definitely. I think we were also mentioning just the absentees from these two teams. We've obviously got Clark Hobson from the Midlands. Will be disappointed that he's not here, but he's probably making the right decision in terms of his injury. Northwest, we have the likes of Toby Phillips, Josh Ingram, Jordan Mellon, all unavailable for this selection. So these are two probably really balanced teams, really balanced regions. If you look at all three divisions as a whole. So yeah, this is about as balanced as you're going to get it, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a great match, and I hope both these teams will be looking to get into the semi-finals tomorrow and challenge the South East, and I think both can.
Yeah, definitely. I know that the South East is definitely the region to beat, especially that Sharks team. That Sharks team is dangerous. I mean, the Taipans are no slouches themselves. So this is really about setting a marker. This is Ben Grinter with his feet, feeding to Ben Meakin. Ben Meakin's going to look to take the touch and split. Really, really good stuff, engage in the middle. The ball was probably just on the floor a little bit too long to be explosive as possible. Ben Meakin gets the ball, splits outside, steps back inside. Late ball to Ben Grinter, skips over the diving touch of Liam Halpenny. Gets the score to open the second half.
Yeah, I think Liam there was holding his space a little bit wider, just looking at that passive line and expecting the ball probably to go more into the link channel, and Ben just hit the hole really well and scored.
Yeah, that's sort of been a theme. The two Bens, Ben squared, Bill and Ben, Ben and Ben, whatever you want to call them, they're working together beautifully, combining NQ teammates, combining on the big stage here. This is really good. Now we're relying on the Midlands to get a reply. So 32 short, looks to feed the wrapper. That's unlucky. Open side was on, they'd found the overlap. If the ball went to hand, it might have been a 4-on-3. As it is, Northwest will look to go into their transition.
Yeah, just going back to that last score of Northwest there, and you look at that pod that was Grinter, Meakin, Sam Thorpe and Jake Morris, and you've got 4 players there, all of who the Midlands would have to defend hard. So.
Yeah, I think that's something, it's a really good point actually. I think that's something that people often probably goes missed. You look at the big names at this Northwest side, Ben Meakin, XYZ, you've got Bobby, you've got Adam Brimley, you've got Jordan Cross, you've got Matt Bate, you've got Sam Grant, and you often forget about the danger of players like Jake Morris, Sam Thorpe, Sam Dixon, Cooper Bainbridge on one wing. Scores can come from anywhere in this team, so defenders really do have to watch all angles and all opportunities. It's a really nice defensive touch there from Cooper. Midlands are going to try and roll on. This is 5th. Ellis Watts looking to engage the defence. Really nice shot there from Mike Rice. Really, really good stuff.
That was good call, good option there for Mike. He didn't overcommit too early. Gave Ellis a little bit of the hole, but then he had complete pace to close it off completely.
Yeah, and I think that is, Mike Rice there, that's a really good defensive profile because his hips are facing outwards so he can chase if the ball does go, but he still has the awareness to step across and shut that hole. That's a really nice tip there from Adam Brimlow, the awareness of that, just to make the extra 5 or 10 metres in their transition. It's a bit static there from Ben Grinter, looked to take him on the outside, just couldn't quite find the joy, but I think we're going to see a really dynamic scoop here from the Grints. Really nice feet, shake and bake on the inside. Finds the separation. Can he find the spare man? Looks to Meakin. Oh, that is unlucky. The dynamic duo nearly combining for another score between them.
Yeah, really. I mean, Grinter there was just sheer pace. He stepped through and really just opened up a huge gap. And he deserved to score. Probably very unlucky for Meeks out wide.
Yeah. But as we said earlier on in the day, as soon as there is a mistake made by this Northwest, they go and make up for it. Ben Meakin, defensive pressure, forcing the turnover. This is now a repeat set of 6 for Northwest on the Midlands line. This is where you've got to feel if the Midlands can defend this out, it's a real big mental boost. It gives them an opportunity to go down the other end and get a score.
Very much like first half when I think Northwest went up by 2 twice, and both times they had chances to make it 3 and didn't, and they'll be looking to do that this time.
Yeah, completely agree. Well, there's the danger. It's a really, you might look at that play from Sam Foot there and think, why hasn't he passed it? They have a whole set of 6. You want to use all of the touches available to you, not to throw the ball away on one. That's Ben Meakin getting over the ball. Late pass, delayed pass to Grinter. Really good shutdown there. Louis McManus getting up in the face of Ben Grinter. Shutting down the play. This is 5th. Ben Meakin goes right to left. Looks for the tap back inside. Again shut down by Louis McManus. Really, really solid defensive set there. I think Rob spotted something here. I think this is chat. It's just telling the Midlands defenders, Rob knows his job.
Yeah, I think probably just making a point and not too much back chat.
It's been a real theme that all of the referees saying, look, this is the minimum. We don't want any more. We don't want any explicit chat. We are quite happy to have a two-way conversation with you, but it's got to be respectful. It's got to be done in the right manner. I think Rob's just reinforcing that.
He is, and I know last night the refs got together and had a couple of the coaches and senior players, I think, together just to explain how do we want the game.
Will Upton ghosting through. Can they find the separation? Can they find the spare man? Will Upton with the patience. Really nice stuff. I think, has he just stepped out? Oh, if that's given, that is really, really good work there from Will Upton. Refs are going to have a conversation, see if he stepped out into the dead ball zone. Oh,
yeah, I think I don't know how Lupton did that. He was probably doing ballet down the back.
Yeah,
of that line,
we were saying that these players can play salsa with the feet that they've shown. Just the awareness there from Will Upton to not step out of bounds, find the spare man. The wingers collapse to try and cover the link. Really, really good stuff there. Brings it back to a score in it. And like you said, Northwest opportunity to go 3 up. Don't take it. Midlands are back within 1.
You would think they're doing it intentionally just for these cameras and for the entertainment for us. It's great, isn't it? Yeah, keeping this game like this all the way through. Let's carry on.
Yeah, it is a real battle here. Players like Bobby and Matt Bate now on the ball are going to try and take this game by the scruff of the neck. Matt Bate is going to get the ball back. I think this is 5th coming. Bobby takes the dump, splits right. They run the cut. Unlucky. Really nice play by design. Unfortunately, the execution just wasn't quite there on this occasion.
Yeah, unlucky there. You talked about Matt Bate. Good to see him back. He had a difficult year of injury. He missed most of it and has just come back in for these nationals. So.
Yeah, I made my nationals debut with Matt Bate for when it was Northern Stars. That was a long time ago now, about 5 years ago.
I wasn't going to comment on the Northern Stars. I'm not sure how long ago that was. Sean.
Yeah, 5 years, and I think that was when we really started to see Matt Bate control games. And like you say, it's unfortunate he's had a really tough year of injury, but he looks back to himself.
Yeah, he does, and I saw quite a lot of him in the Loughborough scene playing for the UTS over the last few years, and really strong, committed player, and worked himself into that men's open training squad, and then unlucky not to really feature with injury, really.
I think that is an infringement of the roll ball there. Yes, Rob is going to call hips, not square.
Interesting one. You don't often see that these days. Not square. I think you tend to get away with quite a lot.
Yeah, we've seen a fair few of them though on this on pitch 1. Some of them very obvious. Hips more parallel to the sidelines than the score lines, but it's a fair call. Refs are looking at it. If you make it obvious for the refs, they're gonna call it. And I think this is the Midlands finding some joy. Going through the midfield defence of Mike Rice and Luke Lawrence is going to send Ellis Watts on the wraparound. Oh, I think that there's an injury to Louis McManus there. He's gone down off the ball. They're always not the ones you want to see.
Was that a twisted ankle as he went down? I didn't really see that. He just sort of crumbled.
Yeah, I think he's rolled.
But he
his
looks all right. He's wandering off the field, so hopefully that's nothing too serious there.
Yeah, we saw quite a nasty one yesterday. So hopefully no more. Hopefully no more. We'd like to see everyone fit so we can see the best touch that these guys have to offer.
Absolutely, touch is as an explosive sport as it puts a lot of pressure on your body, and you are going to see injuries, and unfortunately we've seen a couple this weekend so far.
Yeah, I was discussing this yesterday. Different types of injuries. You see more ligaments, you see more dislocations because your touches, you're throwing your body about, you're hyperextending everything to try and make those touches, try and dive for the line. This is Will Upton on the 32 short. They go long to the winger. Winger cuts back inside. Jordan Cross, really solid touch there.
Yeah, good defence there. Midlands will want to put under pressure here and come out with a score if they can.
Yeah, Liam Halpenny to Will Upton. Dummies one way. Mike Rice, really good score. Ref has called play on.
Offside, it's a score.
Will Upton levels it.
Well, is that the first time we've been level since 0-0?
It's the first time we've been level. And this is exactly what you were talking about. Midlands coming strong in the second half. Maybe Northwest getting a little bit complacent in their job, in their work. But exciting times going into the final 10 minutes.
Absolutely. It's where you really get the mindset going now. Northwest don't want to panic. They're still on top of this game if they want to. They've got the ball. Midland's got to work that ball back, and Northwest in control. If they can score off this, they stay in front. Score when you've got the ball.
Yeah, definitely. I think the one thing that's dropped a little bit for the Northwest is the completion of their sets. That's a really... Again,
pointing question there.
Yeah. You just don't want to. You don't want to be just surrendering the possession too often. You want to use your sets, tire the defence out, so their transition isn't as crisp and as clean as they would like it to, and you can really put that defensive pressure on. That's a big shot there from Ben Meakin. He loves those in defence, does he?
He does, yeah. It's a real fine balance between hard touch and actually winning the ruck, and he's done a really good job of winning that ruck.
Yeah, there's Tom Davis on the outside. We all know that he's got wheels to burn. I think that's going to be 9-8 for the Midlands, and it is really, really good pace there. The Northwest defence just a bit too tight and really well exploited by Tom Davis.
Yeah, I can't quite hear what Gabe's saying in the box here for Northwest, but I'd love to be understanding what messages are going out there to this Northwest team right now.
Yeah, it's probably just do your job. Do your job. The set completions have dropped in the past five or so minutes. But here we are. It's Bobby.
Yeah, don't panic. Just keep playing your stuff. They've scored off most of their attacking lines.
Yeah, and they've got the ability. That's Sam Grant just doing Sam Grant things. That is, Will Upton puts his hand up as if to say, that was my man, that's my fault. But Sam Grant, I was talking about him yesterday, doesn't look like the most athletic player, but he is insanely fast and insanely elusive. I think he was underestimated a little bit by the Midlands defence, and he exploits that.
Yeah, and as you said, Lupton put his hand up and went straight to the other end to get involved in the attack here.
Midland's going to look to reply here. And we are relying on the information of Chris. Oh, is that a touch in the corner?
Yeah, touch is given, although just checking. I think Robin was going to give the touch.
I think Cooper's calling the touch.
Going to be a score.
Oh, and that's huge. That is huge in the concept of this game.
Yeah, we've got 10-9 to Tigers. I
think in the other game that is going to play a big role in the position of these two teams is 9-3 Sharks versus Taipans in the Men's Open. 9 to Sharks, 3 to Taipans. That's not how I would have thought that game would have gone with the calibre of players that the Taipans have, but we saw the intensity from Sharks yesterday. The likes of Don Tripp leading that side. You've got big Alex Scott on the wing. Really, really big players. See if Northwest can go and give one back. That looks to be 6 more. This is the opportunity that the Northwest need.
It is. There's plenty of time left in the game. 8 minutes still to play. We're going to see a few more scores, and it's momentum now. And Northwest want to score and need to score off this set, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Completely agree. You've got about 8 minutes left. You want to keep the momentum in your favour. Here's Ben Grinter doing what Ben Grinter does. It is just rinse and repeat. I'm getting fed up of saying his name.
Again, a great step inside Matty Maynard there, and he knew it. Yeah, he shook his head and knew that he'd missed him. But I think, again, probably wanting just the next middle. I can't know who was next middle to him, but probably closing that door.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's one area that the Northwest have exploited really well. It's just the middle spacing in the Midlands, especially the two Bens that have just come off the pitch, Ben Meakin and Ben Grinter. The chemistry that they have, playing at NQ, bringing it here, they're really sort of dragging. At times, they have dragged this Northwest side through some rocky patches to some brilliant results. We'll see if they can do it back here. Bobby Taylor, he would be very satisfied with that.
Yeah, good read of the quick release there and shut out Midland straight away.
Yeah, really. We were complimenting Bobby's touch brain yesterday. His decision making on the pitch is next to none. He is a very, very, very educated player. He's a very smart player. He doesn't take too many risks, but when he does, they're calculated, and he has the ability to make them stick. That's a shame, though. That is a shame. That's a let-off and an opportunity for the Midlands. Northwest seems to be a bit of a problem area. The only problem area that you could find is maybe overplaying it in their transition and handing possession back. But if you've got players like Bobby Taylor, Sam Grant, Adam Brimlow on the pitch, defensive-minded players, you back yourselves to see out this Midlands attack. But this man on the ball will have something to say about that, Will Upton.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Midlands run here and see whether Will's going to try and get in the position for a line attack from close up.
Oh, great feet, great elusiveness. He's going to go for the 32 shot, he's going to go for the long. Trying to take him on the outside, really nice pass. Link wing hole, opened up. Jordan Cross has had to hold on his winger because the threat was there. just a beautiful ball there from Will Upton.
Very similar to the first half when he sort of fainted that ball was going long, and it just held Jordan out wide just that fraction of a second to allow the link to hit the hole.
Yeah, and I think that's the conditioning, and that's the benefit of having a 2-3 day competition, is you can condition your attack, you can condition defences. You know, these teams will have looked at the performances on the live stream, they would have looked back, done their research on other teams. So if the winger's expecting long and he goes short, there's not much you can do in that situation.
Well, that's where you got these two, the Ben and Ben combination in the middles here, where Grinters can go short, he can hit the holes on either inside or outside, but the Midland's got to defend Ben's long ball, and that can hit the link channel or the wing channel.
Yeah, completely agree. That's why I think the dynamic of this pod is really, really impressive. They're flinging it out to Jordan Cross. I think they realised that was last. They're going to look to put some defensive pressure on here, see if they can get a turnover.
Oh, that's a good touch by Meeks, just slowed down the Midlands there.
Yeah, if there's one thing that Ben Meakin is superb at in his defence, it's just slowing the momentum down of the opposition, whether it's a dominant touch of the defence or a halting touch, as you've just seen there, to bring the players back.
Yeah, he'll be the first to tell you, his body's not quite what it used to be, particularly as one of his knees doesn't work properly, and he has to use his brain and his experience and knowledge of the game so much more than he used to, and he's so good at it.
Yeah, and I think also working with players like Gabe, Gabe Pennington is such a defensive-minded coach. He will be able to nitpick all of the defensive errors and give you work-ons to improve, and that's exactly what you want from this Northwest side.
Yeah, it is. I'm not sure what the refs called there, but I thought it looked like ball down, but I think it's probably been touched in flight by the looks of it.
Yes, that might have been 6 more. That's a really, really good defensive touch there from Ben Meakin. Clear communication. There might be a hold there. Brilliant shot by Jake Morris.
Yeah, it was. Great read. Matty Sunderland stepped inside to Ben Lenori there. I think that's an offside, is he giving? I know Ben's had a couple of chats with the refs. He had one about the 6 again over there. He just needs to calm down and just make sure he doesn't get put to the box.
Yeah, I think that might be 1 penalty now on the penalty count. You don't want to give away too many. That's what Ben Grinter does. He may get frustrated with himself and he may cause a couple issues for himself, but he puts in the work to go and change that. I thought that was going to be turned over then.
Lots of control in that roll.
I think the Midlands have got away with one there. This is now where the Northwest need to scramble, reorganise, put that one in the back of their mind and do their job. Really nice touch by Sam Thorpe. Midlands go open side. They look to execute. That looks like a diving score there. Really nice score.
I don't think Grints has got him, has he?
Benny's just querying the separation there.
I'm not sure whether he's querying that one or the one before. I think it was unlucky. It looked like a loss of control, but it happens in the game, doesn't it?
Yeah, you get those, and it's one of those things you've just got to keep working. Put it behind you, do your job. That's now 2 down for the Northwest. 3 minutes to go. This will be tough to take if you're the Northwest. You're up for such a large portion of the game. That's Adam Brimlow. Maybe the inside pass was on. Obviously, it's easier to see from this position than on the pitch, but those options have been there.
Absolutely, we need a good defensive set here from the Northwest, because obviously, as unbiased as both of us are, we could do with a Northwest score to just get this thing going into the last couple of minutes, just one in it.
Yeah, I think the defensive pressure that they're going to put on, that looks off. Oh, I think Midlands have got away with one there. Liam Halpenny maybe getting the benefit of the doubt from the referees. Tom Davis with his explosive acceleration. Apologies if you've heard any language there.
They expected that to go the other way. And again, two things there have gone against Northwest. You've got to stay switched on. You've got to play to that whistle and not switch off, and they've let Tom Davis get in and score.
Yeah, Luke Lawrence is just querying that. Has been told by Rob just to watch the way that he's talking. I feel for the Northwest. I really do. There looks to be 2 decisions you could argue have been missed by the referees, but you've got to play what's in front of you. You can't get hung up on these things. I know, everyone can be guilty of it when you're in the middle of battle, as per se. But this is where you want to look to exploit. That's a really nice ball from Sam Grant. It just not quite reeled in by Jordan Cross, maybe just a little bit out of his reach, and that might just be enough for the Tigers to take this game home.
Yeah, I think so. Now we're coming into the last minute and there's 3 in it, and I think we said through this game, you get to 3, it's really hard to chase the game, because you've got to, haven't you?
Yeah, and you think about all the opportunities that the Northwest had to go 3 up, didn't get the decisions that they might have liked to. they've definitely underestimated. Although that's a very, very, very good decision for the Northwest. Although a minute to go, you'd like to think that this is just too much to climb.
Yeah, I think you said there, I mean, Northwest took 2 up through most of this game. It certainly felt like in that first half. And at that point, that's where you need to close it out, or at least get yourself to a position where you can't be caught, really.
Yeah, definitely. Sam Grant's probably going to look for the same long ball. That's 6 more, though. Penalty given. Offside is the call. They really need to get going here if they want to bring this to 2 just before the hooter goes. Sam Grant on the ball. Matt Bate takes the dump, splits back inside, gets the ball back from Sam Grant. Steps one way, gets the penalty. He's going to have to tap and go quickly. 10 seconds left. They're going to need to get a score. Points difference can be really important. Sam Grant taking the dump, splitting, gets the ball back. Nice. Unlucky, really well defended. And that's a victory for Midlands Tigers. Really, really even game. Midlands maybe got the rub of the green, I would say.
Yeah, I think you probably find it, when those games are won in it and you feel really unlucky. I think getting to 3 in it, Northwest would look and think, we should have closed that out.
Well, that's the end
and
of
then
the
it
game.
wouldn't have got to that stage. We wouldn't have had the call where maybe they felt a little bit aggrieved by it. It happens in games. Refs make mistakes. I'm not saying they made mistakes in that game, but it does happen. Players make mistakes.
Just a reminder,
Don't let
get
the refs
yourself
handle
on
the
the
game.
Yeah, and I think complimenting Midlands Tigers, they stayed in that game really well. 2-0 down, well, 2 scores down for the majority of the game. Fought back really well. Will Upton leading the charge with Liam Halpenny and co.
Yeah, and I think just picking out Tom Davis, who had 2 breakaways from there, where he played what was in front of him and scored 2 down that box side on the far side, and almost a difference for me.
Yeah, completely agree. We are on next. We have. Where's it gone?
They're here today only.
We have mixed open, I believe, coming next. Just loading up our schedule.
There'll be a women's open next. I'm trying to think which the game is. With the South East battle next coming up.
Yes, it is. Southeast Taipans versus Southeast Sharks Women's Open. That's going to be an entertaining one. Did you watch the Southeast Sharks Women's Open game earlier?
I was sideline watching the game against the Midlands Tigers, which Tigers will be kicking themselves if they can close that out because they're 3-1 up. Yeah. But South East Sharks, and I've just got to pick out Em Irons, who was phenomenal in that second half to really get themselves back in that game.
We were singing her praises. We really were. She came off the pitch when there was a little bit of a break in the second half when one of the Sharks players was down. She came off the pitch, said something along the lines of, "I'm not losing this game," and walked back on the pitch and single-handedly dragged her team through it. So that's going to be an enthralling affair, I imagine.
It will be, and I think both the women's and men's, I'm really looking forward to both the Northwest and the Midlands having another chance at those South East teams and seeing what happens, because I think they've demonstrated, both the men's and the women's, that they've got the chance to test them all the way. So it's interesting to see what happens later on and tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. Right, we are going to take a break. Thank you very much, Chris.
Sure.
Cheers.
Going up to 24/7 and the conversations on pitch 1. Give me a live update throughout the day. Bit of self-care.
My daughter to play now, and then after that.
Players and officials, 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2-minute warning.
Thanks very much to Chris Simon for his co-commentary in that last game with Joe. as we see the Midlands Tigers beat the Northwest in the Men's Open. On the field too, just in the background, it was the Sharks against the Taipans. They had all but secured their place in the top two and a bye through to tomorrow, but the Sharks got first blood against the Taipans in that Southeast Derby, comfortably winning 12-4. And as a result, when it comes to the quarterfinals, is that the Sharks will play the winner of what will now surely be Northwest against the West Wildcats, assuming the Wildcats beat the Southwest Saxons. But this is also a battle, Southeast battle, between the Sharks in blue, Taipans in red. This is a repeat of the 2021 final, and we saw some fantastic resilience shown by the Sharks in their win over the Midlands Tigers, coming back from 3-1 to win 4-3 with a score 2 minutes from time. And it's Emily Irons, who's one of the players who's starting and is now already dictating play. She's about to get a ball back. No, she's not. It's Emily Crow who gets the ball. But Emily Irons put in a fantastic performance to drag the Sharks back from the brink. They are down players. They're down experienced players. But they're still going to want to put on a show against the Taipans, who are the reigning champions. And both of these teams come in with a perfect record of 4 wins from their 4 games and are nailed on first and second place. And the Taipans get some good go forward ball. Looking to make the most of their first attack, and it comes to nothing. It's Erin Payton there getting touched for that turnover, but some good rolling play by the Taipans. There's Emily Irons, the determined, resolute Emily Irons, takes the ball over halfway, now works her way off the field, and here come the Sharks through through Elizabeth Merritt, and now Emma Oliver. Back to Lydia Ticehurst, and now Elizabeth Merritt. Joe Wright is back from a little water break.
Yeah, quick hydration break. Back to the action.
Absolutely, and this is going to be an intriguing game to see if the Sharks can recover back from their thrilling win over the Midlands Tigers earlier, whereas the Taipans have had a very straightforward progression so far. Albeit pushed all the way by the North. Well, both of these teams were pushed all the way by Northwest, only winning by 1. The Sharks and the Taipans only won by 1 against the Northwest. But for this derby now, as we see the Sharks set up camp in the Taipans half, Meriters again, and now Oliver, and they both work their way off. And here come the cavalry of Emily Hacking, and it's just a little unforced error. We saw unforced errors kill the Sharks in the first half against the Tigers, but then that final, I'm still reeling from that final 10 minutes and Emily Irons' performance.
Yeah, I think if the Sharks start the same way they did against the Tigers, I've got a feeling this is going to be Taipan's game to win. But if the Sharks start tight, start with energy, don't make all those unforced errors we saw in the previous game, I think they're going to be in this, and this is going to be a really tight affair.
Hania Rackman-Shepherd comes off the scoop and finds Naomi Fairnett. And the dive comes in from Emily Crow. What a fantastic cover touch there from Emily Crow.
Yeah, that's really, that's what you want from your defensive set. You want, but this is
unforced
what we
errors.
saw earlier. You don't want this. You don't want this to start. You don't want this to start. You want to start tight, no errors, work yourself into the game, warm through it, and then you can execute. You don't want to give Taipans too many opportunities here.
Yeah, Maylene Sabatier is missing for the Sharks. Also, Bronte Sykes missing for the Sharks. So a couple of experienced players. The Taipans, on the other hand, have got a relatively clean bill of health as Danny Gregory and Rackman Shepherd combine to feed Fairnett, and the ball's going wide out to the wing, out to Nikki Bird, and just drops down.
Yeah, that's really well worked there from the Taipans. They worked the phase on the short side, one really, really flat left to right pass, got them on the open side. Just the final pass didn't quite stick. We'll see if Sharks can work through their transition here.
And it's Annabelle Jansen this time, no mistake from the London Eagle. And Emily Crowe goes up to halfway, dancing her way left and right. And they're getting onto the front foot again of the Sharks.
Yeah, this is fifth now, though they don't have any touches to play with. You know, you can't help but feel the Sharks are a little bit of their own worst enemy at the moment. You know, if they can get their transition going, we're going to see what they're really capable of, what these big names in this side can do. But they're giving themselves a mountain to climb.
So you look at the coaching team that's alongside the Sharks today. James Hurd, Zan Hudson, Dom Tripp, Will Sericol, plenty of international experience guiding this Shark setup. But it's the Taipans who are going to draw first blood. And it's the just the pace of Eliana Ellis that opens things up for the Taipans.
That's strikingly similar to what we saw the Taipans play against the Northwest. Wasn't on pitch one. I went over to watch yesterday. Taipans just had so much pace coming off their transition. They were able to go round the outside of the Northwest as well as carve through the middle. You can't help but think that if the Sharks don't shore up that defence, gonna see more of those scores.
I wouldn't surprise, and it depends on what happens elsewhere with the Northwest, because the way that the quarterfinals work is whoever wins this game and finishes top will play the winner of the 4th versus 5th quarterfinal. So it could be that how things go is that the Northwest team will fancy their chances against the Sharks now that the Sharks have those crucial injuries, even if you do have the immovable force, the force of nature, should I say. Miss Ready Breck herself, Emily Irons.
Yeah. What a performance that was in the game this morning. You know, that was, your fear for Sharks without players like them. You know, Emily Irons just stepped up and went, I'm not losing today. I don't fancy it. I'm going to drag this team through the mud and I'm going to get us the win. And that's exactly what happened.
But I went and spoke to her afterwards, and she was just full of praise for the rest of the team.
Yeah.
In terms of that she can only operate if the platforms are solid in front of her, if other players are putting themselves in the right position. And speaking of the right position, the Taipans through Hania Rackman-Shepherd were working their way over. But it's intelligent. What we've seen from Emily Crowe and Hania Rackman-Shepherd just then is that when they know that they're on the last touch, is they're working their way over to their own sub-box just to try and make life a little bit harder for the opposition. So we see Irons hit the deck. Emma Oliver takes play on. Jansen needs somebody to pass to. She gets it, but then there's Emily Hacking is on the defence, but that is on the attack. But that defence from Fairnet in particular just absolutely slammed that play shut for the Sharks, and the Taipans win themselves a turnover. Rackman-Shepherd and Fairnet feed Emily Rona-Roper.
Oh, yeah, I think there's going to be a penalty there for just obstructing the half from being able to get to the ball quick and clean. I wouldn't be surprised if the Taipans had a look at the game earlier and identified that the transition of the Sharks is an area that they can target and maybe get some territory from. It looks like that's the case now. Taipans are putting a lot of defensive pressure onto the Sharks. I hope that the Sharks can find their rhythm through players like Emily Irons.
So as we're talking about the Tigers and the Northwest, is that those two teams are playing each other right now, and we'll try and get you score updates as they happen at half-time and towards full-time as well, because that will have a significant impact on what happens elsewhere, because the Southwest Saxons are playing the West Wildcats at the minute, and that's going to decide who finishes 5th and 6th. And the other game will decide who finishes 3rd and 4th, which then has a massive implication on who plays either the Sharks or the Taipans in the semi-final tomorrow. It's all get your abacus out now here at the university. It's a good job we're at a university campus because there'll be lots of intelligent people, but also it's the middle of the summer, so lots of people taking a break and nursing a hangover on this sunny August bank holiday weekend.
Oh, I'm sure there will be. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people who've gone out on that Saturday and enjoying a lazy one, we should say, on this lovely Sunday afternoon.
If you have got the Formula One on, if you've got Super Sunday on Sky and you've got us as your second screen, turn down Martin Brundle, turn up Joe Wright, and for some real insight. Here comes Kenzie McNaught.
You know, Kenzie's one of those players where she is such a leader in that Taipan side. You know, she orchestrates the defence. She sets the level of pressure when they're defending. you know, those players are invaluable to teams.
And yet she's one of the youngest players. Another one in this England high-performance setup now who started learning their game in Singapore and is utilising that experience now playing for England.
I think that's a testament to the coaching, though. You know, giving these young players the confidence to be, you know, fulfil their potential, be leaders in the squad. I don't think Kenzie would have thought that she'd be as influential in this side a couple of years ago, but she definitely is and has earned that position.
You know, it's rapidly become one of the mainstays of the CSSE London Eagles. Elite mixed.
Yeah, she was the difference when we played CSSE London Eagles. Just her ability to shoot from link, shut down plays. Her reading of the game is masterful.
And the MVP in the Women's Open final as England retains their gold medal at just up the road at Highfields. And here comes McNaught.
Oh.
Just as we speak of the quality of Kenzie McNaught, she goes from middle into link and over the line for try number 2 for the Taipans.
Yeah, and you know, that's really, really well designed play by the Taipans. They sucked in the middles, they isolated the link, put Kenzie with her wheels that she has on the outside of the link, dummy to the wing, has to hold, gets through and gets the ball down. That is 2-0. 10 minutes in, Sharks look like they need to find the momentum.
Yeah, I think Sharks are playing with a pod down, or at least they're having to mix and match because of their injuries. As you say, they're losing. It's not so much at this stage of the competition, it's not so much about it's partly about the quality of the player, but also about the numbers, because while they know that they can put their feet up for an extended period after this game, they know perfectly well that it's that they're going to be up against it tomorrow.
Yeah, and you lose team cohesion when you lose players. You know, Bronte Sykes is one of those players who will know the London Scorps like in this team through and through. And if you lose that cohesion, you lose those interpersonal relationships on the pitch, you're going to struggle, and you're going to lose a bit of that fluidity in your attack and defence. I think that's what the Sharks are struggling with here.
By the way, I've just realised how we can keep up to date with the Midlands Tigers, because we're going to make Chris Simon work for his money today, because he's gone over to watch that Midlands Tigers team, not least because both of his daughters are playing, Emily and Phoebe.
Proud dad moment.
Very proud dad moment, and proud mum moment as well. When you see because Joe was out in France with us for the Junior Touch Championships, and the reaction when Phoebe scored that winning try for the girls' 18s was an absolute picture. But here come the slightly more experienced, or slightly elder, South East Taipans, and it's Rackman Shepherd, and she feeds Gabriel Gabrara. And
this transition from the Taipans is just killing the Sharks. Oh, that's unlucky.
So
trying to
slick,
get their dangerous players on the ball, just can't quite get there.
Eliana Ellis there with the fumble, but it's just so slick.
You know, the momentum. Oh, that'll be a penalty. Oh, I would have thought that might have been a penalty to the Sharks. Looked like the Taipans had a foot in the ruck, but the referee decides against it. These are your moments where you really need your experienced players to just, especially for the Sharks, you just want to calm things down, reassure your team, we're doing the right things, we're getting into the right areas. There are a couple areas that we might need to fix, namely the transition, as we noted earlier in the game against the Tigers. But they're in this game, 2-0 down, it's not an insurmountable climb.
But I think a third for the Taipans now is going to be really, really crucial. They've got a one touch left to play, but the Sharks, as we saw against the Tigers in their first game, they are celebrating every shutout, every turnover close to their own line, as if they're scoring one at the other end. And it's one thing that was said yesterday, Joe, while you were taking a very well-earned break to get your rice and peas, and chicken, obviously. They're very fine. They're back here today. Again, it's a fantastic Sunday lunch. Was being said to me by Matthew Boson during the game was that a shutout at one end is the equivalent of a try-up at the other, and that's exactly what's happened. And Sharks now are nursing another. Certainly, Emma Oliver is a little bit of concern for Dom Tripp, who's with Emma Oliver, who's come off the field and into the sub box, and they don't want to lose another player, especially of Emma Oliver's calibre, as an international player herself. And speaking of which, it's Emily Crowe, who was part of gold medal winning campaigns for the Women's Open team at previous European Championships and played at the World Cup in 2019. And she taps the ball, passes to her namesake Emily, but it's Emily Irons, and she feeds back to Crowe. And the pair of London Scorpions are combining, and Crowe dives in.
Oh, unlucky. That's just a touch first. You know, for the Sharks in this position, you want to be moving the defence a little bit more. I feel like it's just a little bit too static. They're allowing the defence to stay in there. That's better from Emily Irons, going onto the open side, trying to get through. Looks like he's going to be given a touch and pass, though.
Yeah, it's a late pass there.
Unfortunate.
Late.
I think if you're a Sharks player here, if you put this performance into the context of your injuries, you've now got people like Emily Irons, Emma Oliver, having to maybe double set in periods where they might not have. You'd be satisfied with this performance so far. You might not be overly happy with the way that your transition is working, but you'd be satisfied with the intent and the desire of your team.
Taipans are just going through the gears. They are a slickly oiled machine right now, and it's the touch comes in. It's just the defence scrambles when it has to shut down Emily Bayliss. And they were just cruising all the way up. There was a call of forward pass from the Sharks sub-box, but the play went on, and instead it was a turnover on the 7-metre line. Emily Crow now comes forward, and here comes Laura Cochrane up against many of her London Eagles teammates. Now it's Elizabeth Merritt and Cochrane. These players are going to have to really step up as well in the absence of the likes of Sykes and Sabatier.
Yeah, I think looking at the Taipans' defensive structure, whenever the Sharks are trying to transition, they're playing a 2-2 piston, although that's a really good turnover for the Sharks there in the corner. But they're playing a 2-man piston. So two at the link in the near middle will go up, the wing in the near middle will go up together to cut down the space, and then the link in the far middle will go up as well. They condense one side, they run a 2-2 piston, and it's really killing the Sharks' momentum. You know, they can't break the pistons. If they can get through the middle and get onto the retreating players, they'll be able to get the roll a lot easier.
Emma Oliver is back onto the field. She's recovered. She's got her breather, but that's a little fumble there from Emily Crow. And we saw some good work as well from Isabel Thomas, really working hard to get off the field. But the Sharks, just the unforced errors, they need to cut those out. They're going to get anything from this game against a Taipans team that is sweeping all before them over the course of this August bank holiday here at the University of Nottingham's Riverside Sports Complex in the 2022 Opens Nationals.
I think this might get brought back for the touch. I think that might be a little bit lucky for the Sharks. Could have been a penalty there, I think, for a touch in the side. But the way that it stands, they're in a good defensive position. They just need to get good pressure on this Taipans attack, stop them from rolling, as they are currently, and then they'll be able to find some success. That's a really nice setup there from the Taipans. It's going to lead to the scoop. There's a 2-on-1 on the outside. Feeds back inside. Really good feed. Really good phase. That could have been ball down. It is ball down. The Sharks will take that as a win.
Sophia Barkham there just fumbling the ball on the deck. But this is one of those questions. I know we talk about results don't matter and performances count. But on this game, is this now a case of, yes, they're going to celebrate, you know, positive outcomes in individual phases and so on and so forth. But is this actually a game where performances don't even count either? Because, you know, for the sake of, from the Sharks' perspective, it's just get through this 40 minutes, don't lose any more players to injury, and just regroup ahead of the ahead of tomorrow.
Yeah, I believe that's the case. You know, the Sharks are in a really favourable position. They know that they're going to get through. You just don't want silly mistakes and silly decisions to influence the game. You would like to be as calm, as collected, and just as structured as you possibly could be in these situations. You don't want to give the Taipans extra confidence going into tomorrow. You know, if the Taipans put a big score against you mentally, that's going to drive them forward. And if the Sharks come up against them again tomorrow, that'll be a mental victory already for the Taipans. So, yeah, I agree. It's just about, not damage limitation, but just doing your job. Being a 6 or 7 out of 10. Not trying too hard. Just make sure that you save your pace and save your decision making. That is lovely from Kenzie McNaught.
What a play from Kenzie McNaught. She looks to go herself, as put in from Emily Rona-Roper, but then unselfishly draws the player and gives that final scoring pass. I think it's the scorer was Emily Bayliss. What a fantastic just piece of skill there from the individual Kenzie McNaught.
And I think if you put other players in the position that Kenzie was in just then, they'll go for that dive. don't have that on-pitch awareness, they don't have the game awareness, they don't have the experience. Kenzie's young, but she's played so much high-level touch that she knows what the correct decision is in those situations. And time again, she's proven that she makes the right one.
Yeah, it's just she's become so integral so quickly into the England high-performance setup. Here's another integral player, Emily Irons.
Lovely pass, they go out wide. And I think that's where the fatigue is starting to set in. You know, yesterday those passes were sticking, those passes were going to hand, they were feeding back inside. It's just not quite coming off today.
And the decision making as well. Emma Oliver might not have gone for that kind of pass yesterday, given the way that the player-on-player defence was lining up for the Taipans. But actually, it's one of these things where just seeing how Emily Irons angry pulled her pulled her team out of the mire against the Tigers. Is that if they do end up playing each other tomorrow, you know that she's going to be there and then some if they're on the receiving end of a hiding in this particular game. And the Taipans now again are going through the phases. Off the floor is Erin Payton, but this time it's gone wide out towards Nikki Bird, but the ball is just turned over to the Sharks. The Sharks scramble clear that way, but the Taipans just a really, again, I can't overemphasise, it's a slickly oiled machine, and although it's only 3-0, that 3-0 is testament once again to the resilience shown by the Sharks.
Yeah, completely agree. I think when you've got, from the Sharks' perspective, if you've got players like Emma Oliver, Emily Irons, these big names, you can't write them off. You can't write them off. We saw in the last game, 10 minutes to go, 3 tries were needed. Emily Irons decided to grab the game by the scruff of the neck and decided, yeah, this is me. I'm taking it.
We will try to get you the score as it happens in the other crucial game between the Midland Tigers and Northwest over on Field 2. We'll get that for you in just a second. But in the meantime, we're just going to go grab ourselves a quick cup of tea and don't go anywhere. Joe and I will be back with the second half of this Women's Open round-robin game in just a couple of minutes' time. Seconds to go before the second half taps off here in Nottingham between the South East Taipans in red, and they're leading the South East Sharks 3-0 in this women's open round robin game that there's nothing really riding on it, because both teams are already in the semi-finals, having earned themselves a bye through the quarter-final stage by winning their 4 games they've played so far. This is the 5th of their 5 round robin games, but it's local South East pride at stake between the Sharks team, who are suffering from some influential players being missing, up against the Taipans outfit, which has gone slickly through its phases so far. Over on field 2, which is a game which will actually have some real ramifications potentially tomorrow, is the Northwest team. We're leading the Midland Tigers 4-0. So
really good result there for the Northwest girls. That's brilliant.
If they can see that out, they will then finish 3rd in the pool, and they will play the loser of the Wildcats Saxons game, which is over on field 3, and then the winner of that team will play the Sharks, assuming the Sharks go on to lose this game.
Unfortunately, I feel like that's the way that it's leading. You know, just the Taipans, they have their full strength squad out. They scoop through there, really good stuff. Oh, that's a brilliant tracking touch there from the Sharks playing. They're really throwing themselves about. They know that they're going to maybe be mismatched player on player, so they've got to put that extra 10% of effort in to make those diving touches. Although I think Emma Oliver is querying the decision. No, it's going to be play on.
Comes back, and Kenzie McNaught takes the touch, and here comes Emily Rona-Roper. She goes for the dive.
Oh, what a dive.
The covering players had not made the whitewash before they made the touch, and Emily Rona-Roper is over, the Galaxy London stalwart.
One of the bigger things for me, for this Taipan side, is just the speed at which the ball gets lifted off the floor. The defence barely have time to get back on side before they have another player running directly down their throats, and I think that's just the difference. You know, if you look at the speed at which the ball's getting off the floor, the Taipans are defending with a piston setup, which means that you will always have at least one player on side after the touch, so they can press immediately. And I think if the Sharks can just find a way to negate that Pistons defence, they will find their success.
5th touch, 1 touch to play for now for the South East Sharks. Emily Crow takes the roll ball, and it comes immediately to the left to Annabelle Jansen, but it's intercepted. Isabel Thomas flew the pass out wide, but it's intercepted. And Rackman Shepherd and Fearnett combine, and now come the Taipans. Fearnett once again, and they're bringing fresh legs on really slickly.
Oh, that's, you know, the Taipans transition is just so fluid. They roll off, they roll back on. The momentum doesn't change, even though the personnel does. It's just unlucky that the ball goes down there, because that was a really good attacking setup.
Yeah, that was very much straight out of the South East playbook, because we saw the Sharks mixed open transition in an equally slick way in their first game this morning. Sharks, it's a little bit more stilted, their transition play, but here comes Emily Irons. If there's one player who's going to drag them back into this game, it's going to be her.
I think it's going to be a heavy touch there, just using the legs in the touch. Accidentally, it looks like, but a penalty nonetheless.
And there's an audible apology from that far side. And Emma Oliver will now set up play on the 7-metre line, and she gets the ball back again. But Taipans have moved their way across, and Ella Hulsall makes the touch. Emma Oliver comes back into the midfield, hands off to Lydia Ticehurst.
Oh, that's a really nice variation. Looks like the space is available. Just forcing it a little bit too much. Emily Irons maybe just needs to carry towards the right-hand side and then step back. but we have the benefit of being sat here and not in the middle of all the action.
Yeah, the split-second decision-making we've been talking about through the course of the weekend, it's all down to the players. It's dead easy, as you say, Joe, being here from the sideline.
Again, this really aggressive Taipans transition. They've got the dangerous players on. It's Kenzie McNaught. Looks to take the touch. This is fifth. They're going to have to make something happen from a static play. Finds Kenzie. Unfortunately, the ball goes to the floor. That's a win for the Sharks.
Yeah, Emily Bayliss there on the scoop. But, the Taipans, once again, are putting themselves in threatening positions. And they always look the more likely to create something. They do look just the fresher team, and it's no surprise, really. And oh no, that's a bit of a slip, although she looks like she's going to carry on, Lydia Ticehurst.
Yeah, she just looks like she's being careful of weight loading on that, weight bearing on that front foot. She's coming off a little bit of a hobble. The last thing that the Sharks need now is another injury. They've lost two of their most influential players. Emily Irons looks a little bit disappointed coming off of the pitch. I can understand why.
The penalty's been reversed. Bit of back chat there from the Sharks, and yeah, as you say, the last thing they want is somebody like Lydia Ticehurst, who's been in and around the women's open setup and played a lot of age group international touch for England as well over the past few years.
Oh, really nice short side quickie. She's going to feed. She's going to go all the way through.
Nope.
Was the defender onside? Yes, she was. Really good defensive touch.
Sophia Barkham there on the roll, and it comes in field quickly from Kenzie McNaught to Emily Bayliss, and back to McNaught. Bayliss quickly off the floor. She's on the scoop, finds on the inside ball. Emily Rona-Roper scored before, but not this time.
It's a really good defensive touch there. Feels like the Sharks are starting to figure out the Taipans' attacking sequences. Again, another really good touch. They've killed the ball in the middle of the pitch. It gives the Sharks a good platform to get across and get a nice transition. That helps. Penalty, 10 metres advantage for throwing the ball away. We've seen that quite a lot, haven't we?
We have. The referees have been really hot on a couple of things. That's one of them. And now the Sharks look to get some new players onto the field. Here they come with some good pace.
A much better transition from the Sharks. This is what you need. This is where your confidence goes up. You've got the Taipans rolling. You need a really quick scoop off of this. Pick the right decision. Tries to take Kenzie McNaught on the out. Really good. Oh, unlucky. But that's a really good battle there. Emma Oliver versus Kenzie McNaught. That's what you want to see at the Nationals.
Lydia Ticehurst just fumbled the ball as it was coming towards her. But fair props as well to Isabel Thomas, who's taking a well-earned breather in the sub-box for the momentum she gave the team going into the Taipans half. And here come that team in red through Nikki Bird. And it comes inside Ella Halsall. And now Naomi Fairnett and Rackman Shepherd, Hania Rackman Shepherd, is now putting the pedal to the metal. She finds Halsall, and there's a touch, and it's going to be a penalty for a late pass against the Taipans. They're leading 4-0, 7 minutes into this second half. And although you sense that the Taipans are going to go on and win this game, the Sharks are not letting them have it easy. They're not letting them have it all their own way. And there's a penalty again for offside against Hania Rackman Shepherd. Referee Dan Harrison is being really clear in his decision-making whereabouts he wants that restart to happen.
Yeah,
Lydia Ticehurst is going to tap it.
Dan Harrison is one of those referees where his communication is so clear. So clear. You know exactly what decision has been made. You know exactly what for. And you may disagree with it, but you can't ever debate the clarity of the decisions. That's exactly what you want as a player. You just want to know exactly why, what, where. Dan gives you all of those.
Julia Runsworth loses the momentum a little bit. They just need to be dictating the pace in the play of the ball. But she then feeds Emily Crow, and the ball comes quickly off the floor, this time to Crow. Just goes wide into the floor on that far side for the South East Sharks. And the Taipans will restart the play. Hania Rackman Shepherd makes some meters, and now Naomi Fairnett goes up to the 10-metre line, steps outside, and that Taipans transition goes through the paces once again. Nicola Marsh over the halfway, gets the ball back off the floor. So it's not Nikki Marsh, it's Erin Payton off the floor. She takes the roll ball again. Now it's Eliana Ellis. She takes the touch, and all of a sudden, Taipans have now got touches to play with. And position. Payton sets things up, sends the ball left, and now she comes on the scoop again. There it plays. There's a touch there. What defence there from
superb
Emily Crow in midfield once again.
Absolutely superb defensive touch there. You know, for the Sharks, they might be down on the scoreboard, but they're finding more success in their defence and in their transition. They've been negating the 2-2 piston. The Taipans have lost their pistons. This is better. Sharks are rolling on. This is 4. 5th is coming. You want to get a really nice dynamic dump here. They've made another 10 metres on that. Emma Oliver with the scoop feeds. Oh, really good defensive touch there. But again, you consider that a win for the Sharks. They're getting into these positions.
Sophia Barkham there. What a touch on Ticehurst there to stop the try. And you think that if Ticehurst hadn't just had a bit of a knock earlier on, she would have probably died for that and may very well have scored. As it is, the Taipans keep the 0, the all-important 0 on the scoreline. And now they come up towards halfway, bring some new legs on. It's Emily Bayliss, wide out to Nikki Bird, I think, and Kenzie McNaught. And now Finnett off the deck and ignores Emily Rona-Roper, but there she's 6th touch. Intelligent running there by, Emily Bayliss, not Finnett. Emily Bayliss, really intelligent running there.
Adding more players to the Emily team that we can put together from the England pool of selection. It's a really good. See, the Sharks are finding their feet in this transition. The Taipans, it seems like they've stopped using that 2-2 piston that was working so well. This is Emily Irons on the out. Nice dummy. Can she find the winger? Really good decision making. Unlucky on the pass, but that is a lot better from the Sharks.
Loss of control there from Laura Cochrane. Emily Irons is just shaking her head a little bit because she thought that ball was touched down at the same time as it hit the ground, but the referee's decision is final, and the Taipans, having escaped now, get some pace going through Gabriela Gabrara. And up to halfway they go. Here comes Finnett and Rackman Shepherd, and back to Finnett again. Lovely little interplay there by the Taipans duo. Here comes the pace from Rackman Shepherd. She's half though, and she's unselfishly given the ball back to the Sharks. She knew she was half and honestly has given that back, but that pace just coming through just shows the threat that there is when that duo are on the field. They do it time and again for their clubs, Hot Custard and London Eagles, and now they're doing it for their regional team as well. Sharks, again, it's their character and resoluteness that's keeping them in touch in this as much as anything else. And Emily Crow,
I think that'll be half court. Yeah, really good honesty there. I feel like they lost track of the touch count a little bit. They had 1 touch to play with. That was 4th, 5th coming. Maybe could have tipped back inside for another opportunity to scoop. They might have got it behind the initial Taipans defensive line. Gives the Taipans a good position to launch an attack from.
Naomi Finnett looks to set things up. She's got Nikki Bird in support. Bird gets the ball off the deck, and Finnett heads back to the sub-box. Everything just slows down a little bit for the Taipans. In comes the touch from Erin Payton, and there's a good bit of interplay between Payton and Sophia Barkham on that far side. And there's a penalty to play with as well for the Taipans. They're going to start right in the middle of the park, an absolutely perfect location for Eliana Ellis to tap the ball and to look to stretch the Sharks. She moves over to her right. It's a great situation as the Taipans keep playing that quickie play off that in that right. They're springing the Sharks defence over with them. Gabrara. And now dump comes from Ennis. Ennis once again pulling the Sharks players out. Payton and now Gabrara. Payton once again goes over, looks to create some space out for Bird. 75 caps for England that she won. She won her 75th cap in the most recent European Touch Championships. Magnificent achievement, but that time's denied by a touch and a forward pass.
Yeah, I think when the Sharks look back at this game, they'll be rather satisfied with the way that they've played. First half, it was very, very, very difficult for them to get off their own out of their own half. Very similar to what we saw in the game against the Tigers. But as we see, they are negating the piston. They are getting through the middle. They are making their ground. This is fifth. Really nice ground made. This is Emily Irons. The danger. Oh, I think that's a very, very, very tight decision from the referee. I'm not sure if the Taipans had all completely retreated to onside. Nevertheless, positive to take from the Sharks.
Yeah, plenty of positives to take from the Sharks. They were a real attacking threat in that set of 6. But really, it's as I say, it's what's going to get them through this Opens Nationals is going to be their resoluteness, as Mel Williams gives us some grapes to keep us going with a bit of natural sugar, as opposed to the highly processed Haribo that the referees have got.
And this is a worrying sign for the Taipans. Kenzie McNaught down, looks to be in a bit of discomfort. The last person you'd want for the Taipans to take an injury right now. She's so influential to this team.
Lots of concern from players from both teams because they're all club mates, trainers, regional teams, and are international teammates as well. So you can see Emily Irons stood over, and Kenzie McNaught is back up on her feet.
Yeah, a round of applause from the Sharks teams as well. You know, this is a really tight-knit group in the South. You know, there's no prejudices, there's no begrudges, there is literally just a unit. They all know they've got to work together at international level, and if they can compete against each other and make each other better players in the process, that's all win.
Both teams swap players in, swap players out to keep the pods together and the familiarity together. And here comes the Sharks once again, potentially overstepping the mark. I think the Taipans are looking for it. But then there's a fresh set of 6 conceded by Naomi Fearnett.
The honesty in this game has been beautiful to watch.
Isabel Pennicid gets it off the deck to Emily Crow. Pennicid finds Emma Oliver on the inside. And now it's Crow, takes the quick ball off the floor, and it's Emma Oliver, and it's gone wide. Is this a try on that far side? No. What a pity. What an absolute pity for the Sharks there. As a penalty was given for a late pass.
A little bit of shirt holding there from the Sharks winger to make sure that there was no overstepping the mark from the Taipans. This is a really positive game, I think, to take from both teams. The Taipans are going to be happy with their directness, the way that they shut down the Sharks' transition in the first half, and the Sharks are going to be similarly happy of their performance in the second half. You know, 1 try conceded, really tight game, negated the 2-2 press from the Taipans. Positives for both sides.
Yeah, another late pass conceded by the Taipans there, just as the scoring pass was given. And this is one where both teams, it's now in a stage where with 3 minutes to play, is that neither team is going to want to sustain an undue injury that will cause issues tomorrow, not least because the Sharks have had enough of those already, but also when you've got the likes of Kenzie McNaught, so influential for the Taipans, as you say, Joe, that was a really worrying situation, and that's just a loss of control there from Julia Unsworth. She didn't put the ball down, she dropped it, spotted by the eagle-eyed Dan Harrison.
Looks like Kenzie's going to come back on in this subset. She stood in the sub box, looks fresh on her feet. It's really good to see. You know, we want the best players out here so we can watch the best possible touch.
And the Taipans indeed bring fresh players on, and Kenzie McNaught is one of those, as she lines up along with Emily Bayliss. And it's Emily Roper.
Oh, that is just natural pace. Natural pace. Clean set of heels. Woo, you can't teach that.
That swerving running ability of the Galaxy London stalwart, just an absolute sight to see, and that seals the deal and puts a nice gloss in it for the South East Taipans. But from the Sharks, that's the first try they've conceded in the second half. Sorry, it's 2 tries they've conceded in the second half. And that's one where, you're going to look at it at the end of the day, and, if that's the semi-final, you think that, or the final, potentially, because they could meet again in the final, that they would have really busted a gut to get there. But Rona Roper, as you say, just the pace just took her over the whitewash for try number 5.
Yeah, what's interesting to see from the Sharks as well is that there's still a lot of smiles on faces. Emily Irons especially, is smiling, joking around. I think she knows that this is one of those games where they'll be learning a lot about how the Taipans play and about how they can negate that if they meet again on finals day, which looks likely. You won't want to concede another one here.
Possible. I'm not going to say likely because, your friends in the Northwest, as there's another try comes in. Rackman Shepherd.
Oh, the hands! The hands! That is phenomenal.
Sublime finish from Hania Rackman Shepherd. Sublime there to make it 6 for the Taipans, but I'm going to say possible final. I'm not going to say likely final, because I think against, when it comes to a semi-final, and this is making the big assumption here, if Northwest win their quarter-final later on this afternoon, is that they're going to want to go they think they will be able to take the Sharks.
Yeah, I know for a fact that the Northwest were gutted with the way that they played against both Southeast sides. They thought that they left a lot out there. They weren't satisfied with their own individual performances. So I think they'll be looking at this game and licking their lips a little bit. They'll be looking forward to playing the Sharks, if that's the case. I'm looking forward to maybe rectifying some of those wrongs in yesterday.
But they know they're going to have to really play at their best against the Sharks team, which has once again showed its resilience. They've not been rewarded on the score sheet, but they've been in defence. They've been really resolute. They've been really hard-working, and much the Taipans get the win. The Sharks, again, there are a few wry smiles in the sub-box and a few high-fives, and both teams will go and put their feet up for the rest of the day. I suspect there may be a visit or two to the physio tent for the Sharks before they head back up to the Cripps Hall campus. We will go and find out what the final score was in the other two games, and then we can give a lineup of what these final games of the day, in particular the quarterfinals, and then how the possible semi-finals could line up in just a second. Joe, once again, thank you for your insight, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes' time for the final mixed open game of the day. It's the Southwest Saxons against the Northeast Raiders.
Players and officials, this is your 1 minute warning. Players and officials.
So, we move into the final mixed open game of the day between the Southwest Saxons on this near side. They are in blue and they're up against the Northeast Raiders, who we are seeing for the first time this weekend. And indeed, it's been a little while since we've had a Northeast Raiders team at the Opens. And it's been really good to see them here. And we also know what the quarterfinals are coming up in the men's and the women's matches. In the men's open at 3:50, it's going to be the Northwest Touch team against the West Wildcats. And then at 4:45, a slight 5-minute extra delay because of the potentiality of extra time, is we will have Midlands Tigers against West Wildcats in the Women's Open. That's because Northwest beat the Midlands team 8-2, and in the other game the West Wildcats team beat the Southwest Saxons. So we know that the Tigers have finished 4th and the Saxons have finished 5th. Sorry, the Tigers have finished 4th, and the Wildcats have finished 5th, with the other quarterfinal being between Northwest and the Southwest Saxons. And here come the Raiders, and they're setting up territory deep in the Saxons territory. Just a quick dive for the line by Alex Butler, and he spreads play to the right with John O'Clark as well. A lot of Yorkshire Thorns players playing for this Northeast Raiders team, but it comes to nothing, and the Saxons have held out and come forward once again. Seen them once already today, and now they bring some fresh players on. Holly Atkinson and Dylan Collier. We saw his ball playing ability in that first game of the day, and here comes Holly Atkinson, and Collier hits the line, and it's a turnover. Joe Wright is still with me. My name's Chris Wimmer. If this is the first time you're joining us for the day, or you're watching it back, a very good afternoon to you, and welcome to the University of Nottingham's Riverside Sports Centre. I was just saying, Joe, in the other games, there's Northwest beat Midland Tigers in the Women's Open, and they will finish 3rd. Tigers finish 4th. No bias here on my right-hand side.
Definitely no bias, but good on the Northwest.
But the Northwest will play Southwest Saxons in the quarter-final, and the other quarter-final is the Midland Tigers up against West Wildcats, which was an intriguing game yesterday, and that will be on Field 1 with our final game of the day at 4:45, with the preceding game being between Northwest Men's Open, who we saw lose narrowly to the Midlands, and they're going to play the West Wildcats in that 4th versus 5th quarter-final.
I think this is going to be quite an even affair that we see here today. These are two teams who, to be kind of, have struggled to get going over the past day or so. Northeast played Northwest earlier in the Northern Derby, as per to coin the phrase. Didn't quite get their attack going and found that the intensity of Northwest was just a little bit too much for them. But this Saxon side similarly struggled. This is going to be a very, very even game.
Well, just a quick loss of control there by the Northeast team. Just unfortunate there on that far side for the fumble, and it hands territory back, or hands possession back to the Saxons, and it's anything you can do, we can do equally. And play goes.
Maybe not in the way that they don't.
Yes. Benjamin Burton takes the touch and gets the ball straight back, as Raiders are now looking for a strike play close to the Saxons line. It goes wide. Lovely catch out wide. Athena Maria Enderstein retains possession for the Raiders. Peter Strachan, and he goes out wide to the left to Alex Butler. Sorry, it's 16. Sorry, it's James Woodward. And back to Strachan. Woodward comes in the open play, but that was put down without the touch, and is a penalty restart for the Southwest Saxons, who retrieve the ball quickly from that far side. It's 0-0, nearly 4 minutes gone. 20-minute halves, 40-minute games with a 5-minute interval in which to catch your breath. This is the 3rd game of the day for these two teams. And
that's really good pressure there from the northeast. Shooting out the line, cut it down their transition. The Saxons are struggling, and there's the turnover.
And a quick restart for the Northeast Raiders. Ben Burton now has the ball, just takes the touch, just a little bit of walking pace just to try and see a gap and to try and create something off the floor. And now comes a little bit of rat play to James Woodward.
Nice phase there. Gonna look to go left.
That's one of those ones on a coaching tip, is you want if you're going to run a switch play like that, it's to be about a metre or so deeper.
Yeah, so you actually fix a defender and make them make a decision. Also, when trying to execute the 3-on-2, you need to be straightening up and fixing that defender. You know, the Saxons defenders just drifted across as a unit and snuffed that play out easily, leading to this turnover.
Yeah, credit to Megan Burton there on the who made the touch on Burton. And there's a bit of calm chat on the Southwest Saxons, but both of these teams will have identified this game as the one that they will really want to win over the course of this weekend. And the Saxons bring some fresh players on. It's interesting that they're bringing players on behind the play. It's something they've picked up in the National Touch Series of teams. I think when they're used to playing social touch, you have half a sub box in your own half, as people will try and come in from behind, whereas when you've got a 20-metre sub box to play in, to drive all the way up to halfway and over and get players coming in with the momentum coming on from behind, you just lose a little bit of pace when you come on that way.
One of the things that we try and do at Crewe and Nantwich, and especially the Northwest, is we try and maintain our position in the sub box. You give the subbing off players a target to aim for. You want to get to this position so we can come on laterally, straighten up and inject pace.
It's interesting, just on that point, is that we are just to the left of the halfway line for the commentary position, just to create space for Dan, and credit to Dan for his excellent work over the course of the weekend so far.
Yeah, up in the crow's nest.
Up in the crow's nest. It's he hasn't had any rain to cope with, not like last year on finals day. This time last year, we ended up moving fields at the last minute. But it's interesting you say that, because all of the Saxons players were to the left of the halfway line. You know, so they're not. So if you're giving your players coming off something to aim at, they've got less space in which to aim at.
Yeah, and if you want to talk about psychological impacts as well, you know, you want to give them that confidence of, you come get to us, we're not going to come to you. You come get to us, give us the positive platform, and we'll go on and make it pay. Northeast trying to go around the outside of Dylan Collier there. Really good defensive position in there from Dylan Collier.
Speak of positive intent, John O'Clark gives that positive intent, and it comes in field to Alex Butler, but this is a last touch play for the Raiders, and it is a penalty for a late pass from the Northeasterners. And now the Saxons will restart as a forward pass, rather than a late pass. The Saxons will restart from their own 7-metre line in midfield.
Yeah, it looks like the Saxons are trying to transition by hitting one up through the middle and then sweeping around the back. That is a pattern that we see a lot in touch, and I think the Northeast can probably do a bit of a better job at shutting that down. They're rolling a little bit in their defence. You want to be closing that space down and not giving the Saxons an opportunity to run around the outside of you. Although that's brilliant pace shown by the Saxons winger. Lovely little tip on from 15. Really, really nice score if given.
They've made a couple of changes to their numbers. I'm going to have a word with Lexi Williams, their coach.
Yeah. Come on, guys.
You're
better
naughty.
than this.
Very naughty, because we can't give props to the players.
Nice ball. I think that's been touched in flight. That will be given 6 more. Yes, that's a really good win there for the Saxons. I think I'd be forgiven in saying that the Saxons have made hard work for themselves over the past day and a half. But this is really promising. This is a really promising position to be in. You've got a repeat set of 6 on the line. You've got a pod that knows what they're doing. This is where you want to be running your stuff.
Willow Jeffrey is going to go for the line. Makes a dive.
Maybe.
And this is going to get given, I think.
Yeah, I think the link was stood in an offside position. Really nice. Really good work. And Saxons, good bang for their buck there. You know, they put the work in. Really smooth transition. Really soft hands on the outside to put the winger in. And they go 1 up. 9 minutes played, Saxons 1, Raiders 0. This is really, really, really enthralling stuff. The Raiders are going to want to look at getting a reply straight away here. Quite a lot of the North East Raiders play for Yorkshire Thorns, so they'll have that team cohesion. There's also Percy Park Pirates up in the north. They will be looking to reply. Number 1, Tommy Dixon on the ball. Feeding off, Tommy Dixon. Tommy Dixon goes through. The touch-in player is called offside. Tommy Dixon for the North East Raiders equalises. 9.5 minutes played, 1-1. This is one of those moments now for the Saxons where that's going to be a little bit of a gut punch. You've gone up one end, scored, you've come back the other end, conceded. That win up one end has been negated by a really nice play from the North East Raiders. You're going to want to maintain your confidence, maintain your levels, and get back up there. And that's a killer. An infringement at the roll ball gives North East Raiders possession.
Yeah, a couple of number changes from yesterday. So 17 is Jessica Miller. She was 14 yesterday. A little bit of a change, and the 19 is Emily Davey.
I think it was 15 George Williamson with the tap on that led to their try. Really calm, relaxed hands just to tip that ball on the outside. North East Raiders look like they've got on the outside. The links collapse. One more pass and they're in. Unlucky. That's a really, really good shot there from the winger. Really good. We'll wait until she turns around so we can give her the recognition that she deserves. Really good defensive play there.
Here comes Dylan Collier. And again, there's players coming in from behind the play. Jess Miller is one of them. And
this is George Williamson going up the pitch. Really nice. Good dump. Back to George. Go on the outside. The pace of the winger again. Is she going to beat the covering Raiders defender? Oh, and she has. She's ecstatic with it. What a score. What a score.
Fantastic break. I'm very glad I went and found out Emily Davies' number, because she deserves a massive round of applause for that.
Yeah, the pace shown there, beating, who's it, number 12, Peter Strachan on the cover defence, busting his gut to get there, but she had too much. She had too much pace in the locker. That's 2 of the game, 2-1 up. Happy days.
See if the cohesion from a lot of Yorkshire Thorns playing together for this North East Raiders team. And here comes Alex Butley. He's pointed in the direction by Carl Sheffield. And John O'Clark comes on the short line.
Oh, nice. Really nice.
I think this has been going to get given as a try, because the defender had not got back to the goal line. And that John O'Clark has tied things up once again for the North East Raiders, and there might not be anything but pride happening on this. Yeah, you can just see number 22, Will Sargent's just not made the goal line on that.
Yeah, it's really unlucky. I think his other middle has let him down a little bit there. Will Sargent has had to cover a bit too much space as an individual. If there was a tighter space, that's lovely play from Dylan Collier. They've got the ball down, they're now in behind. Maybe Dylan Collier should have gone for that ball and gone to try and scoop through and make some extra metres rather than slowing the play down and negating the advantage that they had.
Yeah, it was lovely hands by the supporting runner, Josh Wenman, to take Collier's pass, and Collier comes back and dives.
Looks like a touch.
Arsenal offside trap, arm in the air coming from the Raiders midfield. And this is one of those ones where there's a bit of chat, but it's where you kind of want the referee to make the call.
Nice.
Well, it's the one where, as a referee, where there's touches, where you can see the touch happening as the player's diving right in front of you.
The Raiders might feel a little bit hard done
unless
by
they
there.
didn't get back to the goal line, in which case then the sideline ref has got the perfect view down the whitewash to be able to see that. So we're talking to Jack Harris earlier on. Well, I say the royal we. I was talking to Jack Harris earlier on about just how much you have to do as a referee in that area. You need to watch for the offsides. You need to watch for people going forward. You need to be aware of anticipating of where the ball's going to go. It's really difficult for the referee, and you need the team of refs to work as a collective unit in that. And in this situation, it's paid dividends for the Southwest Saxons. But here come the Raiders. They have come back before, and that was a loss of control in the middle. Play went on, but play then went on, but Strachan drops it anyway. So there's no hard feelings there from the Raiders.
Yeah, I think if we're talking about anticipation, number 10 for the Raiders, Benjamin Burton, he had an opportunity there. You know, he'd gone past 2 defenders. If he'd got the ball down really crisp and clean, there was an opportunity for a scoop through and potentially a scoring opportunity, but he's just not anticipating that touch, so stunts the momentum of his team. But they have an opportunity to set that right. This is a repeat set of 6 in a dangerous position for the Raiders. They need to get fresh legs on. They need to get a score here before half-time.
And stay patient, because there are 5 minutes still to play here in the first half. And the ball goes out to Burton, and he finds James Woodward, and his dancing feet can't get past the Saxons' defence. And the Saxons sub-box are celebrating every touch close to their line.
Yeah, this is back to Burton. Burton's going to look long. Oh, really nice feet there from Benjamin Burton, just stepping around the trailing arm of George Williamson, finding the space, finding the gap. The inside pass looked like it was on. The supporting player wasn't there. Ben does it by himself.
And tithed up we are once again. And this game is... The two teams are so evenly matched. This is turning into a really, really good game, where it might not be as quick as some of the other games that we're going to see this weekend. But at the same point, is you want teams that are evenly matched to have the opportunity to test themselves against one another. And Will Sargent is diving. That's the 6th touch, and this time the touches come in from the Raiders, who will restart to the play on the 7.
Yeah, we haven't really seen much of the transition from both teams. But again, that's where the anticipation of the touch really needs to come in. If you get the ball down nice and early, you can continue to roll the defence, get in behind them, make extra yards. Maybe that's an area that these coaches can relay to their teams that they need to get better at, because they will find more joy if they keep the momentum going forward.
Yeah, Enderstein was very passive in accepting the touch there and earlier on, unlike Alex Butler, who had his arm out and was dominating the passage of play. And now now they've got some.
Oh, there's the overlap. There's the overlap. Really good, well finished. Tommy Dixon, whenever he gets on the pitch, looks like he's going to make things happen. I know he's been a Yorkshire Thorns player for the past 3-4 years, very experienced at this sort of level. He's the sort of person you're going to want making the decisions when you're in an attacking threat.
Yeah, and really good from Leslie Marshall to hold the winger out as well to keep the space there for the try.
That is, Raiders have taken the lead now. That is 4-3. 4 minutes to go. Well, 3 minutes to go in this first half. Saxons are going to want to reply early. This seems like a very even affair. Dylan Collier on the ball, feeds it off. Dylan's going to get the ball back. Maybe should have gone a little bit more dynamic towards the line. He's trying to set up a static quickie. Takes the dump, splits left, cuts back on the inside, looks for the pass. Unlucky. Maybe the pass to the link wasn't quite on. Possibly should have gone to the wing. These are all learning points for a developing side like the Saxons. And that looks like an unforced error from the Raiders. They may get away with it. That is Benjamin Burton waiting for the call. I think they're going to be told to take it. I'm not sure what the penalty is for there, to be perfectly honest, but this is a repeat set of 6. This is 2nd touch. They're moving through their transition. This is a cleaner phase. That's 3rd. Dylan Collier, really nice touch. Fourth touch coming. They've just made it to halfway. Again, we need to be getting the ball down a little bit crisper.
Athena Maria Enderstein, that's definitely a work on for her at half-time. That's the 2nd time that approach has taken the sting out of some attack, as the Northeast Raiders
this is
kill the ball over on the far side in front of their sub-box.
Yeah, you know, if she's able to get that ball down cleaner in the midfield, there's more opportunity for a really direct strike. I think both teams can learn from that a little bit. They're trying to go back. They think they've gone past. They end up getting touched, and they have to retreat 4 or 5 metres to get the ball down. It's just killing the momentum for both sides.
Yeah, we just see we're talking about slickness of transitions and also players just getting in each other's way a little bit. As we saw Michael Jeffrey struggle to get off for his breather. But Saxons, with 90 seconds to play, give or take, will have an opportunity to tie things up once again going into half-time. It's George Williamson, bucket hat, straight off the Marbella beach.
Should be playing beach touch with that hat.
Actually, it's more straight off the Newquay beach, actually. You know, why would go to Marbella in the summer that we've got now? Just go down to Newquay and North Cornwall. A bit of surfing. Lovely fish restaurants in that part of the world.
Oh, yes, please. Talking my language now.
And the Raiders come back again, leading by 1. And there's a lovely show and go from Hester Williams.
Yeah, it's a really good crisp roll ball there as well. It means that the North East can continue this momentum. He might get touched before he gets there. That is unlucky. That's a really, really, really good finish. It's a good attempt by the Saxons retreating defender. Good speed shown there by the Raiders.
Yeah, Carl Coburn, and it's that man, Tommy Dixon, once again. He comes on, he plays a crucial role in setting up a play, and immediately trots off again. Carl Coburn, though, with the pace to take him over the whitewash.
It's strange because I think I've barely seen Tommy on the pitch. Just whenever he comes on, he gets a score and then subs off again.
I'd say it's the ideal situation, isn't it?
Yeah.
Make sure you've got 3 pods on. You come on, score, and then you've got another couple of minutes off.
Yeah, it's a very light cameo, but it's an effective one to say the least.
We've got the time for the tap off and for a bit of jouet, but no, we don't. It's Peter Strachan. Fraser Strachan plays rugby for Ealing Trailfinders. We used to.
Talking of Ealing, no idea how they weren't promoted a couple of years ago.
I know perfectly. I know perfectly well how they weren't promoted last season. It's purely because there's not. They didn't have the capacity in the stadium.
And now, obviously, everything that's going on with Gloucester, you like to think that structure will change.
Worcester,
yeah.
We're not all don't play politics in the West Country. Speaking of the West Country, the South West Saxons are trailing by 2 here at Nottingham. We will be back for a couple. We'll be back after time for just a little bit of water, and the teams get their sweets in, get their fruit in, and we'll be back for the second half of this in a couple of minutes' time.
Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning.
These aren't going for the taking, okay? I want to see you leave nothing, okay, for this last 20 minutes, okay? Because this is ours, and let's make it ours, okay? Right, let's go. Hands in.
Players officials, 1 minute. 1 minute warning.
Saxons on 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's go, team. Right, let's get a deep one on. Owls on. Let's go, guys.
Yeah, I completely
Players and officials, this is your 30-second warning. Please stay to the field, ready to play.
Right, who's on next? Not
Are we next?
Yeah.
Players and officials, stand by.
Second half, and the North East Raiders leading by 2, and they are worth the lead, but the South West Saxons are very much in this. Mixed open round robin game. There will be another round of mixed open, the very first thing tomorrow morning, because there are 7 teams in this pool, so everybody gets a bye, but everybody will end up playing 6 games. Don't go anywhere after this game, because we've got the first of our knockout games. It's the men's open quarter-final between the Northwest and the West Wildcats. And that's a 6-touch turnover and a great defensive set there from the Saxons. Will Sargent making the crucial touch there.
I think this is going to be a repeat set of 6. Is it? It looked like he gave the back 10 signal, but I can't quite figure out what for. It's in a very nice sweeper now. 16 is running round to find the hole. Really good covering touch there from the Saxons defender. Really good stuff. I think this second half is going to be one in structure. Which team can outperform the other in terms of structure and going forward? They need to be preempting these touches. That's a bit of a nonsense touch. You're not really making any ground from there. You just want to get your structure settled so you can move forward. Looks like they're going to drag for a 32 short side. Steps back the open side, finds the pass. Pass is a little bit wayward. Ball goes to ground. That's a reprieve for the Saxons. Saxons are going to look to get their transition going. Their half-time team talk was very much stay calm. This is a winnable game. We need to remain calm, stick to what we know, and don't outplay ourselves, which I think has been the concurrent theme throughout this day and a half of touch from the Saxons' perspective. But they're rolling through into the midfield. This is 5th. Dylan Collier picking up the ball, scooping through.
Their main man, Dylan Collier, has been at the heart of pretty much everything good that's happened from the Saxons in the games that we've seen them play, but he gets shut down by Peter Strachan, who then is getting the Raiders onto the front foot, and Benjamin Burton. It's not a case of getting younger with every passing year for Burton. Terrible pun. John O'Clark. It's a long weekend, what can we say? John O'Clark finds Carl Sheffield on the inside, and Clark's there to take the quick ball again.
Really nice, really nice.
And he shows and goes, and it creates the space wide out for the winger Annabelle Smith, but she is shut down by the Saxons D.
Yeah, what's interesting at the moment in the Saxons sub-box, you've got Josh Bendel, who is a really experienced touch player, coaching as well. He's been really influential in some of the junior setups, and he's just feeding some basic information to the Saxons, reminding them to preempt when the touches are coming down, get the ball really crisp and clean off the floor, fix defenders. That's the sort of encouragement the Saxons are really going to revel in.
And that's exactly what we're seeing from the Saxons team as they get onto the front foot once again. It's Josh Wenman, but that...
Is it Ethan Knight, number 9? He looks like he's...
Sorry, George Williamson. Is, George Wenman was... Josh Wenman was gesturing to us right in front, because I thought that he was on, but it wasn't him. It was 15 who was on, George Williamson.
We should just call him Bucket Hat from now on. It's Bucket Hat trying to make the touch.
Tommy Dixon.
Tommy Dixon.
Is he going to create something and then trot off once again for the Raiders?
Nice touch by Bucket Hat. And we move. Tommy Dixon trying to get on the outside. unlucky ball just goes to ground.
All of a sudden, their tempo increases by about 5% whenever Dixon's on the field.
Yeah, but he seems to be one of the more senior players in this side, one of the more experienced players that are trying to get a bit of go forward. This player, number 9, Ethan Knight, he looks like he can make things happen for the Saxons, but maybe needs a bit of structure to give him some freedom. That's where you wonder, can you pair him up with a more senior player who's going to give him that structure, give him the freedom to use his hands and use his natural pace that he's shown us that he has.
James Smith and Martin Smith combined.
Oh, what a touch there by Tommy Dixon.
Yeah, really.
He's the difference maker when he's on the pitch.
Really slowed down James Smith. They've only got one touch to play with. And the play gets worked over to this near side by Martin
Coxburn.
Smith.
Really nice covering defensive touch there.
Try scored in the first half, try saved in the second. Dixon has had slightly longer set than he would normally be used to.
Yeah, this is a longer cameo for him, I wonder.
Oh, lovely hands by Annabelle Smith. Takes play over halfway or just up to halfway. One-handed catch, pulling the ball in, and over the halfway goes Jessica Whitehead. But again, the Raiders are just not initiating the touch. They're just not keeping the momentum going, and instead Peter Strachan has to start from a standing start, and he gets the ball back off the floor on the quick play, takes the dump. Here comes Benjamin Burton.
Nice. Oh, lucky. Go on the phase. Really nice. They've got on the outside. That's a 3-on-2. Can they execute? Maybe the wrong decision there. But what I'm seeing a lot here in attack is they're not fixing defenders. It's all quite lateral running, allowing the defence to shift as a unit. Just a straighten line and then out would help them find more space on the outside.
But Burton taps from a penalty, and play goes to the left and now comes to the right. Burton receives the ball back on the wrap, and it goes wide to the tall man Strachan.
Benjamin Burton, what a ball. Pill. Jordan Mellon, where are you?
Absolutely, that was a proper straight out of the top rack there from Burton.
What's interesting as well, Burton has picked the ball up, fed, wrapped himself, received the ball back, and then has the awareness to find the ball to the link on his chopping line. Really impressive stuff there from Burton.
And Strachan there, the ball was way above his head, but caught it and swerved past the defender and finished things off to give the Raiders a 3-try breathing space. Here comes Dylan Collier, and there's a touch comes in from Athena Maria Enderstein.
Oh, good penalty there for the Saxons. Good penalty. What I've noticed with Dylan Collier is when he takes this ball, that's unlucky. It's a difficult pass to retrieve from the half. But when he gets the ball in those quickie situations, he looks to feed back to his half. The link is shutting all of that time. Is that then the opportunity to pass it to his female link, maybe trying to go through the link wing hole? It's just some things to look out for these Saxon players.
Yeah, it's this difference between having your plays and your structures and the improvisation. If we go back 3 games when watching the Taipans play, because I think you'd taken that game off and Jack was on and we were watching the Taipans play, Colin Scott and Russell Reid in particular, the improvisational ability from both of those players, particularly Colin Scott, in terms of to run a bit of a structured play, but then to be aware that the play's breaking down, and then to know where the space is going to be, and then for Russell Reid to then create the to capitalise on that. Just that in that way, you've got structure and improvisation, whereas the Saxons team have got structure, but not necessarily the improvisation yet.
Yeah, it's difficult because you can't really coach that sort of stuff. You know, you've got to either have the rugby brain or you've got to have played enough touch to understand when those opportunities arise.
And Colin Scott has played for years and years at the highest level as well. And that's a fresh set of 6.
I think that's a rare mistake there from Tommy Dixon. He'll be upset with himself. This is a longer cameo now than to what he's used to this game.
Although, to be fair to him, it's what it's done is it's given his team a bit of breathing space for the restart. So there's no penalty for a deliberate bat down like that. It's just a fresh set of 6 for the attacking team. And here comes Mr. Buckethead. It's George Williamson.
Yeah, that's a really nice play off the floor. Can she find the ball back?
Here goes Dixon.
Here we go. Has he got the wheels? Oh, that is unlucky. Unlucky. Tommy Dixon will not be enjoying that. Halfway down the pitch, gets called back, has to defend another set of 6. That's a killer.
He just hadn't got back to the goal line, or somebody hadn't got back to the goal line, even if he had. And the referee's called offside. The dive comes in, but the touch is there as well on Willow Jeffrey. And she restarts back onto the 7-metre line. Jeffrey finds Williamson.
Yeah, it's Ethan Knight looking for the sweeper. I think that's the wrong option there. They had some touches to play with. Maybe it's worth giving Ethan that ball and seeing if he can use his pace to get on the outside of the retreating middle. But, again, learning opportunities here for both sides.
Raiders are getting fresh legs on, even if it's starting play from the 7-metre line. They've got the trust in others to get the play over the field.
Lovely show and go.
Hester Williams makes another 15 metres before she goes off.
She's been influential.
And she's using that second half of the sub-box. Play through's the call from the referee, and it's given the Raiders and Burton the ability to get onto the front foot. Strachan, he scored their last one. Is he going to create another? Here they come on the cut.
Oh, Ethan Knight, what a covering touch. That is vital to stop it from going 4 ahead. That's exactly what you need.
Ethan Knight on Jessica Whitehead. Strachan finds Annabelle Smith on that far side, and the defence has shuffled across and made that touch, and the door is slammed in the Raiders' faces. But we've got 10 minutes and change to go, and the Saxons are going to need to score a couple of unanswered tries and get some real pressure on the Raiders team if they're going to get the win that they so want from this weekend in Nottingham.
Yeah, honestly, I think that the Saxons have good core foundations. It is just the unforced errors, getting the ball down nice and early so you can continue your momentum. These players coming on from behind the play, you're just losing your options.
Lovely hands though from James Smith to Martin Smith.
Oh, unlucky.
Annabelle Smith was denied a try at the other end by a desperate bit of defence, and this time she's prevented a try at the other end of the field with some desperate defence on her own, and Strachan takes the dump, and that time there's a little bit of breakdown of communication from the Raiders. It hits the deck from Enderstein, and the Saxons through Smith and Smith. Sargent and Smith. And Sargent, lovely.
Oh, that's lucky. And maybe that's where the opportunity is to get the ball down, play the second phase, set the offside line again. It's just, those 1%ers. That's all it is, those 1%ers.
John O'Clark, one of the experienced players in this Raiders setup, England's senior caps, and with Yorkshire Thorns, and he's dictating play now for this Raiders midfield. And he gets the ball out to Alex Butler.
Receives it on the short word. That's unlucky. Very unlucky.
Yeah, a little fumble of the ball again from Enderstein. It's had a bit of a curate's egg of a game, to be honest. She's done some brilliant stuff, but on the flip side is that she's had a couple of crucial fumbles here and there.
But I think if you're looking at this from a coach's perspective, you're not too disappointed with it because the ideas are there. If you can apply these to cohesive structure, you're going to get results. There's Dylan Collier on the scoop, looking for the overlap. He's got good wheels. He needs to find the pass. Yeah, really well done. Really good decision making and good patience from Dylan Collier, and he absolutely loves that score.
Yeah, and he's given the ball on the inside to, she just turns around, we can see the number. What's interesting on the break there is that he had the winger in support there as Evie Groves was there in support, but he chose to keep hold of the ball, and it pays off in the end. And Holly Atkinson is over for the try, and I don't think if the touch had been made, then Groves was not going to be thankful to Collier there because she was there, but he chose, as I say, maybe saw the covering runner come in, so a bit of intelligence in that split second decision making. Anyway, here come the Raiders. Tommy Dixon is on, but it's not Tommy Dixon making the play.
It's a really good covering
touch. Carl Coburn making the play, but the touch comes in, and there's a fifth touch, and it comes from Coburn to Dixon. So Angus King to Dixon, and the play comes to nothing at the end. 7 minutes to play. Still very much alive are the Southwest Saxons. That try from Holly Atkinson has brought them back to life, but that time it's hit the deck. Saxons being their own worst enemies now.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a theme throughout the Saxons games. I said yesterday, I don't want to sound like I'm just slating them, because that's really not the case. They've shown some really positive stuff, but they just need to stop overcomplicating things. do your basics well. You know, you see some of the best teams in the UK just do their basics better than anyone else. This is Tommy Dixon trying to get on the outside. There's a 3-on-2 there. If they can maybe take the touch, they'll have a nice opportunity to phase.
Gets himself back into play as Tommy Dixon and
Goes
goes
over the top.
Just dropped by Annabelle Smith over on that far side. The Raiders are coming close to putting this to bed. They've had a couple of tries stopped by some great defence and desperate defence over on that far side by the Southwest Saxons, who now are going to try and work their play to get some fresh legs on in terms of their transition. But the Raiders are blitzing really well. That was Leslie Marshall on this near side. She was forcing the Raiders, and all of a sudden they're on fourth touch and they're not even up to halfway yet.
Yeah, Dylan Collier's going to be trying to set for a scoop here, trying to scoop through. That's really nice. That's 2-on-1 there. That should be 6 more. That's a really good decision there. So they've got the penalty for offside rather than 6 more, so they can just tap and approach up the pitch. Tommy Dixon is going to try and stop this. Dylan Collier. Really good, clear communication there from the Saxons. Now they're in the danger zone. 3 touches to play with. You want to make them count. Dylan Collier receiving the ball back on the quickly. Should have a look. That's just a shame. Maybe you want to have a look at diving. Yeah, Dylan Collier trying to get the decision out of Tommy Dixon. Ends up getting it. Repeat set of 6. They need to make this count. 5 minutes to go. Score here puts them back in it.
Yeah, they've definitely got their strike pod on, as we see Dylan Collier, who set up the try for Holly Atkinson. The pair of them are both on, along with Michael Jeffrey. And Collier gets the ball back, and they've stacked the player. Saxons, in comes the touch from Carl Coburn. Desperate defensive touch there from the Raiders mid on Collier. And he's coming back and he's looking to accelerate things up. There's a bit more desperation now in this Saxon setup. Collier again. This time he feeds Jeffrey, but again the touch comes in from Coburn and Dixon.
This Saxon setup might benefit from just moving the ball around a little bit more. They're now sending a sweep. I would expect a step back now. And that is a let off for the North East Raiders.
It's a late pass, but this is one of those ones where if this was, and I'm not this, where we've got some less experienced referees here this weekend and some very experienced referees. And what we've seen everybody been really hot on the need to walk forward. And in that situation there, the Raiders were just frozen. They stopped. They didn't stop. They stopped advancing when they need to start. When they need to carry on. It's an understandable one to not give, because the referees have got a lot to think about in that situation. But the Raiders were lucky to get away with one there.
Yeah, I completely agree, and that is just the luck of the draw, to be perfectly honest. You know, some referees are more hot on that than others. Some referees are willing to let marginal stuff go. I think for me, what was really apparent in that set, and we're going to see a really stark contrast to the next game that we're about to see. Dylan Collier is diving with his hand over the top of the ball, is going up and then down to try and place it. Whereas what you typically see in touch is players sinking really low to the ground and extending out really flat, long and strong to go as low as possible.
And also because it just has to be a bit of the ball touching a bit of the whitewash, and if you're holding it end on, you've got yourself another 8 inches or so.
Yeah, well, if you think it's your height plus the 8
inches of the ball,
yeah. So you're going to have that benefit. But again, that's where the experience comes into play. These are new sides developing. They'll look back at the footage. They'll look back at this tournament, and they will have a lot to learn from it.
There's penalty given for offside in midfield. Dylan Collier, I thought he's frustrated as he came off, but Saxons now will get a tap-off move. It's an interesting thing is that we don't see as many northeast teams or very far southwest teams playing in the National Touch Series. The structure's not quite there yet in those regions to come and enter that, and I think that's that kind of experience playing against the likes of Eagles and Galaxy and Oxford and...
Well, it's the saying, steel sharpens steel, doesn't it? You know, you need to be playing against those really established teams to establish yourself. And the thing for me in regards to Saxons and the Raiders there's moments of real positivity. There's moments where, you know, they look like they're just ready to explode into life. And maybe it's going to take some senior players to, you know, be more educated in some of the more niche areas of touch. Or it's going to take an experienced coach to come in and help upskill some of these individuals so they can be as competitive as possible. But positives for both sides here.
Here come the Raiders once again with their more experienced player, Jonathan Clark. He is the main man at the moment, and Carl Sheffield takes the touch and is going out to Athena Maria Enderstein. We've said she's had a curate's egg of a performance, but that has been capped off nicely with a try, with a minute to play, and this one is done and dusted as far as the result is concerned. The North East Raiders will get their first win of the weekend over the South West Saxons.
Yeah, and I think they fully deserve it. They've been more dynamic. They've got the role on the Saxons more often than not. They deserve this win, and I think that, you know, it's been a tough weekend for both teams. It really has been. You know, they're up against some really established players. As Adam Brimlow walks past and drops his 2 cents in.
Never know that to happen, ever.
Yeah, you know, pigs do fly. Saxons looking to... Oh, that's a shame. Oh, that's really, really good quick hands.
It's going to be a penalty for a late pass, surely. Yep. Although there's a penalty now for the Saxons because of offside from the Raiders, not retreating, and the Saxons will get 10 seconds or so with which to play to try and finish things off, and it's going to be a bit of jouet here. It comes wide.
Don't give... unlucky. I think they know that that's given. Really, really good game in the end. Good, fair, competitive game. 2 teams probably at the same stage at development-wise. You know, I think next year this will be an enthralling clash.
It will be, yeah. And well, that was very evenly matched, as we say. And now we're going to go into the quarter-final stage of the Men's Open. It's 4th versus 5th. It's the Northwest against the West Wildcats at 3 o'clock. So at 3:50. Then at 4:45. It's the women's quarter-final between the West Wildcats and the Midland Tigers. Knockout football, here we come at the Open's 2022 Nationals. Just come back in a couple of minutes.
Players and officials, this is your 1 minute warning. Please be aware at the end of this game there will be a drop off. Please be aware at the end of this game there will be a drop off. So a minute after the final whistle, there will be a hooter. So after this game there will be a drop off. Players and officials, this is your 30-second warning. Please take to the field, ready to play. Players and officials, stand by.
Good luck, guys.
Knockout football at the 2022 Opens National starts now. It's the Men's Open quarter-final between the Northwest in black and burgundy, two on our left, and in the right corner we've got the West Wildcats in black and orange. Winner goes through to tomorrow's semi-final to play the Southeast Sharks. The loser goes into a playoff.
That is something I've not seen from the West Wildcats before. That was a sweeper with a passive link, hang around the back, so two options off the pick-up. Really, really good stuff. I'm not sure the Northwest were expecting such a dynamic start from the West Wildcats.
He's Joe Wright. My name's Chris Wearmouth, and welcome to the University of Nottingham's Riverside Sports Complex.
Really good shutdown there from Matt Bate. This is where the Northwest have been killing teams in their transition. If they can get their transition running smoothly against the Wildcats, you've got to think that the Wildcats are will be up against it. But this is good pressure from the Wildcats. This is second touch, third coming, and they're not at halfway. Good pressure. Luke Lawrence coming on. Mike Rice with the ball, feeding it off. Adam Brimlow. Mike Rice. Back to Luke. Really nice drive. You want to get a good scoop coming through. This is your opportunity. You want to find it. Nice long ball. Jordan Cross. That's fifth. A little bit of a wasted opportunity there for the Northwest.
I think Jordan Cross thought that was sixth touch there because he handed the ball straight back to the Wildcats. But they've got one game left to play. So one touch left to play. Do the Northwest team. And here comes Adam Brimlow, Luke Lawrence, that sixth touch turnover, and that's a shutdown from Chris Ray from Oxford and the West Wildcats. We've seen his pace a few times this weekend already, but this time his pass has hit the deck, and now the Northwest have the opportunity to build pressure deep in the Wildcats half. Brimlow staying calm and gets the ball straight back from Luke Lawrence as they start conditioning, more conditioning than Head and Shoulders.
You've got to feel like if they can get a score outside of the Ben pod, if that makes sense, then they're going to get scores everywhere. This pod might not be as high scoring as the combination of Ben Meakin and Ben Grinter, but if they can unlock the West Wildcats defence here, this will be a really big strong point. There's Mike Rice getting on the outside, trying to straighten, just struggled to do so.
Fizzing pass there from Brimlow, and it goes again. Interception time for the Wildcats. Oh, the touch just comes
Sam
in.
Dixon, the young lad, getting back, making the touch, saving an almost definite try.
Bailey Blackburn, the youngster on the far side, England mixed 15s player. And we've been talking all the way through this weekend about the variety of teenagers and experienced players who are playing at this nationals level.
The pressure from Northwest is really intense here on the transition. Luke Lawrence covering the space left by Cooper Bainbridge as he flew up. Adam Brimlow, another touch.
George Garish just put his shoulders down.
This is Theo.
And Theo Edwards finds, it's a fresh set of six for the Wildcats. Brimlow comes within an inch and agonising finger length of an interception, but it's handed the ball back, and now there's another set of six for Theo Edwards to tap the ball with.
Yeah, this was the pod that looked dangerous yesterday. Theo and Ben, can they get there? Unlucky, really good defended by Mike Rice.
And George Garish as well, and we haven't seen him here on field one. He's from the Warwick Knights, plays for Revolution as well, and he's an absolute, so when I was training with Warwick last year, absolutely hated being trying to mark him because he would step me, he would peel me like a banana every time.
Unfortunately, that does happen, doesn't it? You get those moments where your son all ends up.
I am old enough to be his dad, so this is the thing where you don't quite mind it. But one of the youngsters now, Bailey Blackburn, his dad Ben was the team manager for the mixed 15s. He's here on the sidelines cheering on the Wildcats.
Speaking of Ben's, this is the Ben pod. Ben Meakin tries to find Ben Grinter. Meeks tries to go through. Theo Edwards just has enough to cover. Really, really intense start.
Jen Lee and right there to make the call. Ben Meakin showing a little bit leggy. He wasn't at the Euros this year. He doesn't have those 40-minute games in his legs. But he's a master of managing himself.
Oh, lovely manipulation by Ben Grinter. Is he going to go through? No. Really good covering touch there from his namesake, Ben Greer. Really good touch.
Oh, he's one of the taller men on the field, Ben Greer, and he used every inch of his very long frame, but he's calling for somebody to come on for
Looks
him.
like his ankle is giving him a lot of grief.
He is hopping off, and that's going to be a big loss there for the West Wildcats. He's been an influential player, as Joe was saying.
Yeah, the combination of him and Theo Edwards it was phenomenal. First game against the Tigers men's. They did struggle throughout the quality that the Tigers had, but that pod was the saving grace. Ben Greer and Theo Edwards, the link-up play that they have is brilliant. However, this boy, about number 14 for West Wildcats, is one to look out for as well. Dylan Madge, really promising youngster, really dynamic.
One of the older players, Chris Wimpney, sets up play there for Cameron Keys.
Is that going to be given?
Nope, it's a penalty for a late pass.
And now you might be looking at this and thinking, this referee is quite small. Well, I promise you, he is one of the most knowledgeable refs we have.
But he is very small.
He is very small, but despite his age, knows an awful lot about touch and is a really dominant referee.
Oliver Simon is the referee we're talking about, and he's swapping places with Jen Lee, who's an England stalwart herself, a bronze medal winner with the women's 27s at the World Cup 3.5 years ago. And Ray McFarlane, a level 4 in his own right here on this near side, the Kiwi.
This is Sam Grant trying to go through.
I haven't mentioned, by the way, Argentina to him.
Okay, I think that might be safe.
Yes.
Don't mention Ian Foster either. I don't think they'll be best friends right now.
Or Sam Kane.
Yeah, any of the above.
Unless you're Adi Surveyor, in which case then everybody loves you.
Yeah.
But speaking of love, there's a lot of love coming the way of the West Wildcats right now, who are now into playing. Jackson Chan from the Oxford club. He's got the ball quickly off the floor, and all of a sudden the West Wildcats are playing at an intensity that we've not seen so far. Lewis Partridge gives the ball to Chan, and that's just shut down by Robert Taylor from Wigan Warriors and Northwest.
Unfortunately, you might have the best feet in the world. You're not going to beat Bobby's brain. You're not. He will just hold the space, make you look a little bit silly, and take the ball off of you.
Right in front of us is the Calm on the outside.
I'm sure the gears are whirring
on
away.
The inside, Marnie Wills, and you know that that her team would have been sent out with an absolute rocket to play, and this is going to be a penalty given against Jackson Chan for offside. Anna Brimelow spotted the baseball-capped mid not retreating 7, and Ollie Simon did too, and now Brimelow comes off the deck as he can't score as the half. He's looking for support. Now he's the half.
Really good touch there from Jackson Chan. That's what teams have struggled to shut down. You know, when Brimelow picks up, dummies the link, steps back inside, they need to be able to have a mid that's brave enough to go and shoot that down. Jackson Chan, perfect example of how you do that.
Jackson Chan bounces on the floor and comes straight back up again. And it's good to see the Wildcats as well are matching fire with fire in terms of physicality. Garish ducks down, makes the dump easier for himself, and it keeps the play alive. Luke Milsom, and all of a sudden we've got a game in our hands. Theo Edwards
2-on-1, 2-on-1.
Garish, and here comes James Hockey on this near side. Fresh set of 6. Fresh set of 6.
Oliver Simon doesn't look convinced. The on-field referee does. This is a beautiful opportunity now for Theo Edwards and co. They need to get this strike dump down though. They need to be able to roll through. Theo receives the ball back, steps off his left to his right, looks to find the try line. Another penalty. Mike Rice just offside. Luke Lawrence maybe tucked just a little bit too much. Adam Brimelow shaking his head as if to say, you're not getting through today. Brimelow shoots. Really good shoot from link for Adam Brimelow.
Otherwise that would have gone to George Garish for the try.
It's really positive. Brimelow shooting again. Theo looks to get rid of it early. Struggles. That's an easy turnover there.
And that is all made by the double blitzing pressure from Adam Brimelow, who is now looking to get the youngster away.
Go Cooper! Go Cooper!
Cooper Bainbridge is away, down the right touchline, and that is all about the improvisation from Adam Brimelow And you have to say that that's really, really unlucky there for the West Wildcats. They've given them 6 inches, and Cooper Bainbridge only needed half of them to come all the way up that sideline. He gets the slap on the hand from Ben Meakin. In fact, the ball from the celebration had gone all the way up to the other end of the field. But after having had all of that pressure, Brimelow just spots the opportunity. The Wildcats were probably anticipating that he would go to his left to get some fresh players on. Instead, he catches the defence napping, and away the Northwest go to take the lead. Absolute sucker punch for the Wildcats. Here they come again. Cameron Keys sets play up, gets the ball back on the short play. Oh, is this? No, it's a touch on Adam Sale.
I tell you what, these Northwest links, Ben Meakin, Adam Brimelow, this is their bread and butter. Shooting from shooting late, shutting down offensive plays. The comms from Ben Meakin there, that is brilliant stuff, just hunting the ball down.
And that's the little lack of experience there from James Hockey. That was screaming out for a switch play to come off to keep the ball alive. Instead, it all dies a very slow and painful death for the West Wildcats on that occasion. The air seeping out of their balloon as Meakin now takes play up over the 10-metre line. This is already building up into a real humdinger of a contest. As Northwest through Bobby Taylor, and he flicks the ball back off the floor, and here they come again. Taylor's the experienced player. Sam Grant is the one who's making the meters now, though. Keeps the ball alive on that far side. And the PFT Fox, that is Jordan Cross, can't cause mayhem in the chicken coop of the Wildcats, who are now getting some go forward and ball themselves. Here comes Cameron Keys, over halfway. And Chris Ray, he's over halfway as well, looking to put some pace together. Jackson Chan and Ray, the Oxford pair, combine in the middle. As keeps the ball alive
great
there.
Pick up. This is 5th. Jackson Chan's got to make something out of nothing. He goes through really well, tries to find the separation.
Oh,
what
a score! Simon Mallard, and it is game on here in the East Midlands.
Hey, this is it. Oh, Darts, eat your heart out. This is game on big time. Jackson Chan just fixes opposite man, goes through, lovely support line as well. Beautiful stuff.
The impeccable face of Marnie Wills is quietly satisfied, though we can see a couple of slaps of the hand of Jackson Chan and Chris Ray, just the way that they managed to combine there to create that score. But no let up for the Wildcats. Here comes Adam Brimelow, and he's combining with Luke Lawrence. He's pointing whereabouts the defenders are, and Brimelow comes, and he comes right.
Oh,
he can't score for half.
Lovely. Finds.
So going to be a fresh set of 6, though, surely.
Yeah, it is going to be a fresh set. I thought Cooper maybe could have switched on the inside because his opposite man had turned his back on him. Cooper had the opportunity to just drop in, but this fresh set of 6 gives them another opportunity.
These teams are so evenly matched. Yeah. As it turns out, there's got the same kind of mixture of experience, but it's one of the players.
Adam Brimelow is the difference right now.
Yeah.
First try, 2 amazing shutdowns from Link. Gets the turnover, goes up the side, looks to go left to sub off, feeds Cooper. That play, recycles the play, scoops through, recycles again, finds Mike Rice on the inside ball. Brilliant stuff by Adam Brimelow.
Deep breath time for the Wildcats. Chris Wimpney takes the tap.
Deep breath time for us as well. This is breathless.
And Wimpney goes back and just drives straight up the forwards. Tries to create some space for himself up against Ben Grinter.
Dylan Madge on the ball now.
Dylan Madge of the boys' 18s.
Really dynamic player.
And now it comes left from Cameron Keys. He's the half. He can't. And he's given the ball back to Ben Grinter. Yeah. Eyes up for the Wildcats because the Northwest team has shown what they can do, and
this
Ben
Wildcats
Meakin
midfield is trying to outdo them for physicality. But when you've got Ben Meakin, you Sam Thorpe, Jake Morris, you're going to struggle. You're going to struggle to outdo these guys physically.
Ben Meakin,
nice to Jake, and he steps back. That's a really good setup, really dynamic. Wildcats moving all over the place. Is that a penalty? It is. Really good work.
What's interesting is that the Northwest, by default now, are looking to attack in front of the West Wildcats box from deep in their own half, maybe go through a phase or two, see if something's there, and if it's not, to then work off, or to then come back into the middle, which is exactly what they've done there, and that ball's hit the deck. Sam thought, it's been intercepted, and that's a 0 touch there by the Wildcats. Here comes Wimpney. They're working their way off the field. Far side just loses momentum there. Does Wimpney.
Ben Grinter not appreciating the the level of calls that have been made from the Wildcats box. This is evolving into a bit of a heated affair. You know, both teams trying to outdo each other physically in the midfield. The Northwest, I think, having a little bit more joy than the West Wildcats, but the West Wildcats look dangerous when they get a roll on.
Ben Meakin using all of his experience there to push off and to create some space in terms of the bounce back into space. Here comes Sam Thorpe on the dive. The touch comes in from Jackson Chan. We saw his creativity at the other end. This time we see his defensive awareness of the youngster to get Thorpe just as he's diving for the line. But it's really good to see Meakin there. He knows he's going to have to step up like Adam Brimelow has stepped up and really dictate playing. We've seen him do that. He comes, shapes to go right, then left.
Nice. Oh!
He's dropped the ball.
Oh, that's a let off. Jake Morris will be really disappointed with himself there, but there is now another job to do. He needs to put that out of his mind, get back up in defence, be physical. There's Adam Brimelow again trying to shoot from link. He knows he gets success from it, so he's trying it more often now.
Ollie Simon was right in place to make the call there. Interestingly enough, they've kept the Grinter and Thorpe on, but they swapped the link to get Brimelow on instead of Meakin. Here goes Garish.
Can he find a pass? Can he find a pass?
Oh, yes.
That is 2-all.
Not Garish, it's Bailey Blackburn, I think, who's on the score. We'll just see who's made that break. That's going through. That's number 12, not number 13. That's Theo Edwards, and he's just done a little shuffle pass over the top. He's broken through like Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
He's finished it off like Russell Wilson. And hey presto, Bailey Blackburn is over to tie things up at 2-2. 4 minutes and change until half-time. This is one you're not going to be able to take your eyes off this.
No, I think Theo noticed that they had the two younger lads in the middle, fixed one, dummied on the outside, went through the gap, found the separation. Really good work from the winger to create the separation. That's beautiful work from Sam Grant. Really, really dynamic stuff. Sits his opposite man down, walks over, 3-2.
I love the way you're describing Theo Edwards like he's a veteran, but he's still only 20, 19.
Yeah, you know, Theo's one of those players where I'm not really sure where his brain's come from, to be perfectly honest, but for his age, he has a really, really, really adaptable touch brain.
Also a level 3 referee as well.
Well, I think that plays into the hand as well, you know. Someone once said that the best way to learn is to teach, and I think he does that through his reffing, and he's learnt so much through those opportunities that have been given to him.
Yeah, Ben Greer is just to the right of the TV tower, and he's going to be a big loss for this West Wildcats team.
He's not moving freely at all.
Yeah, they've kept themselves very much in this contest, but he's been one of their main men all weekend. Jackson Chan, another one, and Chan drops it off the floor to Chris Ray, and that's a fresh set of 6 there for the Wildcats. Greer is very, very ginger in his movements, and that's going to be, as I say, a big miss for the Wildcats as they look to tie things up.
He looks absolutely gutted. I really do feel for him. He's been such an influential player. And you know, you don't want to miss final day. You don't want to miss finals footy, and doesn't look good for Ben Greer.
Here comes Ray, though.
There's the passive link. Gets on the outside of Brimelow. Oh, Adam Brimelow. What a touch. People say that he doesn't have his pace anymore. Well, there's his answer. Yes, he does.
On Chris Ray, and he's got a massive amount of pace himself, and that was a fantastic battle there. Jackson Chan, they're looking to get the play away from Brimelow. No, it comes back towards Brimelow. It's their 5th touch, one left to play with.
You can hear Ben Meakin, the primal roar across the pitch in celebration. That's a low dive. Really good defending there from Mike Rice.
Simon Mallard there on the dive. Ray McFarlane is staying on the field as the Northwest team look to get some transitions going. You can hear Wimpney in front of us. He's exhorting his teammates, but they've conceded a penalty for interference in the middle of the ruck.
Yeah, it looked like they were trying to match each other for physicality there, and the West Wildcats player has just overcommitted, overestimated how powerful the dump will be, and has interfered with the roll ball. That's an easy penalty for the referees to give.
Here comes Sam Thorpe, Ben Grinter, and the number 11 Jake Morris. Ben Meakin is now relatively quiet on this side of the field, but he's looking poised.
Oh, Ben.
Oh! Jackson Chan is shaking his head because he knows he's been flipped over like an absolute kipper at breakfast time.
But what can you do? What can you do? Ben Grinter is, you've got the step off both feet. You've then got the danger of the players on the outside. I feel for Jackson Chan there. Maybe needs to rely on the coverage of his other middle to help him out a little bit in those situations. Because one-on-one with Ben Grinter, more often than not, there's only one winner.
Yeah, and Wildcats now, that's just a real shame for them. They need to score before half-time, you think, just because this 2-try margin is just, it's going to give the Northwest team a massive fillip going into the half-time, and they're just driving up through the middle, killing some time. Sam Grant feeds on the inside and then just primed to get the ball back from Matthew Bates. It doesn't come, though. Bates takes the touch, makes valuable meters and wastes valuable seconds. But Grant, he feeds it off to Robert Crawford. Crawford takes the touch, and here come the pace from Matthew Bates. He's half, he can't score, he gets touched. It's a turnover. We are into the dying seconds of this first half, and one play left to go. A bit of barbarian style coming up from George Gerrish and the Wildcats. No, Cooper Bainbridge has pace in attack and pace in D, and Gerrish just didn't have enough to work with. And this one is absolutely breathless at half-time. Northwest leading 4-2. How do you sum that up, Joe Wright?
Oh, I mean, it's the individuals for me that are winning this game for Northwest. Players like Adam Brimler, the defensive plays that he's been able to make are just influential to stunting the West Wildcats' momentum going forward. Looking at the West Wildcats, Ben Greer is a big miss. It is a really big miss. I don't think he'll be returning to the action.
Oh, he's hobbling. He's hobbling big time.
You're relying on players like Theo Edwards, Dylan Madge, the Oxford boys in and around the squad, Jackson Chan. They have the ability to bring this back. They really do. But they've got to stop just giving the possession over. There's a couple times they've been on the line. They have the opportunity to get a repeat set of 6, and then there's a loss of control or there's a drop ball. And it just relieves the pressure off of Northwest. If they can apply some sustained pressure, it's all to play for.
Cracking game of touch that we've got in front of us now. Both teams very evenly matched across every aspect, apart from perhaps the experience of Ben Meeking and Adam Brimbalow, really, and Robert Taylor making the difference. But also got a fair props out for the referees as well, who are managing this game superbly to keep everything going. And while it's physical, it's not spilling over, and we're not seeing much back chat, which, to be fair for a Northwest team, is what you'd expect. They won't mind me saying, I'm sure. No. There's plenty of chat. But anyway, it's half time as we saw that try there from Cooper Bainbridge, and we're just going to go and catch our breath, and we'll be back for the second half in about 4 minutes' time.
That was good. That was good.
Players and officials, your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2 minutes.
Alright guys, get together. Yeah, I'll come with you. Hands in, ready, quick.
Yeah, right, let's fucking go, boys.
Wildcats on me! Wildcats on 3! 1, 2, 3! Wildcats! Let's go, come on guys! 15.
Right from the off, cats.
We've not been able to stop talking about this game during the couple of minutes where we were away from the microphone. And this is all finely poised. The Northwest team leading by 2 against the Wildcats, and that last opportunity for the Wildcats came to nothing, and from their perspective they're not going to want to rue that missed opportunity, especially because the Northwest are starting this second half and they are down a player because Ben Greer, we think, is gone for the game.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I can't see him coming back. If there's a chance that he can make it through to tomorrow without playing today, you've got to take it. You've got to take it. You don't want to force a really serious injury because you think you can benefit your team, because an injured player could also hamper a team more than it can do any good. This is on a knife edge, really. I know there's 2 scores in it, but the West Wildcats, if they start running towards the left-hand side of the Northwest defence, I've got a feeling that they're going to find success. At the moment, the West Wildcats are just running everything towards the experienced players, Adam Brimlow, Ben Meakin. They need to get away from those players who know how to shut down plays.
And here comes Meakin right at the heart of the action once again, and he's got Ben Grinter and Sam Thorpe's over on this near side, and Grinter goes,
he's through. Find the pass, Sam Thorpe. Easy money. Ben Grinter, eat your heart out. That is exactly what he does. Bread and butter.
Oh, that was, we had some salsa earlier on, some Latin dance music, and it's been a repeated theme of this sunny Sunday is the dancing feet that we've seen across the games, and there's another example there from Ben Grinter. Jackson Chan, we've seen his ability with ball in hand as well, and now he's on the field for the Wildcats.
And they're attacking towards that left-hand side, trying to expose some of the inexperienced Northwest players, but Sam Grant is covering. Sam Grant has been almost faultless on this live stream today.
Chan, he just comes inside, looks for Ray, and Brimelow comes and shuts things down, and it's a turnover.
I think if the West Wildcats can get a roll on the Northwest, rather than playing all of their dynamic moves from a static base, they'll be able to negate the impact that players like Brimlow, Matt Bate, Ben Meakin, Sam Grant have for this defensive unit. They need to be getting in behind these players.
Here comes Luke Lawrence. Understated experience from Luke Lawrence, and there's a penalty that the Northwest are going to have. It was Matt Bate who shut that play down for the Northwest before working his way off the field.
Adam Brimlow just evading the first touch. He knows they are up. He knows that he can play with a little bit of confidence. He's got the inexperienced but feisty Sam Dixon to his left.
As Jackson Chan's not got back on side, and he got done up with the dancing feet in the first half, and this time he's just not got back the full 7 metres. Is spotted by Jen Lee, the referee, who's called things through, and all of a sudden 2 tries. There's a left hook and a right uppercut from the Northwest, and all of a sudden they're up by 4, and the West Wildcats are staring down the barrel.
See, I think this Northwest side has been galvanised by the disappointing result against the Tigers. Earlier on, I overheard them as I was going to get some water saying, we need to forget about that now. But you've got to appreciate that it happened and learn from the mistakes that we made. And it seems like they're converting every time that they get down there. They're not leaving scores out there anymore.
Yeah, and they've adapted as well to the Wildcats came out of the blocks absolutely firing in the first half with intensity that we've not seen yet in the second half. They've just not been able to get going. They've had a couple of... The Northwest team tapped off at the start of the second half, but Wildcats had then tapped off twice after conceding tries, and they just not been able to get a roll on whatsoever to ask questions of the Northwest defence. And Meakin gets the ball down quickly, and the Northwest team bring on their pod, led by Robert Taylor. He's got the ball in his hands now.
Oh, lovely feed. Matt Bate to Cooper Bainbridge. Cooper Bainbridge steps back inside. Really good covering touch there from 11.
Adam Sale there's absolutely crucial there. Last-ditch defence. Matt Bate is touched by Cameron Keys just on the way through, and that's a turnover there for the Wildcats. Desperate defence, and that's exactly what they needed, but Northwest now are threatening every single time they get close to the whitewash. Dylan Madge makes meters. Garish comes up to the halfway line. He's trademark, dips his shoulder a little bit.
This
keeps
is
play
better for
alive.
the Wildcats, feeding it back inside, checking around the presenting players. This is your opportunity. 5th touch now. You've got them retreating. You're on the outside of Bobby Taylor. Interception by Sam Grant. I think this might be all she wrote. He has wheels for days. He is just lethargically extending his legs out. He's going to take his time, reel in the applause from the Northwest supporters at the end of the pitch and boot the ball back to the centre. 7-2.
Yeah, real unfortunate there for the Wildcats, because Theo Edwards has been so impressive with just setting things up for another play, and then Sam Grant, as you say, Joe, he just was in the right place at the right time to get that intercepting go 65 metres for the score, and Theo Edwards is absolutely gutted.
Yeah, something I've noticed over this game is the speed of turnover. Northwest is get the ball back, go quickly, go up the pitch, but see if you can. West Wildcats taking that extra couple seconds, sucking it in. It's the change in intensity. The Northwest are used to playing at this level, used to playing at this tempo. West Wildcats maybe not so much. They're looking a little bit fragmented in their attack, but this guy can make anything happen. Jackson Chan, just a little bit off in terms of accuracy.
Yeah, just drifted in front of Simon Mallard, and unfortunately, that you think that three-way, and when you add in the try just before half-time, those 4 unanswered scores for the Northwest are going to see them home and hosed into the semi-finals, and the Wildcats into the playoff tomorrow.
Oh, that's a very rare mistake from the Ben Pod. Yeah, it's easier to call them all by their names, just the Ben Pod. They're always on the same people, the Ben Pod.
Sam Thorpe may have something to say about that. He's and also the other player in that pod who's been quietly understated is Robert Crawford.
There's Jake Morris.
Sorry, Jake Morris. He's been understated. This the thing that we're talking, with the players like Sam Thorpe, Sam Dixon, Ben Meek, and as we see Cameron Keys who just sails over, is that they're going to get a penalty to restart. But it's players like Robert Crawford, players like Jake Morris, who are the ones who are the understated members of those pods.
The grinders.
Yeah, the grinders. We were talking about yesterday, the playmakers and the grinders.
Yeah, people like Ben and Ben can't do what they do without players like Jake Morris and Sam Thorpe, who are just so selfless in their job. They know the role that they have in this team, and it's just about doing it. Sam Thorpe there making a brilliant defensive decision not to bite on the wrapping player, hold on the ball carrier, really good stuff. And I think as going into tomorrow, you'll see players like Sam Thorpe and Jake Morris really start to build in their confidence and know that this division is there for the taking. If they can string together some really elite performances over the next day, that is a brilliant defensive touch by Ben Grinter. If you doubt his physicality, there's your answer.
Yeah, and the Wildcats are disappointed again because they know they've let a position slip there. The ball's got to go through your legs at the play of the ball, and they stepped over with it being outside the legs. Ref Genley is the person to make the call there, and the Northwest team are getting it going just once again. It's the Robert Taylor pod, and he's again has found Matthew Bate.
Matt thought he could go through the hole there, as he's so used to doing, but a really good defensive shutdown from the West Wildcats.
Robert Taylor's just got this ability just to fix the player in front of him and give that no-look pass, and it just sends the players in around him. He's not going to score many himself, but he creates plenty. And now the Northwest pile some pressure on Indy, Matthew Bate, Robert Crawford. They're the ones, as we say, they're putting in the hard yards, they're putting in the massive effort.
Yeah,
but still, here comes Theo Edwards and Luke Milsom, and Edwards quickly off the floor. He gave an intercept the last time we were in this position. Goes wide, and this time it dies before Bailey Blackburn.
It's a really good idea there for Theo Edwards. He's shaped to go right. The defensive shift. He stepped back to his left, but again, the defense of Bobby Taylor just getting up in the face, not giving Theo all the time that he would like to get the pass accurate. It's those little defensive pressures that force the errors.
It's one of those understated players, Bobby Taylor, isn't he? Because he's been part of men's open teams with Jordan Melling and Ben Meakin and Dom Tripp, and also with the likes of Melling and Meakin as well, and Melling at club level as well. And yet Bobby Taylor's just gone about his business and has shown he's like a Richard Hill of his kind, so to speak.
Yeah, no, completely agree. Dylan Fletcher, who was sat at the bottom of the pitch now, mixed open captain, he can't sing Bobby Taylor's praises enough, because he's such a selfless individual. He will not often do anything overly spectacular, but those little no-look passes around the back of himself to, deceive defenders, they're murderous. And that is a lovely little 32 quickie between Luke Lawrence, Adam Brimlow. Luke gets his just deserved. Here's another one. Luke, just a little bit, underappreciated from us, I think, a little. But it's those instances where he knows he can make the difference.
Because every team needs like a Claude Makelele, right?
Yeah, it just does the job, sweeps things up. Every team needs people who are 6 or 7 every single time that they turn out. Luke Lawrence, Mike Rice, Rob Crawford, Jake Morris, they're those people, and they can't be, their praises can't be sung enough, because that's what you need for an elite team.
And Wildcats have just not been able to break anything down as far as the Northwest team's concerned. The Northwesterners have really stepped up a couple of gears, and the Wildcats are just going over again in that far corner is Bailey Blackburn. Is this going to get given?
Jordan's made a really, really good covering touch there. Really, really good decision just to chase out as hard as possible, go out, make that touch, stop Bailey Blackburn from touching down. Really, really good decision.
Yeah, it's just not really worked. It's not really clicked for the West Wildcats this half at all, unfortunately. And
I think the injury of Ben Greer has really, really stopped the flow of this West Wildcat side. Him and Theo have such a good relationship when they're on the pitch together. Ben is quite often the unit that gets the ball down really nice and clean, and Theo, it gives him a platform to go and use his feet to get around players. And I just feel like since the injury, they've lost that momentum going forward. Yeah,
they have. I completely agree with you with that. And it's going to already looks like, although we've got 9 minutes and change still to play, is that it looks...
They need an Emily Irons moment.
Well, they need more than an Emily Irons moment. I was watching a game of the 100 the other day where the team that eventually won had a 4% winning chance with 25 balls still to play. But this has been lovely little
really
shutdown there from
shot.
Dylan Madge. But I think they're going to need a bigger turnaround than that at the West Wildcats, and it looks like the Blades are going to progress to play the Sharks tomorrow in the semi-final.
Yeah, West Wildcats are one of those teams where they are still developing. Like we say, the influential players, Theo, Dylan, amongst others, they're young. They've still got time to develop. This West Wildcats, if you're looking to the future, if you're looking at nationals over the next couple of years, this is the team that is, it's going to grow, it's going to develop. Shouldn't take a result like this to heart too much, although it's hard not to when you're so highly competitive. But you're playing against such elite players like Sam Grant, Ben Grinter, Ben Meakin.
Yes, when you're looking down, and Bailey Blackburn still only 15, Theo Edwards 19, Garish 23, Ben Greer 23, James Hockey 23, Jackson Chan 23. It's a very, very young team. And if you take Simon Mallard and Chris Whitney out of it, the average age is still very much in the 20s.
Yeah, and I think that's something to remember if you're from the West Wildcats and you're going to look back at this game. Is, the Northwest, they have these established players who have played elite level touch 4, 5, 6 years in a row now. The West Wildcats don't have that. In the first half, they made a really good account of themselves. And I think that's important to remember. Oh, that is just sublime. That is the shortest pill you will ever see, and arguably more satisfying. The double pump.
The control, and just the way that he wound up, and then, while in the middle of wind-up, just gave that little short offload there from Ben Meakin. Take a bow. I mean, that was pure. Oh, that was just class.
Yeah, and to those watching it on live stream, you're not going to quite appreciate how difficult that is. Ben Meakin had 1 foot in the air. Every single part of his body looked like he was going to throw long, and the awareness just to drop it into the space, it is sublime.
9-2, the Northwest lead, and
Cooper Bainbridge hunting down that
it's easy to forget that it was only 4-2 at half-time, and it was only 3-2 in the couple of minutes before half-time, before that fourth try. But
that's better. That's a better decision. Ball down?
That's ball down. Bailey Blackburn gets his second of the day, and that one is a fizzing pass that's gone to hand from the Wildcats. And finally, all too little, all too late, it pays off for the West team. And as we say, it's just this second half. I think it's there was 6 unanswered scores there from Northwest, either side of half-time, and that killed the game completely, or killed the contest, and the Wildcats have a bit of a consolation. But back comes the Ben Pod. It's not the Ben Pod anymore.
No, that's Sam Thorpe platforming for Ben Grinter. Finds Sam Grant to Jake Morris. That looks like ball down. Sideline's happy with it. Jake Morris gets his score.
It's been given as a forward pass. Ooh. Gently gives it. But it's now good experience for the Northwest team to go through some phases with some youngsters on the field. Instead of having Ben Meakin on, he's taking a set of a breather.
Yeah, it looks like Cooper Bainbridge is hobbling just a little bit, being a little bit laboured on his ankle. He went over it yesterday. I hope that's okay, because he's going to really want to play finals footy tomorrow.
Little overstep at the mark there from Jackson Chan, and yeah, I think he's just a little bit of a slip. It's just the ground.
It's those ones you don't like to see, though.
Yeah, the ground's just getting really hard now at the University of Nottingham. Simon Mallard's there, one of the elder players we were talking about. One of the two players who's over the age of 30 in this Wildcats lineup. And even though we've got the River Trent about 200 metres or so to our left, the water table is still relatively low after the drought that we've been having over the lack of rain over the last few months.
Oh, that's a collector's item from Bobby Taylor. That really is.
And the ground is really hard. And all of a sudden, there they flicked it up a little bit. And Robert Taylor is now on with Ben Meakin and Adam Brimelow. They have all of a sudden put all of their experienced players into a pod to give them one on and then a couple off, and to rotate things around a little bit. Just some intelligent use of resources there from the Northwest for this final 4 minutes or so.
Yeah, it looked like they could have got done for dropping early there, because one of the Lynx has entered the 7 before the rest. That is highly unlucky, you know. But again, these are the opportunities where the West Wildcats can take a lot of positives from. You know, they're putting Northwest on the back foot. They're making ground. They scored from a beautiful long ball, so they have the skills, they have the tools to execute against a team like Northwest. I think it's just the level of experience that makes the difference here.
And those experienced players all go off in one job lot, and it's now left to that's going to be a penalty for that's about the that's an over the step of the mark from Luke Lawrence there, and it hands play back to the Wildcats, and Wimpney and Dylan Madge and now Adam Sale, and they're working their way off the field, and it's just all slowed down a little bit for the Wildcats. But Garris tries to inject a bit of pace, and Theo Edwards, one of their key playmakers, just takes the touch. Touch is running out though for the Wildcats. Luke Milsom gets the ball back to Edwards, who dives. 6-touch turnover. Good D from the Northwest team.
Yeah, that looks like Luke Lawrence in the middle there making the touch. You know, this Northwest side has stayed really calm throughout the sustained pressure from West Wildcats. There are positives for both sides here. There really are. I think the Northwest will be satisfied with this performance going into finals footy tomorrow. But the West Wildcats are a developing side, and they've put the Northwest on the back foot on more than a few occasions. So, positives here.
The Ben Pod is back together. Meakin, Grinter and Sam Thorpe. And it's now going right from Grinter. He's looking for support.
The speed.
And also the running. Oh, it's just a pity. That's a fresh set of 6. He shouldn't have played it at the Wildcat. But all of a sudden, that was Jake Morris there, who ran a line just to open space up for the winger on that far side. Just was not able, Jordan Cross, just to finish things off. Play instead comes to the left. Thorpe takes the... does Thorpe take a touch? No. Oh, he does now.
It's good heads up. It's good heads up rugby from Sam Thorpe. I can't help but think if he didn't take the touch and backed out, maybe would have got a second penalty for dropping early.
Grinter.
Lovely stuff. Lovely setup, manipulating the defence. That's another 6 more.
Theo Edwards putting a big shift in defence now.
Yeah, Theo's been really influential to this West Wildcat side, and he is just still so young. You know, it's bodes well for the future.
90 seconds to play. This one is done and dusted as far as the result's concerned. It's whether or not the Northwest team can hit double figures, and whether the Wildcats can get a bit of a moral victory by holding them out.
Oh, there it is. There's the opportunity. Feeds Ben Grinter. Unlucky. Maybe Sam Thorpe could have gone for the dive himself, but this is a really positive way to see out this game.
Lewis Partridge there on the defence, shutting the door on Grinter. Meakin now sets up Sam Thorpe. and they're just playing a bit of jouet now, are the Northwest team. But now we
lovely
come
set up.
bit more
Go
direct.
long. Oh, unfortunate. You might need someone like Rob Crawford on the wing to reel that one in. The telescopic arms of the albatross.
But they still have a penalty to the Northwest team, and they make a couple of changes. On comes Bobby Taylor. On comes Jake Morris. They're mixing it up for this
Sam
final
Grant,
attack.
as he got round. Really nice defensive touch there. 30 seconds to go. Northwest will want to make this double digits. This is where you want the explosiveness, the agileness of someone like Sam Grant. What a pass that is! What a pick-up by Cooper
forward.
Bainbridge. It's a shame it's gone forward, but the pick-up from Cooper. Really, really good display of athleticism.
Enough time for a bit of barbarian style from the West Wildcats. They're not going to go, are they? Bailey Blackburn is going out to the left, but no, everything is in the face of the West Wildcats. They are going nowhere, as are we, because we've got another game to come in 10 minutes' time. It's going to be the first Women's Open quarter-final between the West Wildcats and the Midlands Tigers. But Joe, just the Northwest team, whatever was said at half-time, and I think, as you say, the combination of Ben Greer, he's on his feet, but he is hobbly. He's in a massive amount of discomfort here. Those two things combined, it's just seen the Northwest through to play the South East Sharks tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely, and it's sort of a game of what if. What if the Northwest hadn't have got so many tries unanswered? What if Ben Greer hadn't have gotten injured? Would we have seen a more balanced game? I think losing someone like Ben is a real detriment to the West Wildcats, but there's a lot of positives to take from the West Wildcats. They ran a really experienced side and a really high-level elite side to the wire in that first half. They just lost their pace in the second half.
Thanks very much to Joe Wright, and we will be back in 9 minutes time with that first Women's Open quarter-final. As I say, it's the last match of the day here of day 2 in the 2022 Opens Nationals. 40 more minutes of touch coming your way. Thanks for keeping this as your second screen here on the England Touch YouTube channel.
We're here to provide support to Balfour Beatty's charity tournament and to standardise the rules of the game. Previously there were 7 aside and some rules that weren't familiar to kind of the international game of touch. So we're here today to help standardise the rules for everyone, to help support with our England Touch referees and coach players, especially new players, through games and help them enjoy the game to the full.
We're here to ultimately to raise a lot of money for charity, so hopefully somewhere over £15,000, and actually just to promote health, well-being and inclusion across the construction industry, and it's just bringing a collaboration of like-minded companies together and fun day out. Rugby is a great sport. It's totally aligned to everything that we want in the tournament today. It's about the inclusion, it's about the health and well-being, ensure people's well-being and fitness, and it's a game that can be enjoyed at all levels, no matter how good or poor you are.
Yeah, it was really good. It's my first time playing touch today. The refs were really good, the team were really good, teaching everyone. We had a great time. Obviously we just won the final, so very gassed.
The sport was a lot quicker than I expected. I thought it might be a bit start-start, but it It was super fast, super fun. I think it is good because everyone can get involved. It doesn't matter how big, how small, how slow, how fast. And yeah, it was a really good team sport. Really enjoyed it.
14 referees here today, and we've also been supported by our partners London Irish, who are hosting the event today with their community coaches, who are also learning the game of touch and how to referee it so that they can deliver in schools competitions with us as well.
England Touch just bring a level of professionalism to the tournament. This is our 5th one. England and Touch have been involved for the last 2 tournaments, and having England Touch referees just brings a structure and a reputation to the tournament that we couldn't do without them.
Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2-minute warning.
Last game of the day last game of day 2 at the 2022 Opens Nationals has us into knockout football for the Women's Open. In the quarterfinals, we've got the Midlands Tigers against the West Wildcats. It was also the final game of day 1, which was won by the Tigers 7-0, and we saw the Tigers really pushed the Sharks all the way this morning, but that loss where they conceded 3 unanswered in the final 10 minutes knocked the stuffing out of them for their second game, because they lost 8-2 to Northwest, whereas the Wildcats who lost 9-2 to the Northwest first thing this morning, then went on to beat the Southwest Saxons.
Raising officials, it's your 1 minute warning. Raising officials, it's your 1 minute warning.
But we know what the semi-final lineup's also going to be in the men's open team, in the men's open tomorrow, because Southeast Sharks will play Northwest, who we saw overwhelm in the end a West Wildcats team that was shorn of 3 of its most influential players for the majority of that game when Ben Greer went injured, and with the Lawton Davis brothers out as well. And the West Wildcats, credit to them for the way they pushed the Northwest team, particularly in that first half. Anyway, the Northwest will play Southeast Sharks tomorrow at 9:55. The Taipans will play the Midland Tigers in the other semi-final, and the winner of this game will play the Taipans in the Women's Open. And then on field 2 we've got Northwest against Southwest Saxons, who will play the Sharks tomorrow morning in the semi-final. And it's the Tigers who get us going from left to right. So they beat the Wildcats 7-0, but after having pushed the Sharks all the way, Joe, right, in that first game of the day, they got absolutely overwhelmed by the Northwest team. So it's going to be interesting to see how they react back. And they've opened with an absolute sucker punch of the Wildcats. Mia Watts diving over in that left-hand quadrant of the field.
Yeah, no, that's a really positive start. That's exactly what you're going to want from a Tigers perspective. You know, get down one end of the field, first half off, get off the board, start really strong. If they can defend this set out, get a good transition going, you know, that's an ideal first couple of minutes from a Tigers perspective.
They looked to have mixed and matched their pods a little bit, because Lucy Snape was on with Mia Watts, and that we didn't see any of that combination earlier on. It was Snape with the Simon sisters.
I think that is the byproduct of 2 very long and hard days of touch. You know, you're gonna want to keep legs fresh. You're gonna want to keep pods fresh. You don't want pods to go stale. You don't want to be repeating the same things or making the same mistakes, for example. So maybe it's a tactical decision from the Tigers to try and maintain some attacking pressure. I mean, that second touch on halfway, that is amazing yards made by the Tigers middle, which leads on to a really positive and dynamic transition.
Lucy Norburn, who missed that game against the Sharks, she's a rested player, is back on, and she's on a pod with Kat Jones and Anna Goddard, as we've seen, and that's Goddard going through for Jones, and it's 2-0 for the Tigers. They are roaring already, and we've not even played 2 minutes yet. It's 2-0 to the Tigers.
Yeah, that is, you know, mentioned earlier, if they could defend out the set, get a good transition going, and just get down to the other end, that would be a good 2 minutes. The pace that took them through the middle, found the free female, beautiful start from a Tigers perspective.
Looks like they're giving Emily Simon the game off, because once again it's the same pod for the Tigers that started this game, with Mia Watts and Hannah McLaughlin and Lucy Snape. And also no Phoebe Simon yet. So it looks like the Simon sisters, yeah, Phoebe Simon is off in a bucket hat on the far side.
That's a really good set of hands there. Really good reel in of the pass, a little bit behind her. But defensive touch comes in before she can ground the ball.
It's going to be a bittersweet moment for whoever wins this game, because they're going to come up against a Taipans team that was absolutely pairing earlier on.
Yeah, just the quality of the Taipan side is... It's going to be tough for anyone to beat those, really. I think they're the team to beat in this division at the moment.
And here come the Tigers, and they are getting onto the front foot once again. It's Isabel Hobson and now Sophie Lloyd.
Really good touch there.
So I think they have mixed. No, so tell you what, Emily Simon is playing, because she's wearing number 4. She's just plaited her hair and got a baseball cap on, which is a complete opposite from what she was wearing earlier. And
really good defensive touch to get them onto this transition. This is where the Wildcats really need to be making ground. You know, you don't want to be passing the ball around a little bit too much. It's those situations where instead of passing the ball around static, maybe you want to get on the outside of them, be driving the Tigers back. Then you get a scoop against a retreating defence, and you'll find more success. At the moment, it's a little bit too easy for the Tigers defensively. They can, and in attack they are playing around the single shooters, going into their transition. Second touch again on halfway. That's somewhere where the Wildcats are going to really want to stop them from having so much joy.
They get fresh legs on us. Lucy Norburn is on, and she finds Kat Jones, and she's pointed where to go by Annalise Thurley, and Thurley comes off on the scoop in his half, and is a turnover ball. And Wildcats, having conceded a couple, is all of a sudden, now we're in the sun, because we've been under a lot of shade today, and now we're in the sun. It is getting a little bit warm.
Well, we don't get any breeze underneath this gazebo, so it is just a little bit of an oven.
Yeah, the breeze is coming from our backs, and it's been actually, all in all, it's been quite a bit cooler than yesterday, and much more pleasant.
Oh, really good pace. Really good pace. Can you find the spare person? Oh, the defensive touch coming in just in time. That's a bit of a heartbreak there for the Wildcats.
Yeah, Kate Allen there, I think, was the player who got denied, I think, and that's it's difficult to read some of the numbers from this distance. But the Tigers, having held out then with an absolute perler of a touch, now are on the front foot again. Mia Watt to open the scoring. She's making some metres from half. She's got to give the ball. She's turned on the pace. She's giving it to Hannah Oh, no!
Mia Watt will be giving her an earful when they get onto that sideline. All the hard work done. Just dropped the ball over the try line. That's absolutely gutting from a Tigers perspective.
Hannah McLaughlin, what a shame for that, because Mia Watt made all the difference there, just accelerating through the gap. Here comes Becca Hickman for the Wildcats, and now it's Victoria Hurrell in the play, and so is Maddie Miles Kingston and Becca Hickman. They've been a familiar part all through the weekend so far, but just on different wavelengths with that pass. And the Tigers now back over halfway, and Watts finds Snape, and the pair of them are going to work their way off, but Snape is making many metres, and here comes Annalise Thurley, and it's inside, back to Thurley, to Isabel Hobson. Simon out to Thurley, and it's all too easy for the Wildcats this time, no mistake. And the Tigers are taking control of this midway through the first half.
I think from a Wildcats perspective, they really need to shut down this midfield transition from the Tigers. It is just too intense. They're getting too much of a roll on, and they're finding too much success. Well, that's really good work from the Tigers in the midfield. Just passing around the single shooters of the Wildcats to make extra metres during their transition. They're saving touches, making more yards. It's got to be very tough now from the Wildcats to get back into this game. They need to stop the forward momentum from the Tigers.
Catherine Jones is dictating play, but it's Anna Goddard now. It's for Cambridge Stewart. It's creating space on that far side for Rowan Stewart, and we've seen her finish off some good tries so far, and this one is going. I know we shouldn't call things too early, and a lot could happen, but the Tigers already have put one paw in their semi-final against the South East Taipans tomorrow.
Yeah, and if you are the Tigers, it's almost a catch-22. You want to get a good result, so you can go into that game against the Taipans on a high, emotionally and mentally positive. However, you do not want to force yourself into things, and you don't want to force injuries, as we've seen the South East Sharks women's team struggling heavily with injuries. The West Wildcats men's team struggling with injuries. Injuries will kill a team's chances.
And it's injuries, not just injuries, but injuries to key players. Is that you look through those teams, there's Bronte Sykes out for the South East Sharks, who are already missing Zan Hudson, who would have been a core player for them. It's the Lawton Davis brothers, as well as Ben Greer, experienced players, or players who've got plenty of experience, should I say, because they're still young, but players with plenty of experience in and around that high performance setup who really set the tone and tempo for the rest of their teams. And speaking of which, Emily Simon is one of those players, and she's taken the touch and she's there straight away, and she's going to make it 5 for the Tigers. And that was just nothing complicated at all. The Tigers are not having to reach very far into their Mary Poppins bag of playbook to increase the score for this, and already the Wildcats are just looking a little bit fatigued, and it's just really important that they don't let their heads go down. Claire Rylance and Sam Powell's, their coaching team, are just having nice quiet chats, staying positive as Rebecca Hickman gets onto the front foot. And here comes Maddie Miles-Kingston, one of the youngsters in this Wildcat setup, one of several youngsters in this Wildcat setup.
I think from a Wildcats perspective, I would just like to see them engage defenders more. They're passing around defenders, but that same defender's making the touch. That's a better option there, the long ball, but that is unfortunately 6 touches made.
Yeah, touch comes in onto Kat Williams-Sharp over on this near side, and it's a turnover, and they've just worked their way clear, have the Tigers. They're already rolling onto the front foot. Kat Jones up to the 10-metre line. Here comes Annalise Thurley, and now Lucy Snape and Mia Watts on her shoulder. Snape now takes the touch, and Watts, we've seen create one already. It's all being primed up for a scoop, and here it comes from the youngster. She stretches her legs to go, but this is the touch comes in from Rebecca Hickman. She's was the Revolution's Tallies player when they won the Development National Touch Series earlier in the year.
Yeah, and Wildcats are going to have to rely on players like that to get them out of this hole and find themselves some momentum to go forward. At the end of the day, you want positives to take from games like these. We saw the Wildcats just play the Northwest men's. A lot of positives to take from it because they stuck to their basic structure and executed when it was available. The Wildcats have got to do the same. This is really good yards made by number 11. There's a scoop to the short side. Really good opportunity there. Is that ball down first? Looks like nodding from the referees.
Yes, it is.
Really good. Or is it? I think a penalty has been given in favour of the Wildcats.
Yeah, just having a quick look. We'll have a quick rundown of the Wildcats teenagers in just a second. Just after that, with a lovely pass there by Emily Cann out towards the wing, and Cann gets the ball back again and is looking to stretch the play, but it gets shut down quickly by the Tigers on this near side. But they've still got 6 to play with to the Wildcats. Kat Williams-Sharp loses her baseball cap. Here comes Robert Budd to collect it. And he's being very gentlemanly and keeping hold of it until the next breakdown in play. But here come the Wildcats going right and left, and it comes back to Cann, but she just can't keep hold of it. And Kat Williams-Sharp gets handed her cap as if she was a bowler returning back to the field. As the Wildcats now are going to have to drop back into defence. And Annalise Thurley gets the ball going forward. Snape finds Watts.
And this Tigers transition is just taking all of the pressure out of the Wildcats defence, you know. They are getting past these passing around individual shooters, getting the ball down crisp and clean. This is a similar setup. It's a really good defensive touch there made by the mid, coming across and tracking the empty space left by the shooting middle.
Touch on the half, Isabel Hobson turns the ball over for the Wildcats, and they really desperately need a score now as we go into the second quarter of this game, this 40-minute absolute grind of a game as the last one of the day here in Nottingham. And the Wildcats are still keeping their heads up, making some meters. It's Poppy Riddleston. Score of a couple of great tries in France for the England age group teams for the mixed 18s. And she's, as I say, is just one of the youngsters in this Wildcats setup, just having a quick run down the team. You know, I've got Cara Edwards, she's 15, Keris Godwin 18, Maddie Miles-Kingston 17, Poppy Riddleston 16, Sophie Wadsworth is 17. You know, they were doing with a lot of young players and lots of players in their early 20s as well, so it's giving them some great experience up against the Midlands Tigers outfit that's got experience like Kat Jones, who's just got the ball off the floor and is creating, and that's just been touched on the way through. And Lucy Norburn as well, she's played at the highest level for England.
You want to talk about experience? Over my right hand shoulder now you have England Men's Open head coach Tim Osborne giving Sam Thorpe, the young lad, invaluable advice regarding defensive profile and posture. You know, that's the sort of experience that these young players are going to thrive from.
I remember refereeing Sam at a junior Masters about a couple of years ago. You know, he's just at Oxford. You know, he's come on in leaps and bounds since they joined the NQ club up in the northwest. And the West Wildcats just shows that you can make a touch on any part of the body, because the touch came in on Sophie Wadsworth's hair, and it counts as a touch.
Yeah, I often think about that in the women's game. Like, would you not wear a hat?
Or plait it up like Emily Simon has for this game.
Yes, very true.
Lucy Norburn, though, her hair flying behind her, works her way off to the sideline. Here comes Anna Goddard.
Oh, lovely dummy.
And Snape comes on and finds Watts, and they're all of a sudden the Tigers are getting some go forward ball, and Rebecca Hickman was just a little bit in the way, but gets away with it without a penalty for Watts. I think Watts was looking for a scoop on that, and it's the 5th touch, and Snape is just trying to get things going.
2-on-1.
And Anna Goddard is over. And Mia Watts' hands were quicker than the touch as it came in, and the Tigers have hit 6, and we've still got 5 minutes and change to play in the first half.
Yeah, if you're the Wildcats here, you just want to focus on shoring up that defence, not allowing the scooper just a free path to run all the way through. I think that's what's really killing them in the momentum. Attacking wise, just need to trust the structures a little bit more. You know, they're not really asking too many questions from the Tigers. Tigers are able to send up single shooters, and the Wildcats are just engaging them. I've got a feeling if they passed around these shooters more, they'll make more meters.
Yeah, loss of control there, and as you say, it's a shame there for the Wildcats, just in the middle of the park there as the ball is fumbled at the play of the ball, and here comes Annalise Thurley, and the Tigers are just rolling. Oh, it's just a rare mistake there from Isabel Hobson. They've been keeping it simple, of the Tigers. They've not been doing anything too complicated whatsoever, just straight driving and capitalising on the rolling West Wildcats defence. But all of a sudden the Wildcats are getting onto the front foot, pushing Lucy Norburn back, and here comes one of their main players, is Emily Cann, and she's just there, gets the ball now, takes the just dumps it straight off, and a little bit of interplay now coming from the Wildcats.
It's a lot better from the Wildcats, you know, moving the Tigers' defence a little bit more, not being so static in their setup, although that is rather static there. If they can get a dynamic roll ball here and get onto the ball with pace, they've got a good chance here.
Keris Godwin,
go.
Lovely.
Lovely score, really good. They move the ball with pace, they get a really nice dynamic roll ball, and you can hear the volume from the Wildcats sub box. They love that score.
Yeah, and she just fixed the defenders, fixed the player in front of her, and sent the players that are wide who thought she was going to give the ball, and all of a sudden the Red Sea waters parted, the Trent waters parted, and she's over at that end of the field, and the Wildcats are on the board finally, but it's 3 minutes to play, and they've got a long way to come back if they're going to upset the apple cart on this one. Lucy Snape takes the tap, and it goes forward, and Mia Watts now gets the quick ball, and now it's Hannah McLaughlin finds Lucy Snape, and Annalise Thurley's coming there as well. And are they going to strike straight back? Not yet. A couple of touches still to play with though. McLaughlin feeds the evergreen Snape, and
really nice 32 shot there, really nice low dive. Brilliant defensive touch there from the Wildcats middle, just negating the option for the dive.
I'm just seeing how hard the ground is, because Annalise Thurley's just come and is just shaking her arm. It's all of a sudden we can, you know, there's a healthy covering of grass, but the rain that we had overnight Friday into Saturday is long gone, and even though it's a bit overcast, there's no rain forecast overnight, and
this is much better for the Wildcats in their transition. You know, they're moving forward. They're not just accepting the touches on Tigers' terms. They're moving forward. This is now the opportunity.
Rebecca Hickman gets it wide, and is there just a 6 touch and a turnover. There's loss of control there, actually, given by Robin Budd on that far side, and the Tigers get the ball exactly where they would want it, and they work it just in midfield because they can get fresh players on really quickly. Hannah McLaughlin takes the dump and works her way off the field. Anna Goddard, we've seen her pace repeatedly, and here comes Isabel Hobson as well. Emily Simon on the scoop and spies a space. Is she going to have support? It is out there on the wide right hand side, and a lovely finish there from Abigail Walters. That was all made. Again, Tigers not doing anything too complicated. They're just driving hard at the West Wildcats midfield, and we've seen Mia Watts create a try from a scoop in that situation, and this time it's Emily Simon, and Anna Goddard is the beneficiary.
Yeah, we've seen a couple teams, namely, the developing regions, the Southwest Saxons in the mixed division, and the Northeast Raiders, overcomplicating things and struggling to find any joy from it. This is a perfect example of basic, just simple touch done brilliantly. They have a dynamic roll ball. They get their players with pace to scoop the ball, pick an angle, and go for it. Put your ears back and go for it. And that's where they're finding their success.
They're shrugging off the disappointment of having lost their opening 2 games of the day, the Midlands Tigers, in completely different fashion. There's the agonising late drama that we saw against the South East Sharks as the Sharks fought back from 3-1 down to win 4-3 with 3 unanswered tries in the final 10 minutes, including one with a couple of minutes to go, and then being overwhelmed by the pace and directness of the Northwest Women's Open team, who are playing a different brand of touch. It's not necessarily been as successful because they've lost against the 2 Southeast teams, but they've both been close-run things. And now the Tigers have shrugged those off and they have put one foot into the semi-final. But here come the West Wildcats.
Yeah, see, that's a lot better passing around the single shooter, not just accepting the touch on Tigers' terms. Now this is Fiji touch. Unlucky.
No chance of anything from the South Seas there, because the hooter has gone and the West Wildcats are going to come off. It's going to be nice and calm, you think, in the sub box. Sam Powell's does really not lose her temper that often. Neither does Claire Rylance. Both very positive coaches, and the youngsters in particular, they're accrediting themselves with their effort. But it's Tigers who are in control on the scoreboard. 7-1, and we'll be back for the second half in about 4.5 minutes' time.
This is not going badly, okay? We need to just settle. Fence is water, okay? So we asked you to just have one more go. You've done that. The only thing I'm saying, don't send one person higher on what you said now get four. So make sure that either a link or the other minute does take a step up. Otherwise, it's good, okay? Fantastic momentum. We're going to stick with outward, okay? As they are running an arrow down, so that second hit, then is quite simple.
Wildcats on me, Wildcats on 3, 1, 2, 3, Wildcats!
Players and officials, it's your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2 minutes.
It's going to be even further.
Whatever she's got will be sorted.
Dream though, can't you? Big one leg. My legs get yourself set into the box. She's resting. Just
Players and officials, your 1 minute warning. Players and officials, 1 minute.
At least you want to do it. This is for tomorrow. It's for tomorrow. It's not. There's no point today. No, exactly. We're going to finish strong. Left the welly. Top. Yeah. Like his welly.
30 seconds.
"20 minutes to go here at the University of Nottingham Riverside Sports Complex of day 2 of the 2022 Opens Nationals. It's a Women's Open quarter-final. There's Midland's Tigers in white, who are defending this first touch. They are well in control against the West Wildcats. And my name's Chris Wearmouth, and I'm here for the next 20 minutes, and the final 20 minutes of the day. So I don't think we're going to get extra time. I'm just calling it now. Is next to me is Joe Wright, who's from the England, plenty of experience in the England high performance setup and Northwest, coaching and playing and crewing that which, and we're having a good old natter just in terms of the difference between these two teams in the first half.
Yeah, it's like we were saying, it's very apparent those teams that have exposure to high level touch consistently, and it's very apparent within the regions that just struggle geographically to have the high level of competition week in, week out. Like you were saying before, areas like South East, they benefit a lot from the geographical location of their clubs. They can play each other at high levels, longer games, more often. Whereas teams like regions like the West Wildcats, they're spread here, there and everywhere. It's going to be tough for them to train regularly and compete against each other regularly, and I think we're seeing that disparity here.
Yeah, to put it into context, the West Wildcats region includes Stafford and Reading and Cheltenham, and that's a very, very long way between all of those three clubs. And also Northampton, believe it or not, is classified in the West Wildcats region. It's a very, very long way. And even the Midlands is that, these teams are dominated by Nottingham and Cambridge, and they have really come in leaps and bounds, particularly Nottingham over the last couple of years, to be right in the mix at the top of the elite National Touch Series this year, tied on 90 points with Galaxy and NQ going into that final round. But still, it's that geographical disparity, because it's a long way from Nottingham to Cambridge, and there's not a massive map else in terms of the elite National Touch Series. You've got Norwich Rebels and further out, and they've got a few England Masters, seniors and Masters players playing, but Norwich is a very long way from anywhere, which is easily forgotten.
Yeah, and I think throughout these past 2 days, you really have seen the difference in regions. Who can train together, who can play against other elite sides, and who can't. And I think you see the difference in development from these regions, namely North East Raiders, who don't have many teams that compete in the NTS, and that's why they've struggled with results. Obviously got a really nice win against the Southwest Saxons, sorry. I think a Tigers player is...
Yeah, Lucy Snape is just taking a heavy fall there, trying to catch Mia Watts' inside pass, but she'll bounce back up. She's having a quick chat with Chris Simon behind that dead ball line, and on comes Emily Simon to take her place. One Nottingham player replaces another, and there's a change here for the Wildcats as well, as on comes Poppy Riddleston onto the wing. And the Wildcats got a deserved first try, but they've also conceded 7 in that first half, and they're getting some go forward ball now just over halfway line. It's all looking a little bit weary though. Catherine Nash takes things up to the halfway line and gets the ball back again, just gets away with... No, she does not get away with the forward pass. I should have seen Rod Budd trotting to the position to make the call. As soon as it's one of those things where as soon as you see a referee move from being with play, there's going to be a turnover coming of one sort or another, and the Tigers restart with a tap. And Emily Simon is now, to say, on the field and combines with Lucy Norburn and Kat Jones, and good hands from Norburn, and back to Jones, and it comes wide to Abigail Walters, who scored a try in the first half.
Really good diving defensive touch there from the Wildcats.
Poppy, who was that? That was Kat Williams-Sharp. Take a bow on that. That's dedication and commitment. Norburn goes to the right and then back inside to Charlotte Lloyd, and now to Jones. the touch just comes in before the ball hits the ground, and there's one touch left to play for the Midlands Tigers, and we'll wait and see what they try and do with it. Norburn goes to Lloyd, ball hits the deck, and the Wildcats have escaped and will restart with Becca Hickman just outside the 7 metre line. Here we go out to William Sharp, whose dedication and defence shone through, and it helps just get the Wildcats onto the front foot as she pops the ball off to Tasha Rose. And now Rose will get the ball back, surely.
Well, nice reception there in the midfield.
Yeah, it was, Sinead Hughes needed to get that ball off because she was the half and couldn't score and couldn't get touched, otherwise it would have been a turnover. But the interception came in from Jones. Now Norburn. Jones goes in as the half, and they're working their way off now, the Tigers, although Jones stays on for another touch.
You can't help but feel that's the moment where the Wildcats should be pressing. You know, there's a bit of confusion at the base of the roll ball. The Wildcats should be pressing that ball that they can, so if they can drive them backwards, because if they can force a turnover 10 metres up the pitch, it saves you touches in the opposition's half, and you have a more fluid transition.
Wildcats getting ready to bring fresh players on, or fresh-ish players on. Going to have a little bit more time there as the Wildcats' momentum stalls a little bit in terms of their drive, and William Sharp gets them back onto the front foot once again. Here comes Hickman, and she hands it off to Sinead Hughes. And Hickman again, but this has gone over the mark, and again we see the referees lining things up for a turnover. And I think that's probably for overstepping the mark. Oh, there's a roll, so just a restart for the Tigers, and now they get going once again. They've got a fantastic position on which to build. Emily Simon just gets touch of the back, but there's an offside from the Wildcats, and Simon will tap. Touch comes in and goes diving, but just gets the door slammed shut in her face, and then some by Emily Can. Emily Simon, who was with the England Women's Open team during the winter and was part of the coaching setup for the girls 18s gold medal winning team in Vichy a couple of weeks ago, and she gets it wide out to Abigail Walters.
Really nice score there, just capitalising on the defensive mistakes there from the Wildcats. That brings it to 8.
Yeah, Simon just fixes the defence, and there's 3, and you can see that there's the Wildcats defence with something that we commented on yesterday, is that the Wildcats defence stays tight and forces you to go around, but if you've got players who've got the ability to do that, like Emily Simon, like Catherine Jones, you are always going to struggle.
Yeah, and that's when you've got to look at your post touch, you know, your exit lines after the touch. Are your hips facing outwards? Can you track outwards if needs be, especially from a wing and a link? You know, they're the fine lines that will save you scores, and it just doesn't seem like this Wildcat side have found their rhythm to be able to fix these little problems.
They're still going for it though, Maddie Miles-Kingston, but will restart after a turnover. Here comes Annalise Thurley, and now Lucy Snape finds Mia Watts. Thurley to Snape, and the Tigers getting going, and they're not having to work very hard to get the go forward ball. Here comes Norburn, and now Kat Jones as Catherine Green works her way off the field. Charlotte Lloyd on the pickup, has to give the ball as the half. Ball was away before the touch, but this time I think that's Poppy Riddleston. It's Maddie Miles-Kingston, sorry, she did well to shut things down.
I just feel that this Wildcat side is just losing their momentum, it's losing their tempo. You know, the legs coming on from the sub-box look pretty laboured. It's just a bit of an unforced error, probably through fatigue.
Yeah, everything does look very, very heavy, doesn't it, in terms of the Wildcats. It's been a long all tournament, this, and if you've not played 40-minute touch, and a lot of these players haven't, and if they have, it's not been for a while, but if you've not played it, then you're going to be feeling it massively. And the commitment's there, but so far the legs are not doing what the brain wants them to do. And the Tigers are now cruising.
Nice, here's fifth, trying to get in behind the offside players. Some really good coverage there from the Wildcats middle.
Yeah, Keris Godwin coming across to make the shutdown on Isabel Hobson. And they're looking to rotate players very, very quickly now, are the Wildcats. They're going through one set at the absolute most. As we see, Rebecca Hickman comes off and she's feeling it massively. There's a shake of the head. They are absolutely blowing.
But all credit to them, they're not stopping.
No, Tasha Rose, who is one of those players who's played 40-minute touch recently. It's a 6-touch turnover in the right areas of the field as far as the Wildcats are concerned. It's close to the Tigers line, it's close to the Wildcat sub-box. And the Tigers are going to have to work a little bit just to get some fresh players on. And it's all now a case of resource management before they go and get some much needed rehab, maybe in the pool up at the David Ross Sports Centre.
That's a really good and positive turnover there for the Wildcats. That was defensive pressure that rewards their effort, rewards them digging deep. If they can get a score from this, this will be a real big confidence booster.
Yes, it will, but they're going to have to do something a little bit special to do that, although the Tigers are committing lots of players to the touch just there, maybe more than they needed to. And here comes Can. And it comes back to William Sharp, back to Can, back into the middle for Catherine Nash to set things up. Now William Sharp back on the inside, but that's a penalty for overstepping the mark before at the play the ball. And the Tigers, who were under pressure but were marshalling the Wildcats, are now going to tap and go through Thurley.
Yeah, I think from a Tigers perspective, going into finals fatigue, you just want to see completed sets here. If you can complete sets under fatigue, appreciate that it's not under a lot of pressure from the Wildcats. Although that is a really good defensive effort there from the Wildcats, forcing the turnover as I'm saying they're not applying that much pressure. Tigers really want to see these sets completed.
Kate Allen steps up to put the pressure on Indy and wins a turnover back. And the Wildcats now set up and she comes off the field. William Sharp and Rebecca Hickman is offering herself, but it's very laboured, as not on each other's wavelength. I think the fatigue is now well and truly in, as Miles Kingston wants Rebecca Hickman to dump where she wanted it to, and she broke comfortably, but the legs are just not there for the supporting runners, and this is now turning into a case of the what might have been for the West Wildcats, because they're putting themselves into really promising positions. They're going to have another one there because the Tigers just lose the ball, but they've got a penalty for, I think it's a penalty for offside, being awarded by Robin Budd, and a tap restart, and they got away with one there, did the Midlands Tigers.
There on another day that might have been called off the mark, but this is better midfield pressure for the West Wildcats, being led by Rebecca Hickman. She seems to be one of the individuals who's really digging deep, working really hard. Her last subset, she came off, was feeling the top of the quads. You can see that cramp and the lactic acid is setting in, but they're not giving up. The West Wildcats, they're really trying. It's a really good touch there as well from Rebecca Hickman. If she can get a really nice subset going, get some fresher legs on for the Wildcats, that will be an overall successful set.
Here they go, they're coming off, the Wildcats, but it's all a bit laboured coming off. As Rebecca Hickman just hits the deck there. It's not a heavy touch, she was just off balance and takes the roll ball, bounces back up and off she goes. But she's absolutely hit the hard deck there.
Yeah, squatting down, just deep breaths. I think this West Wildcats side can be proud of the heart that they've showed. They've not given up, they keep working, they're running themselves absolutely into the ground. With all things considered, you've still got finals day footy tomorrow. You want to be saving yourself a little bit, but at the same time you don't want to be conceding loads of scores on the live stream on the last game.
Yeah, you just want to be going through the phases, keep the error count really, really low, at least the unforced error count really, really low. unnecessary drop balls, and then if the scores now come, then they come. But this is now in the 5th touch, and here come the Tigers, and it comes left, and are they going to get another score? That's forward pass comes towards Abigail Walters, and the Wildcats do not have that, and they come on again. Rebecca Hickman, who was just on her haunches, is now back onto the field and showing the grit. If anybody's been watching Hard Knocks over the last few weeks, the Detroit Lions are talking all about grit going into 2022, and all they need to do is to watch and see how much this Wildcats team are digging deep. And even though they know they're well behind on the scoreboard, they're going to lose this game at the quarter-final stage, and there's going to be disappointment there, but they are digging deep. They're showing character. They're absolutely showing plenty of resilience for each other. But it's the Tigers who've just got that quality.
I think it's just the structure. It's just the structure. You know, the West Wildcats, that's a really... I think that's a bit unlucky there for Rebecca Hickman. I think, you know, that's one of those calls where you want to make a dominant touch on 5th to stop their strike. I think that their dumping play was a little bit off balance. Rebecca Hickman can feel a little bit hard done by. But if they can defend this set, they'll be very happy, and that is a brilliant result for the West Wildcats. Forward pass, I think, off the base of the ruck.
It's very, very rare you see that given. But it's one where from Lucy Snake to Annalise Thurley, it definitely was forward. And Wildcats now are working their way towards their sub-box. They're just desperately trying to get out of their half, and Tigers are sending multiple players up. Abigail Walters makes the touch on Hickman. And Riddleston, and now Maddie Miles Kingston. And the youngsters are starting to show a little bit. Keris Godwin just made a play from half, but got touched, and it's a turnover for the Tigers, who then go through Hannah McLaughlin. They've made 20 metres really, really easily, except that ball didn't go through the legs. You've got to play the ball between the legs, and that's a turnover. Roll ball restart for the Wildcats.
If you think about the Wildcats this half, they've not conceded all that much. They've tightened up defensively, they've forced the Tigers to throw wide, and they're scrambling really well as a unit. You can't help but feel like if they'd started like this, the scoreline would have been a lot tighter, because in the second half it's been a rather even affair.
Yeah, 1-1, isn't it, in that second half?
Yeah, led by people like Abigail Hickman, and the pod that's coming out, although that is an unforced error. There's a bit of a coach killer, that one.
How much of that is down to resource management, knowing that you're well up at half-time, and how much of it is the Wildcats just stepping up? It's a combination of the two, really,
probably
isn't it?
60-40, you know. 60% the Wildcats really changing the way that they're defending, changing their desire, probably changing the outcomes that they want out of this game. They just want to, I reckon they probably just want to feel like they've worked hard, and you know, they've done exactly that. I also think for the Tigers, they're probably going to want to take the intensity down just a little bit, but you're not going to want to see those errors if you're the Tigers coach. You're going to want to still see completed sets. Maybe not run to the same intensity, but you're still going to want to see completed sets.
Wildcats now are deep in the Tigers' half, but they need to work back on to get back into the play. Victoria Hurrell does just that. And they're just looking for supporting runners, are the Wildcats, and it's just all ground to a halt, unfortunately. It's a tap ball restart for Anna Goddard. And now it's Annalise Thurley, and now Anna Goddard, and now Emily Simon. And Hannah McLaughlin, and just the Tigers again doing nothing simple. Sorry, doing nothing complicated. Mia Watts out wide. And Hannah McLaughlin. Rowan Stewart.
You know, it's a nightmare when that happens. You turn, you look for your wing, and you are the winger.
Rowan Stewart was out at the NTU campus rather than here at Nottingham.
Chris Sykes just turned around to us with a smile on his face. Yeah, he'll be taking no responsibility for that one, I'm sure.
It's just fatigue now starting to play its part in Emily Cairns' handling.
90 seconds to go. It's going to happen. If Wildcats can see this out, a draw in the second half against a really strong Tiger side, I think they'll take that any day of the week. It shows the heart that they have in this side. It shows the desire. It's unlucky by Mia Watts trying to just snake her way through.
And you get the sense that the Taipans, and this is all with greatest of respect to the Tigers, but the Taipans are watching this, and they having seen them against the Sharks and just that slickly oiled red machine, they look a pretty good bet to at least make another final.
Yeah, I think that was a long ball there by Mia Watts, just out of from Mia Watts, goes over the top, finds the winger. You know what? 2-1 in the second half. The Wildcats are going to be really, really satisfied with that. Claire Rylance is going up and picking people's chins up off the floor. They look upset with their own individual performance, but they shouldn't be. This is 2-1 in the second half, and I think Claire's reminding them of that.
They're absolutely knackered. There's no other word for it. But the Tigers are going to have to step up many, many, many notches and really dig into their playbook if they're going to trouble the South East Taipans tomorrow morning, which keep up to speed with all of the results as they happen, because we need to just double check what the score is on the other semi-final, the other quarter-final.
It looks like Northwest have just gone through and scored, so you'd hope that means that they're up. That's really good recycling there from the Wildcats. I think they might just surrender this ball. I don't think Abigail Hickman has got anything left in the tank.
Rebecca Hickman. No, it's just going to be it's just going to be a quick tap and go, and then we will find out before we go off air tonight. We will find out what the score was in the other quarter final between the Northwest and the Southwest Saxons, and if it went to the form book, then it was going to be the Northwest who win that game. But we need to we'll find that out in just a second. Joe, just have a quick summary of that game as we go and find out what the other score was.
It's a tale of two halves, really. It is, in the first half, Midland Tigers, they stuck to their structure. They got really fast ball onto the turf, scooping through at pace, finding the advantages on the outside. Really, really good stuff. Second half, West Wildcats showed a lot of heart, a lot of determination. Lots of their players are out on their feet. I feel like the West Wildcat coaches they'll be proud of the way that their players responded in that second half. 2-1 against the Tigers in the second half. That's a really positive result as Chris goes running across the pitches to find out the result of the second game. And we have confirmation. Northwest won comfortably. They're going into the semi-finals of Finals Day tomorrow. Really happy stuff. Both Chris's went over simultaneously, unnecessarily, as it turns out. But the Northwest will be really happy with that result on pitch too.
$11-0 the final score, which means the Northwest have had 3 pretty comprehensive wins today, which put them into a semi-final against the South East Sharks. And you've got to say they are going to be confident going into that, considering the injuries that the Sharks have had.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be one of those games where the Northwest will be licking their lips a little bit. This is an opportunity to really take it to the South East Sharks. A weakened South East Shark side, they can go for it.
So the lineup tomorrow in the Men's Open semi-finals. So we start off with a mixed open round-robin game, and then that will be followed by one or the other of the Men's Open games between South East Sharks is the first Men's Open semi-final, and South East Taipans against the Midlands Tigers is the other. How do you see those going first off, Joe?
I don't know. I think the South East Sharks are going to have a little bit too much against the West Wildcats. Taipans North East. Gotta say, I'm backing the South East boys again. I just think the structure, the way that region is set up, it's just going to be too much, I think.
And then the Women's Open, we've got the Taipans are playing the Tigers, and then in the other semi-final it'll be the Sharks up against Northwest. Ben Grinter has just come over, and he's
Ben Grinter's got something to say here. Future commentary career in life for Ben Grinter, I reckon.
Oh, I don't know about that. Anyway, the Women's Open semi-finals. The South East Taipans against the Midlands Tigers is the first one. That one, as I say, the Tigers are going to have to step up several notches against the slick red machine.
Yeah, that's going to be one where I just think the Taipans are going to have too much. The influential players they have in that team, it's their division to lose, I think. Northwest are really going to take it to the Sharks, really going to give it a go. I'm predicting a Northwest Taipans final. But it's going to be tough.
Yeah, we've seen from the Sharks their resoluteness. I think we saw their grit and determination in coming back against the Tigers. But against the Taipans is that there was a marked difference, even though they showed the same kind of determination in that game there. But against the Northwest team, who are going to go into that game on a back of a massive string of wins today, 3 comprehensive wins, and they're going to be absolutely buzzing going into that.
Yeah, they lost against the South East Sharks as well yesterday, and I think that's just going to add fuel to the fire. They're really going to want to prove a point. They lost. Now the Sharks is a weakened side. Northwest are coming off the back of 3 or 4 really, really dominant wins. I think that's going to be game of the day, I reckon.
And finally, the mixed open pools are yet to be completed because we've got games at 9 o'clock in the morning which will decide that. But so far, the teams of that competition are very much Midlands Tigers, who are 5-0. They're 5-0. And with some pretty comprehensive wins because they've stacked out their team. South East Sharks have only lost the 1 game against the Tigers. They're in second place, and those 2 teams look to fill the top 2, and they will have the semi-final positions at the moment are made up by Northwest, who are sitting in third, and they're the only team that's played all of their 6 games so far, and I think they're guaranteed a place in the semi-finals. It's just a question of whether they finish 3rd or 4th, although looking at it, I think South East Taipans can't overhaul them because they're on 12 points, Northwest are on 16, and you get 3 for a win. So it looks at the moment as if Midland Tigers, who play the Southwest Saxons tomorrow, are likely to finish top, followed by the South East Sharks in 2nd, then Northwest in 3rd, and the Taipans in 4th. Now, when you look on paper, that the Midlands Tigers are really, they've stacked out their mixed open team this year.
Yeah, you've got the Murphy brothers, you've got the Missings as well in there. That coupled with the experience of the older guys in that squad, I think it's going to be their division tomorrow.
And it could be up against the South East Sharks team if they, it could be a Sharks Northwest semi-final, looks that way. And the South East Sharks, we've seen them, and they've got Lois Lau as their linchpin, but they've got a lot of kids in and around, the likes of Charlie C. I was pretty impressed by the pace that they put on the game when we saw them earlier on today. But it's going to be an absolute humdinger if it is a final between those 2.
Yeah, definitely. I think if you look at the semi between Northwest, potential semi between Northwest and South East Sharks, I think that would be Northwest. Northwest will lose that game if they decide not to run as hard and as fast as I know that they can. I think if they go harder, they have the desire, have the hunger. Again, big games tomorrow, they're going to be even. There's a couple where you've got a bit of an inkling of who's going to take it, but there's no gimmies by any measure.
Joe Wright, thank you very much for your insight and expertise throughout the day here at the University of Nottingham's Riverside Sports Complex. That's day 2 of the 2022 Opens Nationals, done and dusted and in the bag. We'll be back just before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning for finals day, when the gongs will be handed out. You can either watch us as your prime screen if you've got the YouTube app on your Skybox, or alternatively have us as your second screen. It's going to be a beautiful Bank Holiday Monday. Just stay in touch with us all the way through the day here on the England Touch YouTube channel. In the meantime, have a very, very good evening. Goodbye.
First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number 2, it has to be fun. You get, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time, and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's when we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can, keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side, don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and part of it knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills, get people into playing touch. I mean, you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.